Councillors, this meeting is now resumed. Are there any apologies?
Thank you, Mr Chair. I advise that Councillor McLaughlin will be absent from the Councillor McLaughlin and Councillor Marx will be absent from the meeting today, and I grant a leave of absence from this meeting.
Seconded.
Moved by Councillor Hutton, seconded by Councillor Toomey, that Councillors McLaughlin and Marx be granted leave of absence from today's meeting. All those in favour say aye. Aye. To the contrary, no. The ayes have it.
Chair.
Point of order, Councillor Cassidy.
Thanks. I wish to advise Councillor Cook will be absent for today's meeting, and I move that she be granted a leave of absence.
Second.
Moved by Councillor Cassidy, seconded by Councillor Strunk, that Councillor Cook be granted leave of absence from today's meeting. All those in favour say aye. Aye. To the contrary, no. The ayes have it. Lord Mayor.
Thank you, Mr Chair. I move that the resolution of rates and charges, including all provisions and appendices as set out on pages 136 to 232, also the budgeted financial statements as set out on pages 11 to 19, comprising of the summary of recommendations, the statement of income and expenditure, the statement of income and expenditure businesses and council providers, the statement of financial position, the statement of changes in equity, the statement of cash flows, the summary of recommendations, long-term financial forecast, and the statement of financial ratios, as well as the revenue statement and revenue policy as set out on pages 50 to 64, and the schedule of fees and charges, the register of cost recovery fees, and associated delegations to the Chief Executive Officer be noted for later debate and adoption.
Seconded.
It's been moved by the Lord Mayor, seconded by the Deputy Mayor, that the resolution of rates and charges, including all provisions and appendices as set out on pages 136 to 232, and budgeted financial statements as set out on pages 11 to 19, including summary of recommendations, statement of income and expenditure, statement of income and expenditure businesses and council providers, statement of financial position, statement of changes in equity, statement of cash flows, summary of recommendations, long-term financial forecast, statement of financial ratios, as well as revenue statement and revenue policy as set out on pages 50 to 64, schedule of fees and charges, the register of cost recovery fees and associated delegations to the Chief Executive Officer be noted for later debate and adoption. All those in favour say aye. Aye. To the contrary, no. The ayes have it. Councillors, the presentation of the various programs and businesses and council providers will be in accordance with Section 74 of the Meetings Local Law 2001. I would also like to point out that I've approved the Chief Executive Officer's request for divisional managers and other relevant officers to be in the chamber whilst the program or business for which their particular unit of administration is responsible is being debated. I now call upon Councillor Murphy to present the program Transport for Brisbane. Councillor Murphy.
Mr Chair, I move that for the Transport for Brisbane program, firstly, that the program budgeted financial statement as set out on page 20 for the years 2022 to 2023 through to 2025-2026, and secondly, the annual operational plan as set out on pages 71 to 75, and thirdly, the allocations for the operations and project for the service 1.2.1.2 provide ferry services and maintenance for the year 2026 to 2027 through to 2030 to 2031 as set out on page 65, so far as they relate to Program 1, be adopted.
Seconded.
It has been moved by Councillor Murphy, seconded by Councillor Hutton, that for the Transport for Brisbane program, the program budgeted financial statements as set out on page 20 for the years 2022 to 2023 through to 2025 to 2026, and the annual operational plan as set out on pages 71 to 75, and the allocations for the operations and project for the service 1.2.1.2 provide ferry services and maintenance for the year 2026 to 2027 through to 2030-2031 as set out on page 65, so far as they relate to Program 1, be adopted. Is there any debate? Councillor Murphy.
Thank you, Acting Chair. I rise to present the 2022-2023 budget for Program 1, Transport for Brisbane. Mr Acting Chair, despite the challenges presented by the pandemic, the floods, global supply chain issues and the rising cost of living, the Brisbane Council will continue to champion transport projects right across our city. And it doesn't matter if you travel by car or by bus, in a ferry, on a train, on foot or in a wheelchair, in an Uber or on an e-scooter, this council has got your back. The Lord Mayor and his team here in council will never punish you for the way that you choose to travel, but rather we want to enable the freedom of choice for those who want to move around our city on any mode they choose. And so it is that the Transport for Brisbane budget for 2022-23 is a record $769 million investment that focuses on rebuilding and recovering our transport network and ensuring that residents can get home sooner and safer and, importantly, more sustainably. This budget delivers the funding that we need to rebuild our bikeways, to restore our ferry terminals and to repair our CityCat fleet. At the same time, we're continuing to forge ahead with city-shaping projects like Brisbane Metro and the Kangaroo Point Green Bridge, which will future-proof our city in the lead-up to the 2032 Olympic and Paralympic Games. All of these projects will allow us to continue managing the booming population of our city. Chair, we know that Brisbane is amongst the world's most livable cities. We have an enviable lifestyle. It's easy to live here. We have great weather, there's plenty of green space, and it's easier to move around. But all of that is at risk. The continued lack of investment from the state government in the very basics of the transport network means our council must step up to the plate yet again. Look around you, Chair. The next-gen ticketing rollout that's been rolling out for most of the last decade, announced and re-announced and only half done. A rail network that can't run on time, connecting stations that are decades old, falling apart, with signalling technology that was old when Graham Quirk was a boy. A busway network that they stopped building a decade ago, creaking at the seams from growth with zero investment. And speaking of zero emissions bus fleet targets without any idea of how they intend to achieve them. Once again, Chair, Brisbane City Council is stepping into the breach. It's a job we're comfortable with because that's exactly what Transport for Brisbane has been doing for our city for almost 100 years. We connect Brisbane residents to the places where they live, work and relax. And we get them there so that they can spend more time with the people and the places that they love. It's a big job, Chair. It's a weighty task, and it's only the experienced team on this side of the chamber that can be trusted to do it. We know how important it is that residents can move easily and sustainably around our city, Mr Chair, and I'm proud to say that this budget will build a future that allows them to do just that. Mr Chair, as we heard from the Lord Mayor last week, this budget is first and foremost about rebuilding and recovering. The repair bill from the flood came at a significant cost to Council in the order of $330 million. All of our ferry terminals sustained some level of damage during the flood, and we lost a CityCat, Binungarung, while other vessels sustained damage and required repairs. More than 230 kilometres of off-road bikeways and shared paths were affected by the flood. Council removed over 300 cubic metres of mud from the Bicentennial Bikeway alone. While most of our network has now been reopened, several major projects are required to reopen our bikeways. 7 bikeway reconstruction projects will be our priority, along with the along the Kedron Brook Bikeway, Little Cabbage Tree Creek Bikeway and the Centenary Bikeway. This means we've had to reprioritise some projects to make sure we can focus on Brisbane's biggest ever rebuild. The North Brisbane Bikeway, Stage 5, has been cancelled and 3 other bikeway projects deferred to allow us to focus on repairing our damaged bikeway assets. We make no apologies for this, and we know Brisbane residents understand why we've made these decisions. You don't extend your patio when there's a hole in your roof. Our ferry terminals also took a beating in these recent floods, but all remain in place, unlike in 2011. This budget invests over $20 million in funding for a major program of work to restore and repair Council's ferry terminals. But the good news is over half our terminals have already been opened and returned to service. This means commuters can once again catch a City Cat to work with end-to-end services. It was an incredible achievement to have these services back up and running only 90 days after the flood. The remaining 8 terminals are anticipated to be restored in late 2022, and the project team is working to fast-track repairs. And while we have repaired most of our City Cats, the wooden ferries will not be rejoining them on the river later this year. Given the substantial cost to repair these vessels and the shortage of local maritime labour, we will restore just one of the monohull vessels, Calparan, freeing up funds to repair the rest of the fleet. But Mr Chair, this budget isn't only about recovery. It's also about bringing game-changing transport innovations to Brisbane. Brisbane Metro will see our fleet of Australian-first all-electric bi-articulated vehicles travel between 19 stations, delivering turn-up and go services to the suburbs. The services will be high capacity and high frequency, and all with zero tailpipe emissions. Congestion will be reduced with the addition of the Adelaide Street Tunnel and a modern, revitalised and fit-for-purpose bus network. It's easy to see why this is the most ambitious infrastructure project ever undertaken by this council, but it simply must be done if we're to unleash the potential of public transport here in Brisbane. In 2021-22, we reached many major milestones on the project. Major construction commenced at several sites, including Adelaide Street, King George Square, Rochedale and South Brisbane. We're halfway through piling at the tunnel portal on Adelaide Street, and we progressed early works and the design of several of our suburban station upgrades. But perhaps most exciting, Mr Chair, was the arrival of our Australian-first battery electric pilot metro here in Brisbane, which is now well into its extensive testing schedule. The next financial year is set to be another big year full of milestones with a whopping $323 million investment into the project. We'll keep working on major infrastructure sites in the CBD, Rochedale, South Brisbane and Hurston, and we'll start major works at Buranda, UQ Lakes, Griffith University and on the Victoria Bridge. Later this year, we'll also go out to the community to begin consultation on a new bus network for Brisbane and continue to prepare council and the general public for metro services commencing in 2024. This year's budget also contains funds for the new Woolloongabba Metro station, which will be located next to the Gabba Cross River Rail Station and the Gabba Stadium, which will be the centre stage for the 2032 Brisbane Olympic and Paralympic Games. Mr Chair, the Lord Mayor often refers to our City Cats as iconic, and they indeed are. If you go to TripAdvisor right now, you'll see the #1 attraction in Brisbane is in fact our City Cats. We recently launched City Cat 26, our 5th generation City Cat and the first to have a shade sail on the top deck. It's just one of the ways we are continuing to ensure we provide reliable, safe and enjoyable services on the river. I'm proud that we're continuing to deliver a record $150 million subsidy for public transport in Brisbane, including on both ferries and buses. We know that Brisbane's bus network in particular is key to how residents move around the city. Last year we trialled the use of 4 electric buses on the City Loop, and I'm proud to say that trial was extremely successful, with those buses now in regular service. And I'm also glad to say we'll be continuing our commitment to provide personalised public transport to underserviced communities and free off-peak travel to seniors on both buses and ferries, another great initiative of this administration. Mr Chair, we'll continue to encourage the public transport patronage, but we're also aware that more and more residents are choosing to walk and ride around our city. This financial year will see a significant investment in our Green Bridges program as we continue construction of the Kangaroo Point Green Bridge and get started on the Breakfast Creek Green Bridge. These bridges will help us get more cars off the road and provide more choice when it comes to travel. Last year we started work on the Kangaroo Point Green Bridge, which will span 470 metres from the City Botanic Gardens to Scott Street at Kangaroo Point. With a 95-metre mast, the bridge is set to transform our city's skyline and the way residents travel to and from the CBD. It will result in 84,000 fewer car trips across the river each year, and 60% of Kangaroo Point residents say they'll use it daily. The bridge will become an iconic destination with the addition of a new overwater restaurant and cafe, providing one of the most unique dining experiences in the city. It's also wonderful to see our green bridges recognised on a national scale, with the federal government recently committing $60 million to the Kangaroo Point Green Bridge as part of the South East Queensland City deal. North of the city will also commence construction on the Breakfast Creek Green Bridge and the Loras Bonnie Riverwalk extension. The Loras Bonnie Riverwalk is one of our most popular, and this bridge will enhance safety and allow more people to walk and ride through Newstead Park. In March, we awarded contract for the construction of the bridge with works to start mid-2022. And finally, as I mentioned earlier, the flood has taken its toll on this budget, and to fund the recovery, we've now paused work on the Toowong to West End and the St Lucia to West End Green Bridges. Mr Chair, in addition to our Green Bridges program, we're also extending our investment in all forms of active transport. While I've already discussed our focus on the flood rebuild, the Schrinner Council will also deliver several bikeway connections next financial year. The Active Transport Infrastructure Fund will improve safety and parking on our network, as well as planning and delivering bikeway connections at the Kangaroo Point Riverwalk, Hidden World Playground to Bill Brown Reserve Shared Pathway, and the Western Freeway to Indooroopilly Riverwalk. Cycling Brisbane workshops will also help encourage riding as a form of transport and recreation, with over 245 free workshops that were delivered last financial year. Thanks to the Lord Mayor's leadership, this council has positioned itself as a leader in the e-mobility space, with over 7.6 million e-mobility trips now taken across the city through our shared hire scheme since it started in 2018. We recently introduced e-scooters to two of Brisbane's Bayside areas, Sandgate, Shorncliffe and Brighton, as well as in Wynnum Manly. With over 30,000 trips taken in each location, I'm pleased to say we have extended these trials for another 6 months. This budget also continues our commitment to instilling active transport habits in our younger citizens. We'll be recruiting for new schools to join our active school travel program, joining the 168 schools and over 127,000 students who participated in the program since 2004. And missing footpath links will be delivered for another 20 schools across our city, making it safer and easier for students to walk or ride to school. As you can see, Mr Chair, our priorities are clear. The Schrinner Council is committed to delivering world-class public transport as well as clean, green and sustainable travel methods. I'm proud of our more than $200 million investment in active transport and the delivery of the revolutionary Brisbane Metro project. Program 1 is a budget that balances transformative and ambitious infrastructure projects with the core transport services that our residents really rely upon. And this year it also focuses on our rebuild from the 2022 flood. But it's also a big and complex budget, and many people have worked hard to achieve the outcomes I've spoken about today. I want to thank Jeff Beck, the Transport for Brisbane Divisional Manager, and Scott Stewart, the Brisbane Infrastructure Divisional Manager, and their budget teams, especially Tanya Orr, Sue Phillips and Robert Lee. I also want to thank my PLOs Nelson and Catherine. There's never been a more exciting time, Acting Chair, to be here in Brisbane than right now. There are so many projects and there is so much potential right around the corner. We can practically taste the future, Chair, and it's a future that's coming very, very fast. With the investments that we are making in this budget, the Schrinner Council will be ready for it. I commend Program 1 to the Chamber.
Point of order. Yes, Mr Deputy Chair. Everybody, please have a written copy of the motion we are considering for this program, please.
Councillor Johnston, the motion has already been moved.
Yes, and I'd like a written copy of the motion so I can see what it actually says, because we have not been given a copy of the motion. The agenda before us today doesn't include it. There have been very significant changes, secret changes made by the Lord Mayor to how the budget is presented, and we don't have a copy of the motions that we're due to consider today, and I would like a copy, please.
I have a copy here, Councillor Johnston. Clerk, if you could, can I just check with the chamber, is it simply Councillor Johnston or would all councillors like a copy of the motion?
My staff asked for a copy of the run sheet, which has not been provided in the big tin can, and I've been emailed that from the committee clerks. I'm not sure why that can't just be emailed to all councillors. That would probably, it's the whole run sheet for the meeting. I could forward it on, but it's got all the motions. Perhaps you could just do that. It'd be much easier than copying individual motions.
I don't need a printed version. I'm happy with a digital version.
Digital.
Point of order, Mr Deputy Chair.
Point
I'm
of order,
happy to
Councillor.
take either version, but I'd like it for all the motions that we are considering. So if it is in one other document, then I would appreciate a hard copy of that, if that's okay.
Councillor Johnston and councillors, I'll provide you with a copy of the run sheet for the motions, or just organising the email will be sent to you. Further debate? Councillor Cassidy.
Thanks very much, Chair. I rise to speak on Program 1. It is interesting to see how the budget was reorganised this year. We've been used to seeing in the budget books, and every budget that I have been here for, seeing each program explain its goals, its projects and allocated funding alongside those programs and individual projects. So in essence, previously the annual operational plan and the budget was one document which included all of the individual allocations for all of those projects, which are the Lord Mayor's commitments to the people of Brisbane. He gets up and talks about those projects. He goes out and does media opportunities and says to people, we'll be funding X, Y and Z in this budget, but no longer is that the case. And it's not just for this program area, it's for the entire budget. So we can only assume the budget under the LNP is so bad, and they have got it so wrong for so many years in allocating funding to projects that they simply can't deliver on, that get delayed, that have significant cost blowouts, or ones that they cancel left, right and centre throughout the year, that they don't even trust themselves anymore to deliver a budget. So the entire Transport for Brisbane program, the entire budget that we are debating now and voting on is this page here, page 20. It's 1/3 of one page. That's the entire budget for the Transport for Brisbane program area. So everything that the LNP has announced to date isn't worth the paper it's written on. We've always assumed that to be the case. We've always known that, and they have shown that over the last couple of years. But it's now in black and white that there are no individual projects funded. There are no line items apart from what is included in what is now described at the back of the budget book as supporting information, which is not something that we are voting on. But what is in there, and we are able to debate this, we've been told, is a real triumph of spin over substance. If you wanted the best example of how out of touch this LNP administration has become with our community, you have to look no further than what is included in the supporting information for Program 1. We're a rapidly growing city with booming suburbs that are crying out for investment in public and active transport infrastructure to service the communities that call the 190 suburbs of Brisbane home. But what do we get this year from the Transport for Brisbane budget in the supporting information? No new buses delivered, 18 new footpaths listed for construction across 190 suburbs, one single bikeway project, a small one, and no funding allocated for the LNP's big public transport announcement, the Gold City Glider, $0 allocated for that. But what we do have is hundreds and hundreds of millions of dollars being spent on an inner city project for the LNP to buy Swiss-made buses. So where in this program is the value for money for the suburbs of Brisbane? It's not in the LNP budget before us today. People are paying more and more in their rates but getting less and less back out in the suburbs. So if we drill down into that commitment for buses for our suburbs, we now know after the information sessions that no new buses will be delivered in the coming year. Now we all remember last year there was some money for one new bus, I think, or maybe two buses that were rented from a Chinese company. One being rented from a Chinese company. Well, this year there's a little bit of money to buy that bus that we've been previously renting from that Chinese company, but no new buses being added to the fleet. So the LNP are out there saying they want new services like the Gold City Glider and want someone else to pay for them because there's no money allocated to it, but are planning to increase our bus fleet size by a grand total of 0 buses. An interesting fact emerged too when questioned about bus purchases too. It's become very clear that the future of bus building and bus manufacturing here in Brisbane is even more precarious because of the planning that the LNP have been doing about purchasing over 60 new diesel buses a year from next year on has had a massive spanner thrown in the works. The state government have said that all new buses from 2025 should be electric. Now, this should come as no shock to the LNP. Surely, given they've been out there talking a big game about electric buses, they would have led Brisbane to believe that everything's going to be electric in the future. But no, it turns out the only electric buses that this LNP administration are interested in are ones that are made in China and Switzerland, because the LNP planned for the future of Brisbane's bus fleet to remain almost exclusively diesel for the foreseeable future. So when it comes to this LNP mayor's so-called green credentials, he's all tip and no iceberg. Less than 10 electric buses were planned for under future procurement in future years. What an absolute shamble. So we've seen no planning whatsoever going into solving this problem because we have no leadership here in Brisbane. We've got a bumbling Lord Mayor with no vision for the future of our city and an LNP chair that just leaves it to everyone else to figure these things out. And blame everyone else. We have no leadership in this area. And these revelations about our bus fleet should send shivers through the bones of commuters, especially in the context of a network review that's going to begin this year, affecting Brisbane's suburban bus routes. Just $850,000 is committed to public consultation on the review of our suburban bus network. And that's really not very much when you consider about how much this LNP administration has spent on gimmicks and flogging the Metro to date. The LNP spent about the same amount they're intending to spend on a city-wide consultation on a new shop front in Adelaide Street and some pens and gift bags and jigsaw puzzles for the Metro. It doesn't really sound much like they want proper consultation across Brisbane's 190 suburbs that will be affected. Now, talking of suburbs, we're missing out on active transport infrastructure too. In this budget, there is funding for 18 new footpaths. The two extras that Councillor Murphy said in his speech just then are carryovers. They're ones that weren't delivered in the current financial year. There's funding for repairs on some footpaths, but most of the 1,000 broken and dangerous footpaths will remain just that, with some waiting 12 months after being first reported to be fixed. But in Brisbane's 190 suburbs, we'll see just 18 new footpaths delivered in this budget. That's not very good value for money for the ratepayers of Brisbane. Our suburbs are being forgotten by this LNP administration. And I wonder how many LNP councillors on that side of the chamber know how many new bikeway projects will be delivered across Brisbane's 190 suburbs. I wonder whether they campaigned and pushed much for bikeway projects in their communities, because what we're seeing this year ahead is one project funded. Just one suburban bikeway project funded. Most of the funding earmarked for the Active Transport Infrastructure Fund is for things like bike counters, some fencing and some work on a canoe facility. Again, the suburbs are missing out. Our ferries were left to rot on purpose by this LNP administration, and the final nail in the coffin for these publicly owned boats is this budget. The LNP signs the death certificate for our river ferries after they were starved of funding for years, and I don't know why they weren't just upfront with the people of Brisbane. They never intended to repair these ferries after leaving them to rot for years. Brisbane deserves so much better than the spin and the mistruths we hear from the LNP. And the biggest mistruth is, of course, the Metro. It's a complete triumph of spin over substance. How on earth can an LNP councillor take, for instance, Councillor Allen, the councillor for Northgate, go to his community and say residents are getting good value for money when the LNP budget on the Metro is blown out by $800 million and we're getting less for it? How can the LNP councillor for Callumvale, for instance, go to her community and say you can't have bus stops or something as simple as curbing and channelling because her LNP council blew the entire budget on one inner city project? Or the LNP council for Doughboy maybe telling her residents in Hemmant that they can't get any drainage funding because the inner city metro project blew out from $944 million to $1.7 billion, sucking the budget dry. Residents know they're not getting good value for money from this LNP administration. The Metro is an overblown busway extension. If it was treated as a busway extension, it would have been a good project. We have known for years there is a congestion issue across the Victoria Bridge, so if you fix that, you increase capacity on the busway. Put more locally made electric buses on key routes, and that adds significant capacity to the busway. But this obsession the Lord Mayor has with getting these buses to look like trains just to save face is incredibly embarrassing, and it's costing the ratepayers of Brisbane big time. Chair, I would just at this point like to move an amendment which is as follows. I move that $50 million of capital expenditure from Program 1 for the 2022-23 financial year on page 20 be moved to a new project in Program 5 called Social and Affordable Housing Partnerships be inserted on page 24. Second it. You need to second that.
Do I have a second?
Second.
I've got copies here, Chair.
Thank you. It has been moved by Councillor Cassidy, seconded by Councillor Strunk, that the motion be amended to read that $50 million of capital expenditure from Program 1 for the 2022-2023 financial year on page 20 be moved to a new project in Program 5 called Social and Affordable Housing Partnerships to be inserted on page 24. I'll move to debate. Councillor Cassidy.
Thanks very much, Chair. Budgets are all about priorities, and over the last week it has become even more clear that Adrian Schrinner and the LNP's priorities don't align with those of the people of Brisbane. We need to immediately reallocate this funding to a major investment in social and affordable housing. Brisbane is facing a housing crisis, and as the biggest council in Australia, there is so much more we can and should be doing to ease the pressures on Brisbane families. Housing experts, including the REIQ, have dismissed Adrian Schrinner and the LNP's budget policies as weak and unlikely to have any significant impact on affordable housing. Now, the Brisbane Metro project has proven to be a massive black hole, riddled with delays, cost blowouts and offshoring local jobs. There are savings to be found in this project. Particularly, we do not have to proceed with the overseas bus contract. That is not locked in to date. In the Lord Mayor's own words, he said he only needs $150 million of the $200 million earmarked for the Olympics for the Gabba station. So immediately this year, there's $50 million right there. We think this $50 million should be redirected this year into social and affordable housing, and an additional $50 million annually over the forward estimates as well.
Further debate? Councillor Shree.
Thanks. I assume this is debate on the amendment.
On the amendment.
Yeah, thanks, Chair. Rise to speak on the amendment. I've only just seen this, and I guess I would have preferred to get a bit of a heads up and a bit more detail on exactly how that $50 million is proposed to be expended. I'd be interested if Councillor Cassidy and his, I think he'll have another chance to speak on this, would provide a bit more clarity on exactly how he sees that $50 million being spent. I do agree with the general principle, though, of allocating more council funding towards social and affordable housing. I personally would prefer to see money reallocated from other programs in the budget. I think it's important to recognise that improvements to public and active transport are also really important to people on low incomes, and rather than creating a false dichotomy where we are seen to have to choose between public and active transport or improvements to affordable housing, I would argue that we can have more of both and improvements to both. So I'd much rather see money being allocated from away from road widening projects and intersection expansion projects. I'll make some further commentary on the Metro later on, but I actually think in general the Metro is a pretty good project. I do agree with Councillor Cassidy that there have been some pretty significant cost overruns, and I've seen that in my own area where due to, I think, poor staging and project planning, things have ended up costing a lot more than they needed to. And there are some pretty simple design decisions that could have been tweaked to drastically reduce the cost of the Brisbane Metro project, and examples such as the administration's desire to keep Grey Street open to through traffic at all times really stand out to me. There's a a lot of money could have been saved if we were willing to make Grey Street into a street for local traffic and more of an active transport corridor, rather than leaving that open through the Melbourne Street intersection. And I understand from talking to some of the engineers that having to keep Grey Street open has added significantly to the cost, particularly of the cultural centre station. But broadly speaking, I do think it's a good idea to be allocating more funding towards social and affordable housing partnerships. I would just highlight that there is a big difference between public housing and quote-unquote affordable housing. And I've been very critical of the State Labor Party in the past because it uses a very loose definition of affordable housing, which is defined as where rent is 75% of market rent. And if you're a person on a low income, if you're renting somewhere that's been advertised at 75% of market rent, in this market where rents are this high, that's still not actually affordable. And I think it's incumbent upon Councillor Cassidy to provide a little more detail as to what he actually means by affordable housing. My view is that it should be public housing or council-owned housing stock that is provided through to the Community Housing Partnerships program and thus rented out to low-income residents for at most 30% of their income, which would be significantly lower rent than the affordable housing benchmarks used by the state government.
Point of order, Mr Chair.
Point of order, Deputy Mayor.
I know it's a new system, and I would just like a question, a clarification. I understand what Councillor Sri is. He's debating the motion before us, but he's debating where the money is going to in Program 5. We are in Program 1, and my understanding is that you can discuss Program 1, as Councillor Cassidy did, on why he doesn't believe that that $50 million should be in public transport, but we don't discuss where it's being received until we get to that program. Can I ask clarification for that, please?
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. And for the benefit of all councillors, the advice from the Chief Legal Counsel in regards to this point is that, as Councillor Cassidy has set out, there is a global amount that moves from the program that is being debated. It can be proposed to be transferred to another program area. It can be a specific line item. But in regards to the debate, the advice is that the debate has to be relevant to the amendment. For example, why it needs to go across. You can't speak generally. You must be specific as to the intention of the amendment. Councillor Schroeder.
Thanks for that guidance, Chair. I do think I'm speaking to the motion, and I'm not going to go around the world on this one, but in debating whether or not I think money should be reallocated from one program to another, I think it is perfectly appropriate to talk about how I think that money should be spent. So I would just emphasise once again, though, that we do need to improve public and active transport in this city, and I'm very sceptical of the argument that we should be taking money away from spending on public transport to put it into social and affordable housing. As I've said already, I think it would be much better to take that money from other areas of the budget, or indeed to look at increasing revenue streams from, and I've talked at length in this chamber, and I won't go into it now, but about the many other ways that council could be raising revenue, including, for example, via vacancy levies, higher rates on Airbnbs, etc. But above and beyond that, and I'll come to this when we get back to debating the main program, we also do need to be willing to borrow money to pay for essential infrastructure. And I think there is a case right now to be borrowing money to pay for public housing, given that that will help address the housing affordability crisis. I would note, though, that $50 million is not a huge sum of money, and that perhaps it would be good to see a little more clarity around whether exactly how Councillor Cassidy expects that money might be spent. I would like to see it allocated towards domestic violence crisis accommodation and Aboriginal community housing in particular, because I see those as two particularly high needs. But there's also a chronic shortage at the moment of supported youth accommodation for young people who have children of their own. So I'm essentially talking about teenage parents who find it very difficult to secure rentals in the private sector. But much of the current youth accommodation stock is not set, it's set up for teenagers who don't have kids, which is obviously a very different set of needs. So there's a lot of areas of need in terms of housing that this money could be going towards, and I do think it's appropriate to be putting more money towards that space. But I think the deeper issue I have with this motion is just that it seems to accept the premise that we have to rob Peter to pay Paul, and I'm not sure I'm convinced by that. If there is $50 million of money in the transport program that could be reallocated because we don't need it for the Metro or because there are savings to be realised there. I'd actually like to see that spent on other forms of public and active transport improvements. There are quite a few outer suburban areas that could really benefit from improved public transport connections in particular, but also obviously bikeway projects. I'm also mindful that for about $50 million is about what it would cost to make buses and ferries free off-peak for everyone, based on the current patronage numbers. At the peak of the public transport usage prior to the pandemic, it was about $80 million was the cost in terms of having to subsidise the lost revenue of making public transport free off-peak for all Brisbane residents. Currently, the council makes off-peak transport free for seniors, which is a really good start, and obviously the Greens were excited when that idea of ours was taken on. But given the significant drop in patronage numbers since the pandemic, we're actually only getting about $50 million per year in revenue from off-peak fares at the moment, and my understanding is that for about $50 million, we could make buses free for everyone who's travelling outside peak hour. And I think that would have a significant material positive benefit for many people on low incomes and many people who are struggling across the city. Furthermore, it would help reduce the number of people who are driving and draw more patronage back onto buses. And in turn, that would reduce the road maintenance and wear and tear burden, which in turn reduces the costs that we have to spend on upkeep of our road assets. So I think there's probably a case for a deeper debate about the best way to reallocate money that's sitting there in Program 1 and up for grabs, so to speak. But really what this motion and the broader budget debate highlights is that there's so little transparency and so little timely access to information about how money is spent, about the details of where it's spent within programs and services, that it is hard for me as a non-administration councillor to make an informed decision about this stuff. I simply feel like I don't have enough information available to me to ascertain accurately whether the $50 million is available, to ascertain whether it would be best redirected towards another program or redirected within Program 1. It highlights a fundamental failure within this council administration in that councillors aren't actually meaningfully involved in decision-making about the budget. We're brought into this chamber late in the process, we're presented with a completed budget and then told, do you want to vote on it, yes or no? That's not a genuinely participatory democratic process. It's certainly not transparent or accessible for the broader citizenry of the city. And I think in that context, it's a real shame, because Councillor Cassidy here, I think, is doing a good thing by trying to prompt debate about how money could best be allocated. But the lack of time, the lack of information, the lack of opportunities for genuine good faith discussions about how money could be best allocated really robs us of an opportunity to get the best outcomes for the city. Instead, I'm sure this will just be voted down by the administration and we'll lose that opportunity. I would like to see a more meaningful discussion about these ideas, and I would like to see a very different approach to how the budget is drafted, which includes councillors more meaningfully from the outset. And I would certainly like to see more detailed figures published in terms of how the money for the Metro is being used, because it's very opaque. We have to ask lots of questions. It's like drawing blood from a stone to get any detailed information, which makes it impossible to decide and accurately ascertain whether money is being used efficiently or not.
Further debate?
Point of order.
Oh, point of order, Councillor Johnson.
On a procedural issue, Mr Deputy Chair, I've just been emailed through the running sheet, which does include adoption of part of the annual plan, which seems to be somewhat problematic, because the meeting's local law, section 71(1)(b) and 1A is relevant here as well. 1A notes that there should be 2 days for debate on the budget program. The Lord Mayor, by changing the budget, has changed what is within the budget, and we've been told very clearly that the annual plan or annual operations plan, it's variously described, does not form part of the budget. So under section 71(1)(b), the annual plan or annual operation plan should be debated on a third day in accordance with section 71(1)(b), as it no longer forms part of the budget. The motion that you've just sent through to us includes adoption of the annual plan, which is contrary to the rules of procedure under section 71.
Councillor Johnston, I've had the benefit of also receiving some advice from the Chief Legal Counsel on this issue of the annual operational plan and the third day. Pursuant to that advice, I'd refer you to section 74(1), which refers to the allocation of 3 days. Section 74(1) refers to Wednesday and Thursday. Section 74(1)(b) has a provision for a third day. But as pursuant to the advice from our Chief Legal Counsel, it is the custom and practice, and it has been for some time, to continue the meeting on the second day. However, should the majority of the chamber so wish, it could do so for the provision of that third day, and so it meets the requirement of section 74(1)(b). But section 74(7) and 8 also refer back to section 74(1)(b) in regards to the guillotining of those processes should the time expire. So I rule your point of order to be invalid.
So just to be clear then about this, because it's not us that's changed the budget. We were only notified about this at lunchtime yesterday. We've been very clearly told the annual operational plan no longer forms part of the budget. So what I don't understand is why on the days that are allocated to debating the budget, we are also now, I think, based on the motion that's in the running sheet that was moved by Councillor Murphy, is very clear about what it's suggesting. It's actually suggesting something that's outside of the scope of what we can debate today. That's the issue that I'm raising. It actually states, and it's that part of the motion that's the problem, and I'll just find it for you. It actually states, subsection 2, I move that for the Transport for Brisbane program, subsection 2, the annual operation plan as set out on pages 71 to 75 be adopted. But the meeting's local law state very clearly that that has to be considered on a different day. Now, certainly I understand what you're saying about custom and practice, but unfortunately the Lord Mayor has completely changed the way the budget is being considered. And I think that you're now asking us to vote on a motion to adopt a plan where we've been told we can't amend it. So we've been told very clearly we can't amend it. We've been told very clearly we can't discuss it. That's the legal advice you sent to us yesterday. But we're being asked to adopt it, but we're being restricted on what we can do with respect to it. So that's the fundamental problem that's been outlined, because the motion before us today is about adopting the annual plan, and yet we're told that's not part of the budget program we're being able to debate. So I think there's a very big problem with the way in which the motion is put forward today.
Councillor Johnston, again, I don't support your point of order. Just one moment, please. The annual operational plan is in the budget. It runs from pages 69 through to page 134.
Sorry for clarity, Chair. As it was described to me by the Chief Legal Counsel yesterday, it might form part of the book, just for clarity purposes, but it doesn't form part of the budget. He described that there are essentially 3 or 4 different books within one book here. So in terms of describing it, I think we should probably not say it's part of the budget. It's certainly in this document, but it isn't part of the budget.
Could I just clarify for yourself, Councillor? So the budget includes the annual budget, which is on page 7 through to page 68, the annual operational plan, pages 69 through to 134, and the resolution of rates and charges, page 135 to 232. If you look in the budget book, following page 232 is the supporting information for 2022-23, and you'll note as you turn the page to 235 in print at the bottom the wording in regards to this being for information purposes only. So the supporting information is not for the purposes of voting, but it is open for debate. But the rest of the budget book is quite clear. And again, And again, councillors, I'd refer you back to the advice from our Chief Legal Counsel, clearly clarifying the point around the opportunity for debate on a third day, and that it is obviously whether it is the intent of the chamber to do so.
So, thank you, Mr Chairman. Point
Councillor
of order.
Johnston.
You've actually hit the nail on the head here when you've said that the budget only goes to page 69. The motion before us
Councillor
today
Johnston, if I could take you back.
goes from page 71 to 75, and it does not form part of the budget. So the issue here is that you're asking us to debate a motion that's been put forward at item 2 that does not form part of the budget, and we can't debate that today.
Councillor Johnston, if I could just take you back to my point.
And you've just told us
To
that
Councillor
that's the case.
Cassidy. So the items in the budget which are for debate, which we are resolving to vote on, is the annual budget, which is on page 7 through to page 68, the annual operational plan 2022-23 from page 69, it does, to 134, and the resolution of rates and charges from 135 to 232. These three documents form the budget. If you then look at the supporting information from 233, it then refers at page 235 in print at the bottom that only this section of the supporting information is for information purposes only, but is open to debate. And again, Councillor Johnston, I can't take this any further with you. The advice from the Chief Legal Counsel...
I think you need to clarify this, because I checked last night and had a conversation with the Chief Legal Officer. He was very clear to me last night that the annual operation plan does not form part of the budget any longer. And again, I raised all of this last night in writing, and it would have been good to resolve it prior to the meeting, but we weren't briefed on any changes to the way the budget's being administered. And there is a concern that I have about the fact that we were very specifically told that the annual plan or the annual operation plan does not form part of the budget any longer. So that's the problem. And can I move an amendment to the annual operations plan? Because we were told we couldn't. We could only move amendments to the programs. Now, we've got that in writing. You sent that to us yesterday. So the problem we've got now is you've told us we can only change part of the budget, not other parts of the budget, that this is not in the budget, but today it is in the budget. So there is a genuine issue around what forms part of the budget because of the secret changes made by the Lord Mayor, not communicated or discussed with councillors, and it needs clarification, because if we can amend other parts of the budget, the advice we were given yesterday is incorrect, and that's formed the basis of the way in which we're proceeding today. So I do believe this needs clarification.
Councillor Hutton, could you move an adjournment for me, please?
Chair, I move for an adjournment for a period of 15 minutes, which commences only when all of the councillors have left the chamber.
Seconded.
Thank you. It's been moved by Councillor Hutton, seconded by the Deputy Mayor, that this meeting of Council be adjourned for 15 minutes, which commences only when all councillors have vacated the chamber and the doors have been locked. All those in favour say aye. Aye. To the contrary, no. The ayes have it. Councillors, I've sought further advice from our Chief Legal Counsel on the points that were raised. Councillor Johnston, there were two specific questions you had. Firstly, around the annual operational plan and whether it is part of the budget. He has confirmed that it is. You made reference to the advice provided to all councillors yesterday. That advice was specifically about the back of the book, which was the supporting information, not in regards to the annual operational plan. So as I stated before, the annual operational plan is part of the budget as per section 74(1)(b). And in regards to the annual operational plan and whether debate and amendment can be made to it, the answer is yes. You are not prohibited from debating and moving an amendment to the annual operational plan during the budget debate period. Now we'll move. Councillor Johnston, point of order.
No.
Oh, no, sorry. Oh, sorry, moving to the amendment?
Yep.
Yes, Councillor Johnston.
Yes, just briefly on the amendment before us today. Unfortunately, the Lord Mayor has created a budget situation that is creating chaos and confusion in the delivery of the 2022-2023 budget. Clearly, we are supposed to be debating the annual plan on Friday. That's what the meeting's local laws say. But unfortunately now, after being told last night it didn't form part of the budget, it apparently forms part of the budget today. I agree with Councillor Cassidy that the way in which the LNP is funding the budget this year is completely inadequate. I am often asked by residents all the time about who should be running the city, who should be Lord Mayor. It comes up quite commonly. And I've always stayed out of it. I have always stayed out of it because there are decisions that people need to make about how... Thank you, I'm fine, thank you. There are decisions people need to make about how they vote at the Lord Mayoral level that are completely different to how they vote at the councillor level. But it is extremely clear to me now that this Lord Mayor does not deserve the people of Brisbane's support, that the LNP and the Lord Mayor have stopped acting in the best interests of the people of the City of Brisbane, and I urge residents to vote them out. There is no better example of how the LNP and the Lord Mayor have absolutely botched the council budget than the program before us today. And I'll say a little bit more on that when the program is debated shortly. But what I will say is this budget needs more amendments. This budget is the wrong budget for the city. This budget fails the people of Brisbane, and I'll talk about that a little bit more in a moment. Now, the problem we have with the amendment before us today is that because of the way in which the Lord Mayor secretly changed the budget, he didn't say anything to any councillors, and on Wednesday when we got the budget book, it was clear there were some very big changes, but there was still no advice. I mean, I got shouted at by the chair for raising it at that time, shouted at. And it's clear that there's been some very big changes. So the only thing that Councillor Cassidy and myself can do now is to try and make changes to the budget that try and improve it. Now, I don't think necessarily money should be coming out of the public and active transport budget other than from the Metro project. And unfortunately, because of the way in which the Lord Mayor secretly changed the budget, we are not allowed to even write that in here because it will be considered an invalid motion. So I just want to be very clearly on the record here that I certainly support more social and affordable housing for the city, and I certainly would agree that the $50 million should be coming out of the Brisbane botched Brisbane Metro project. It's almost doubled in cost to the ratepayers of this city. It sucks so much money, almost $800 million extra out of projects that could otherwise be delivered in our suburbs, and it is not right. So I certainly want to see more money spent on active transport, and I'll be moving my own amendment in a moment. But certainly the Brisbane Metro does not deserve the level of funding that it is getting. It is a botched project, And out of a 1.7 budget allocation, certainly I believe $50 million of that could go to more social and affordable housing. So thank you.
Further debate? Councillor Murphy.
Thank you, Chair. And I can tell you that administration councillors will not be supporting this amendment. We will not be supporting, Acting Chair, a $50 million cut to public transport in this city. And I find this one of the most extraordinary moments in any budget debate that I've ever participated in the 10 years that I've been in this place, to have a Labor leader of the opposition walk in here and ask for a $50 million cut to public transport. And his predecessors would never have done that. Not Councillor Cumming, not Councillor Sutton, not Councillor Dick, not a single one of them would have ever come in here and proposed such a heinous cut, because I thought that public transport was a key fundamental core of Labor's offering in this place. I thought it was part of their team's values to promote and to invest in public transport. And what we see here today is a Labor opposition proposing to rip $50 million out of public transport in this city. And where do they want the money to go to, Chair? Well, just the other day, this is the team that was saying they were going to invest $200 million into public housing in this city, into government housing. That's now been revised down to $50 million. So things move quickly with these guys, Chair. And I wondered why. But I only had to pick up the Courier Mail today to find out what Treasurer Cameron Dick had cut from the housing budget in the state government budget that was announced yesterday. Was it about $50 million, Deputy Mayor? No, it was $61 million. But Councillor Cassidy, you may well just ask for the $61 million rather than the 50.
One moment, Councillor Murphy. Councillor Johnston.
You've made it very clear that we have to be relevant to the budget before us today. Cameron Dick, the state government budget is not relevant to Program 1.
I don't support your point of order, Councillor Murphy.
But of course, Chair, you know, they'll defend their faction leader because they know that they have to. He cannot manage money over there in George Street. So what happens? Once again, as the Lord Mayor said, they see Brisbane City Council as their ATM. They're doing a $61 million cut to government housing. Well, that's okay. We'll just get Councillor Cassidy to walk down to Adelaide Street, move an amendment to the budget in Program 1. We'll take the $50 million out of public transport and we'll put it into building government housing. Oh, but wasn't it $200 million the other day? Yeah, no, it's fine, but we'll just change the number. It's okay. That is exactly what's happened here. And that is because, Chair, we have 54,000 people on the public housing waiting list in this state, which is a deplorable figure, a figure that none of us support, and we wished that the state budget yesterday would have addressed that. Maybe it would have been sensitive to people's concerns, but in fact it cut government housing construction by $61 million. And now we find out what the answer to that is, which is to come in here and to ask Brisbane City Council to make up the shortfall, because all they did was re-announce the 1,200 houses, the pathetic 1,200 houses that they are building. They re-announced that again. We also heard Councillor Cassidy talk about potentially what he would cut from this. Well, he talked about cutting Brisbane Metro, cutting the vehicles themselves. We know in the past he said that he would simply buy more buses to put over Victoria Bridge, which is, again, a fundamental misunderstanding of why we're doing Brisbane Metro in the first place, which is to get those buses out of the CBD and back into the suburbs, which is why we are using high-capacity vehicles. But what Councillor Cassidy fails to realise is that Metro is now a project which is underway, and so much of the project is dependent on those vehicles to work. We're building a depot down at Rochdale for these vehicles with all of the charging infrastructure. We've built charging infrastructure on the busway for these vehicles. We have infrastructure, hard infrastructure that is going in the ground that is now part of a Brisbane Metro solution that is reliant on these vehicles coming. So you cannot cut one part of the project without wasting a lot more money, Councillor Cassidy. And I know that the council officers would have been listening in on your contribution to the debate before, and they would have been terrified that the Labor Party might be in charge after the next election of project management in this city, because if that's how you make decisions on major projects, on $1.7 billion projects, well, how the hell are you going to make decisions on the smaller things? And then finally, just while I wrap up, Chair, This is a team that has apparently done a 180-degree turn on affordable housing and housing affordability. A team that since City Plan 2014 has voted against over 50% of the neighbourhood plans that have come through this place that would have provided more affordable housing for people out there in the suburbs. Apparently supply doesn't matter. Apparently it's only government houses that people want to live in, and they're going to take ratepayer money to build more of them. Well, I guess, I'll tell you what, Councillor Cassidy, you're not going to get much government housing for even $50 million. And I know you wanted to throw $200 million at it the other day, but where does it stop? How much of ratepayers' funds are you going to use to prop up what is the state government's responsibility, the state Labor government that is failing people on housing affordability in an abject fashion? Now, finally, Chair, I just want to talk broadly about public transport cuts. Now, do not forget, the team that has today announced that it is part of their policy platform to cut $50 million from public transport, whinged about the Norman Park Ferry. They said that that the city could not afford to cut a $280,000 annual expense for a ferry that was used by less than one person per trip. They screamed, they carried on, they brought people into this chamber over the Norman Park Ferry. But now they're happy to cut what would be a third of the public transport subsidy in this city. We spend $150 million annually subsidising public transport. He'd like to cut a third of it. He'd like to cut a third of it. So perhaps in his summing up, Chair, he will identify which routes in the city he would like to cut. Will they be in Councillor Cummings' ward? Will they be in Councillor Strunk's ward? Will they be in Councillor Johnson's ward? Will it be personalised public transport? What's it going to be? Because, but if he's going to cut the Metro vehicles, then he's cutting a lot more than $150 million, Chair. He's cutting billions of dollars and wasting billions of dollars on a project that's already underway. So it is incumbent on him, Chair, in his summing up, to explain to us how this is going to work, how he's going to cut this $50 million, where it's going to come from, and he cannot just say, I'm going to cut the Metro Visitor Information Centre, or I'll just cut the waste from the project. He actually needs to put his project management bona fides on the line and tell us, what is the alternative administration of the city going to do? No, this is a big boy pants moment for Councillor Cassidy, Chair. This is where he needs to tell us, this is $50 million, this is not a small amount of money. He needs to tell us how he's going to do it, how he's going to allocate it, where he's going to find it. So I'm going to be really interested in that answer, Mr Chair. But I can tell you what, administration councillors will never support a budget on the run like this to try and bail out the failing State Treasurer Cameron Dick.
Further debate on the amendment? Councillor Cassidy.
Thanks very much, Chair. Wowee. The chair, the chair of the Transport Committee just doesn't get it. It's actually really quite devastating to listen to a very senior member of Civic Cabinet prove a few things to us today in his debate. One, that he doesn't understand the issue of the housing crisis that is gripping our city at the moment, and how council, as the largest local government in Australia, could work with non-government housing providers to provide social and affordable housing. He just doesn't understand that, and as a senior member of Adrian Trina's cabinet, that's very bad. Now, and I suppose that's why that Civic Cabinet came up with the idea of the Airbnb tax as the only solution to the housing affordability crisis. Just to answer some of Councillor Shree's questions, this is the only way in which non-administration councillors can alter the budget. So sure, I would make an argument that we should borrow strategically to deliver things that align with the values and priorities of the people of Brisbane. We just simply can't do that today. So the approach I have taken, Labor council has taken, is to make the argument that the Brisbane Metro project, which was supposed to cost the people of Brisbane $944 million, which is now blown out to $1.7 million, has too much fat in it. It is over-egged and overcooked, and we can find savings. It's like every month goes by, something's added to that project, in secret largely, and we sort of find out about it later when the Lord Mayor does a re-announcement of the same project, but then says, oh, it's instead of 944, it's 1.2, instead of 1.2, it's 1.5, instead of 1.5, it's 1.7 billion. And Councillor Murphy really let the cat out of the bag in his debate just then, because he has now admitted that the entire Brisbane Metro project, the $1.7 billion project, is entirely designed, that whole project is entirely designed around a vehicle design. That's what he just said. He said, because if we alter the vehicle, that we know the Lord Mayor went to the market and said to vehicle providers, you have to make it look like a train, otherwise you don't get a look in. And we know that. That was in the procurement documents that we got access to. So we know that's what the Lord Mayor went to the market and said, if you provide a bus for our busway, you're not going to get a look in. This thing has to look like a train. You have to cover the wheels up, you have to have the slope front on it, you have to have a separate cab. It has to look like a train. That's what the Lord Mayor said to the market. And Councillor Murphy has just confirmed today. He always says things, actually. I do quite appreciate Councillor Murphy because he lets things slip. He doesn't realise what he's saying half the time, I think. He does let things slip out. He does this in the committee and he did in the information sessions too. But what he's let slip here on the public record is that this $1.7 billion project was entirely designed around a vehicle that was meant to not look like a bus. So what we know about those vehicles, which are buses, is that they are costing, for each vehicle, 3 times as much as a locally made articulated bus. Now, for years and years and years, the Lord Mayor said that the congestion issue was from the portal coming out of the South East Busway into the city and connecting to the north, the inner northern busway out to Hurston. Now, we know that was the congestion issue. Because the Victoria Bridge was open to cars, there were many intersections they had to get through, and then they had to enter the King George Square bus station. Now, the infrastructure works. The very, very short tunnel that was turned out to be a very easy engineering project on George Street, and the portal coming into the King George Square busway. Sure, that should be part of the system. That should be part of what we will come to know as Metro. The closing the Victoria Bridge to cars, sure, and fixing up those intersections over between the Cultural Centre and the portal, and get some locally made articulated buses to put high capacity buses on high capacity routes. Now we know the Blue City Glider is, I think, the single most patronised route in the city, and we heard over the last few years to boost the capacity on that network, which we shifted from rigid buses to articulated buses. Well, that should be the next logical step on the South East Busway and the inner northern busway, and by doing that simple thing, now we know that the bus contract with Hess hasn't been signed off yet. We're doing testing. We have the ability to not proceed with that project and to save, in the words of Councillor Murphy, he said billions. Yes. He said billions. If we change the vehicle, he said billions, which again is another hint that this
Cassidy,
entire project...
Your time has expired. I will now put the amendment. All those in favour say aye. Aye. To the contrary, no. The noes have it. Division called by Councillor Cassidy and the Deputy Mayor. Councillors, ayes to my right, noes to my left. Please ring the bells. Councillor Shree, if you're abstaining, if you could, just for the clarity of the clerks, if you could stand with Councillor Johnston, please. Thank you. Clerks, please read the result.
Mr Chair, the noes have it, the voting being 4 in favour, 16 against and 2 abstentions.
The amendment is lost. Please go back to our chairs. Councillor Hutton, the time now being 10:30, could
Yep.
I please have a motion for adjournment?
Perfect. Mr Chair, I move now that we adjourn for a morning tea break, which commences only when councillors leave the chamber.
Seconded.
Moved by Councillor Hutton, seconded by the Deputy Mayor, that council now adjourn for morning tea for 15 minutes, which commences only when all councillors have left the meeting. All in favour say aye. Aye. No, all opposed? The ayes have it. Fifteen. Councillors, we'll now return to the debate for Program 1, Transport for Brisbane. Further debate, Councillor Hutton.
Thank you, Mr Chair. I rise to speak in support of Program 1, Transport for Brisbane. As the Lord Mayor shared on Wednesday, this budget has a defining principle. First and foremost, we must rebuild and recover. For the past 2 years, our residents have faced their fair share of challenges, managing to navigate a 2-year global pandemic with lockdowns, isolation, and embracing the new normal. As a council, we supported with over $220 million worth of fee waivers, reductions and deductions to do what was necessary to support our businesses and communities. This was then followed by the biggest and most damaging floods in our city's history, with an anticipated cost of $505 million to our council. Both situations, in their own way, painful, expensive and unpredictable. It takes genuine leadership to successfully guide our city through these challenges. The strong and responsible management of our budget has been critical in our ability to respond and support our residents. It is with these same values that we've made tough decisions in this budget. While they are tough decisions, they are the right decisions to pause major projects within this portfolio in particular, to prioritise rebuilding and recovery. The alternative is to simply swipe the credit card and rack up unsustainable debt, or simply leave our city in ruin for longer. At the heart of our budget are our residents. Residents who want their beloved city rebuilt in a way that's responsible and resilient. Mr Chair, I want to take you back to the 26th of February. I remember it like it was yesterday, as I'm sure you do too. The rain was relentless. Little did we know that 720 mil of rain would fall in just 4 days. Over those days, we saw more than 23,000 homes and businesses suffer. People like Doug, who saw his newly renovated business at Jindalee get completely destroyed, or Wang Yuan, whose entire 2-storey house in Oxley became the Oxley Creek. The loss of livelihoods, precious belongings, and sadly lives brought a perspective like no other. The silver lining to this devastation was witnessing our community come together at a time when we needed it the most. The resilience, mateship and support shown in helping neighbours, friends and people who'd never met before was priceless. I remember during the chaos, the SES asked if I could help push their raft out into the Brisbane River as they prepared to assist with a rescue. The 5 volunteers hung on as I helped them navigate the boat through the park shelters, exercise.
Councillor Hutton, point of order, Councillor Johnston.
Floods are very, very important, I agree, but this is about transport for Brisbane, so perhaps you could draw the the Speaker back.
Councillor Johnston. Councillor Hutton, if you could.
Point of order, Chair.
Oh, Councillor Hutton, just one. Councillor, point of order, Councillor Murphy.
Will Councillor Hutton take a question?
Councillor Hutton, will you take a question?
Yes.
Councillor Murphy.
Chair, as part of Councillor Hutton's debate on this item, would she reflect on her experience in the floods as it relates to Program 1?
Councillor Hutton. Just a moment, Councillor Hutton.
Point of order.
Councillor Strunk.
Clearly, Councillor Murphy is then going to allow her to speak to the flood recovery, which is not part of this program. So honestly, I just don't see how you can allow that to happen. You have pulled, not you, but another chair has pulled up us from this side and Councillor Johnston for that very infringement of the debate.
Councillor Strunk, if we allow Councillor Hutton to answer the question and ensure that it's relevant to Program 1.
Thank you, Councillor Murphy, for the question. And as you know, my ward was devastated by these impacts of these floods. And no doubt the Transport for Brisbane budget here before us reflects the damage that has been done. And I remember the roar and the speed of the river at Jindalee. It had an array of debris, aluminium roofs, bins, boats, pontoons, all headed down the river like missiles.
Point of order.
Councillor Hutton. Councillor Johnston, point of order.
Thank you. Just again, relevance. This is Transport for Brisbane. The river absolutely can be debated in other portfolios related to the floods, but this is about transport, and I'd appreciate it if you could, as you said you wanted to do at the beginning, be relevant, because I don't want to stand up later and be told I can't speak on something if this is what you're going to allow here. So I'm just asking, you said you wanted it to be relevant. Is that going to be the case or not?
Point of order, Councillor.
I just note that Service 1.1.3.1, providing active transport infrastructure, has a line item about the Feb 22 flood damage. And also in Service 1.2.1.1, there's Feb 22 flood damage to ferries and ferry terminals. So maybe the relevance is... Thank you for the interruption, Councillor Johnston. What I was going to say was maybe it has to do with upstream devastation for the ferry terminals.
I note your point of order, Councillor McLaughlin. Sorry, Councillor Mackay. Sorry, Councillor Mackay. Councillor Hutton, if I could bring you back to Program 1, please.
Thank you, Mr Chair, and I am reflecting on the debris and the damage that is caused to our transport network. And the impact of this debris caused a severe amount of damage to our city. Of the 396 kilometres of off-road bikeways in Brisbane, more than 200 kilometres were impacted. The Kedron Brook Bikeway through Stafford and the Grange was unrecognisable, with floodwaters gouging out craters into the brook's banks and destroying large sections of our concrete pathways and infrastructure. Coringal Drive Bridge at Jindalee, a major thoroughfare for pedestrians and cyclists wishing to access the Centenary Highway, sustained major damage. Wild conditions and intense force of debris caused a city cat to break free from its moorings. Then she was subsequently hit by a houseboat, and the impact of the collision caused severe damage to the vessel, and unfortunately it could not be saved. Several ferry vessels sustained damage, with 5 needing repairs before they could return to service. Damage was sustained to 8 ferry terminals. In addition to all of this damage was impacts to our transport network, including lights, signage, fencing and bollards across the entire network. Literally billions of dollars worth of damage in this portfolio alone. This budget invests in rebuilding and recovering rebuilding and recovering these impacted assets and services. But not only are we focused on rebuilding, we are seeking betterment opportunities to build a more resilient city. Mr Chair, as the River City, we know how much our locals and tourists love our ferry network, which was severely damaged in the floods. Council's priority since February has been working towards a swift and safe recovery of existing ferry net infrastructure and services. It was an incredible achievement to see these services back up and running within only 90 days after this devastating event. And our council teams have worked incredibly hard to inspect and repair our terminals as quickly as possible. In this budget, we will invest $27.6 million, restoring our ferry network and repairs anticipated to be completed in late 2022. A stark contrast from the efforts after 2011, where Ferry Terminals literally took years to come back online. In addition to the repair work on terminals, we will be completing the construction of our 6th next-generation CityCat later this year. This is part of Council's Ferry Fleet Replacement Program, which is centred around delivering safer and more modern vessels with a better passenger experience. Mr Chair, our administration believes in public transport, and that's why we're continuing to invest in our existing bus network. In a typical year, Transport for Brisbane moves more than 80 million passengers across our city. Council has over 1,250 buses, and we remain committed to updating our fleet so it's comfortable, sustainable and accessible for all people of Brisbane. We have been progressively replacing older vehicles with lower emission diesel engines, which improve air quality across the city and provides a more modern fleet for travellers. We'll also remain committed to continuing to fund the popular blue and maroon city gliders, which have a combined carriage of 2.46 million commuters each year. And with state approval, we hope to bring online the Gold City Glider to take commuters from Hamilton to Wollongabba. Mr Chair, we remain unapologetic about our focus on the suburbs. The new norm in a post-COVID world has seen many locals working from home and spending more time in the suburbs. Our particular priority is improving safety around schools, because as a parent, I know that our children are among the most vulnerable users of our transport network. This year, we're spending $1 million on improving footpaths around schools, while also investing in our active travel, school and cycling programs. Over the last year, more than 18,500 students have embraced active travel in their school communities, with almost half of these participating students walking, riding, scooting, taking public transport or car sharing on a weekly active travel day. The program has delivered training and education for bike and scooter skills, as well as bus education sessions. This portfolio also delivers the Cycling Brisbane program, providing free events, free skills workshops and information to make it easier for everyone to choose to ride a bike in the city. This year, they have provided over 245 free bike riding skills workshops and guided rides across the city to help people develop their skills they need to ride more often. Locals in my community love this program, and I can see why. I took my own kids to a session and it was just so valuable. They were taught how to wear their helmet correctly, bike basics and how to ride safely. Programs like this are an important component in making our residents more confident in using active transport methods. Mr Chair, we owe it to the people of Brisbane to ensure we build infrastructure that's necessary to cater for a growing city, while improving the city's livability for all residents, regardless of where they live. The Schrinner Council's Green Bridges program will change the way we move around our city and provide iconic infrastructure. The investment we are making will make it even easier to get around our city on foot, bike or scooter, or by connecting people with public transport. It will get residents home quicker and safer, with less congestion and providing more travel options for visitors to Brisbane. The Kangaroo Point Bridge will span 470 metres with an elegant single-mast cable-stayed structure designed to complement the city's skyline while providing a variety of places to pause and take in the expansive river and city views. Green bridges at Kangaroo Point and Breakfast Creek have now been awarded and are expected to be complete construction in early 2024. These bridges will change the dynamic of our city, improve access and connectivity between residential living, employment and activity centres. As Councillor Murphy shared, it is only with our experienced team we are able to deliver transport measures to take our city to the next level. It is through this budget we can rebuild and recover while also looking forward to the future. I commend this program to the Chamber.
Further debate? Councillor Shree.
Thanks, Chair. I rise to speak on Program 1 annual budget. I must say I'm not going to be supporting this item, and when I say I'm not supporting it, that's not because I object to some of the good stuff that is funded under this program, and there certainly are some really valuable projects and services that receive funding here, but I'm voting against it because there are many more essential projects and services which are not receiving the funding they need under this program, and I'm very disappointed that the council isn't progressing some of those other projects. It was interesting to hear talk yet again about the record spend on transport, and I mean, it stands to reason that in an economy with rapidly rising costs and inflation and higher prices to acquire land and higher revenue coming from rates, etc., of course, everything's going to be a record spend. And Councillor Murphy knows that. He knows that when he's accusing the other side of the chamber of spin and weasel words that...
Oh, point of order, Chair.
Point of order, Councillor.
Claim to be misrepresented.
Sure. I'll withdraw that if it saves a bit of time. But the point here is, like, everything in the budget is going to be a record spend because the overall costs are increasing. What we actually have to look at is the details of what's being delivered. And unfortunately, the reality is that in terms of the transport budget, there are fewer new projects being delivered than I think in any year that I can remember, with the exception of the Brisbane Metro. There's no new bikeway projects at all, and the much celebrated green bridges, particularly the one from West End to Toowong, has been postponed. And what I find really frustrating is that there's a big mismatch in spending between the amount that the council is spending on public and active transport versus the amount the council is spending on road infrastructure to carry more cars. And that's really what I'm fundamentally concerned about here, is that this council, although it talks the talk about, oh, we want people to have the freedom to travel around the city in whatever manner they most prefer, actually the council's spending priorities continue to make it harder for people to walk and ride and catch the bus, while making it easier and easier for people to drive. So the council has been very deliberate in continuing to support more people to drive more often and to drive further. And that decision is reflected here in this budget program. So I think it's also worth pointing out that while the Brisbane Metro is quite a big spend, a lot of that money is money that's been rolled over or that hasn't been spent in previous years. So when we talk about a record spend, again, it's a record spend partly because you didn't spend it a couple of years ago when you first planned to spend it. But partly it's also money from other levels of government. So when you look closely at what council itself is actually funding from rates, revenue and infrastructure charges that council collects, there is very little in this budget that council itself is funding in terms of public and active transport infrastructure. What is getting funded is largely coming from federal and state government grants. And I do share Councillor Murphy's criticisms that the state government hasn't invested anywhere near enough in public and active transport, and I'm equally critical of the state government. But in terms of this budget, there are a lot of missed opportunities. I do think one of the problems that council continues to run into is that we are telling ourselves that we don't have the money to do this stuff, when actually investing in public transport and active transport saves money. And I think that the transport planners and the officers in council know that. They understand that if they improve bus services, if they improve pedestrian crossings, if they make it easier and safer for people to ride, etc., that will take cars off the road. And taking cars off the road saves us huge amounts of money in terms of road maintenance and resurfacing, in terms of the cost of congestion, in terms of managing the demand for wider roads, etc., etc. So when the council is saying, oh, we don't have the money to improve public and active transport infrastructure, what that amounts to is saying, well, we're going to have to keep spending more and more and more on ongoing road maintenance. And it is telling, I think, that in this year's council budget, though, there's actually less money available for some of that stuff as well, and we're falling further behind where we need to be. So I think it's annoying that the debate rules don't permit me to go into detail about where I think the money should come from. I think there are a range of opportunities, from debt-funded infrastructure to increasing rates and levies on certain kinds of land uses, to introducing higher fees, etc., on private car parks. But I'm not really allowed to go into detail on that stuff. But what I do think we need to do is recognise that the more money we spend on public and active transport infrastructure, the more it will save the city in the long term. I think one issue that's particularly important for residents of my electorate, but indeed for a lot of residents who live along the river, is the failure to invest sufficiently in our ferry terminals. And obviously the floods have been a big hit and have caused a lot of damage that needs to be repaired. But by delaying investment in new terminals or replacement terminals, such as the Dockside Terminal or the new West End ferry terminal on the western side of West End, by not funding those ferry terminals and that new infrastructure, you're creating a situation where more and more people are going to continue driving. We watched a few years ago when the council spent over $100 million widening a stretch of Lytton Road, and already that corridor is just as congested as it ever was before the widening. And partly that's because the public transport services and the ferry services from the eastern suburbs are so suboptimal. And we're seeing a similar problem along Montague Road in West End, where failure to invest in a new ferry terminal for the western side of the Kurilpa Peninsula means more and more people are driving in and out of that dense and rapidly growing suburb. So the council has made a political decision that it will continue to fund road widening projects, it will continue to fund intersection expansions, while failing to sufficiently invest in public transport infrastructure and services. I've talked previously about the importance of lowering fares, and that's something that I think the state government should be contributing to as well, but I do think the council has an opportunity to introduce free off-peak fares for all transport users, and that would have a significant positive benefit to the city in terms of reducing the number of people who are driving and encouraging more people back onto public transport. But the council should also be introducing new routes if the state government isn't willing to fund them. And I condemn in the strongest possible terms the state government's failure to increase funding for public transport, and particularly new bus routes. But considering the dire situation we're in, I think the council does need to step up and say, look, we're going to have to fund some more of these services ourselves, which is an unfortunate position to be in. But the other piece of the puzzle, I think, is that the costs of some of this local active transport infrastructure in particular are unnecessarily high and are inflated because the council administration is reluctant to take too much space away from cars or to slow down cars. So as a really practical example, if you're designing new bike lanes for the city, the width of the barriers that separate the bike lanes from the car lanes have to be a lot wider if the speed environment on the road is higher. So if you have to have a 60-kilometre-an-hour road, then you have to have wider barriers than if the speed limit is only 30 or 40 kilometres an hour. So there are many small examples like that in different aspects of the design process, where the council officers are saying, well, look, if we could just drop this road speed limit to 40 kilometres an hour, then we would have the room for bike lanes because the barriers wouldn't have to be so wide. But the council's own congestion reduction unit team and some of those car nuts in the engineering department are saying, no, we can't drop the speed limit, and therefore we don't have room for the separated bike lanes, and therefore we can't do anything to improve cycling safety on X or Y corridor. So there's a problem there in terms of how we balance the needs of different modes of transport, but we also see this embodied in where council has been building particularly bikeway infrastructure over the last few years. And the council, because it didn't want to take away street parking or take away a lane of general traffic along major road corridors, made a strategic choice to direct more commuter bikeways and build more commuter bikeway infrastructure along low-lying creek corridors. And we see the results of that with the damage to infrastructure like the Kedron Brook Bikeway. That is council's fault. I'm not going to point at a specific particular political party. I'm simply saying the council made a mistake because instead of putting bikeways along the major roads, it's put so much investment into corridors and bikeway links that are extremely prone to flooding and to flood disruption. And if the council keeps doing that, we're going to keep seeing these bikeways flooded, and every time there's a flood or a really severe storm event, we're going to have to spend more and more money upgrading and repairing this infrastructure. Finally, I'll point out that I do accept the argument from the Labor councillors that the Metro project probably has involved a bit of waste and misspending, and I think that's inevitable with any mega project. Some of those stations have been redesigned so many times, above ground, below ground, above ground. I can imagine that millions of dollars have been spent on designing and redesigning alone, and that's a problem with the way mega projects are planned, rather than focusing money on localised investment that will deliver better outcomes for people in their communities.
Thank you, Acting Chair. Thank you. I rise to speak about Program 1, Transport for Brisbane. It's no secret that the only way you can reduce congestion and increase tourism opportunities for our city is to invest in public transport, and that is exactly what the Schrinner Council administration is doing. Let me read an excerpt from the budget book this year, under Outcome 1.1, titled, Where We Want to Be. Council will grow the uptake of active travel as part of an active, healthy and sustainable lifestyle. Brisbane's interconnected network of pathways, bikeways and associated facilities will enable people of all ages and abilities to take active travel choices. Council will advocate for greater use of shared e-mobility devices and will partner with other levels of government and industry to further develop Brisbane's e-mobility opportunities. Council recognises and explores the potential freight and tourism opportunities associated with active transport infrastructure, supporting prosperous and a well-connected city. Well, this sums up exactly why the Shrinner Council has invested the largest amount in public transport, $765 million, or roughly 1/5 of this year's total budget. Because we want our city to be better connected. We want our tourists to get around our city and support our small and medium-sized businesses, to enjoy our culture and our destinations. I remember when I was backpacking around London, in particular, London, and during my stay I'd often spend $10 to $15 catching the tube or other public transport. Well, Brisbane City Council, we offer a free city loop. Now, before you think that Brisbane is smaller than London, it's also bloody hot and very humid for a large part of the year. So we don't want our we don't want our Northern Hemisphere tourists to be walking that 10-minute walk in 35-degree heat. By saving on public transport, we're encouraging our tourists to invest in our small businesses. We're saving their taxi fares or their public transport fares. Over the past few years, we have heard from councils around our state that they are struggling to fund basic infrastructure, to fund bikeways, because their federal and state government aren't keeping up with the growth or inflation. They're leaving councils to figure out how they're going to support their residents. They're figuring out how they're going to balance their budget. And it's not easy. You can't just say you're going to rob Peter to pay Paul. Because who wants one of their bus routes to be cancelled? Who wants one of their bikeways to be cancelled? No one here, I can certainly assure you. We're all fighting to get our fair share of what we would like to see for our residents in our wards. It's because of our tough love approach to our budget over the past 17 years, we've never gone into debt and we've always been able to back our suburbs. Imagine if we slipped into debt during COVID. Imagine the dire effects it would have had on our city in the past year when our city saw the worst flooding event in history, on our city's ferry network, our bikeways, and so much more was destroyed. On this side of the chamber, we will always stick to our core values of delivering a balanced budget that delivers for the people of Brisbane. One that delivers core public transport infrastructure and looks for new and exciting opportunities, such as our scooters. Where else in the world can you hire a scooter or jump on a double-decker city cat to view our city? And I'd almost argue it's better at night. Now, out in Doughboy Ward this year, we saw an extension to the Manipu Bikeway from Wynnum Road to Creek Road. This bikeway was a huge win for my local residents, as previously locals had to cross 6 very busy, not signalised intersections coming in and out of the Cannon Hill Shopping Centre, a Bunnings and a Homemaker Centre. It was almost impossible to cross, especially on the weekends, via foot or bike, and especially with children. I know I had my heart in my chest pumping with my kids whenever I tried to cross. This vital link will allow our community to safely access the Murray Recreation Reserve, which is about to get an enormous cycling upgrade. It will also connect to our new Manipu Golf Course, which is going to be another major attraction for out in Doughboy Ward and our city. And just a general Cannon Hill Shopping Centre. I'm very excited to open this new Manipu Bikeway with my federal colleague Ross Faster over the coming weeks, and I thank him for funding from the LRCI to help deliver this project. In this year's budget, we also see another major investment for bikeways out in Doughboy Ward, over $500 million to better connect the old and new Manipu Bikeway along Wynnum Road. Currently, it butts up to Wynnum Road, and it's the old-style 1.2 metre wide footpath. The proposed 2.5 metre shared pathway will again provide a safer connection for locals walking or scooting between the old and new Manipu Bikeway and Wynnum Road. It's a crucial connector and one I'm very excited to deliver. I'm also excited, over the weekend I let the Manipu Park Run know about the new improvements coming to around the lake there. It's an extremely important part of the Manipu Bikeway, which goes from Mansfield all the way up to Murray, and currently the park run is cancelled probably 15 times this year from flooding. So investment into the park run loop was a huge win for my local community. There are so many great and exciting opportunities coming up right across our city, delivered in this year's budget, and I commend Program 1 to the Chamber.
Thank you, Councillor. Further debate? Councillor Johnston.
Yes, I rise to speak on Program 1 in the budget. And just to put on the record, the LNP councillors seem to think that there is some money in this budget for specific programs, which clearly is no longer the case. The budget is actually page 20. That's it. And it'll be really interesting to watch the Lord Mayor now secretly cut projects without even bothering to bring them here to the council chamber. And the outcome of this budget today really lessens the transparency and accountability of budget allocations in the City of Brisbane. And the Lord Mayor did all this secretly. He didn't have the courtesy to consult or brief councillors about the changes to the budget. He didn't have the courtesy to send us some advance warning about the changes so we understood what was happening. Even when this was raised by me last Wednesday, he didn't have the courtesy to explain it. So this Lord Mayor either is incompetent because he doesn't understand what he's changed in his own budget before us today, or he has been tricky and secretly kept these changes from councillors rather than engaging in respectful and open debate about how the budget of this city is delivered. Because there's $4 billion in this budget, and there are essentially about 8 pages that account for how that money is to be spent. Now, one of them is the Transport for Brisbane project. There is, in fact, $545 million in capital investment, $165 million of income, expenses of $224 million, and a loss of $59 million to be expected this year. And as we've heard from some of the other speakers so far, this public and active transport budget is an absolute and epic fail. There are no new buses being delivered. There are no new bikeways being delivered. There are, and even the Lord Mayor's signature project that he announced in his own speech, the Gold City Glider, there is $0 allocated in this budget to forward that initiative. Now, I tweeted some of these things out as we were going through the transport information requests last week, and the Deputy Mayor wasn't at these meetings, so I appreciate that she may have been uninformed about this, but she's tried to imply that somehow this is a funded project by council. It's not. It is absolutely not. It's just this absolute sort of, I'm going to propose a busway for which there's been no consultation. Let's be clear about this. The Lord Mayor's gone, yep, it's going to go from here to here, and this is what you're going to have. And then he sent it up the road to George Street and said, yep, you've got to fund it. So no consultation with the people of Brisbane about our bus network. Every single other councillor in this place is told, no, we're not changing the bus network because we're doing Metro and we're doing a big network review. It'll be done during the review, because I've been lobbying for years and years to have the 196 extended into Yeronga for a better bus service. No, councillor, you'll be able to make submissions when the bus network review is done. Not the Lord Mayor, though. When he decides he wants to do something, he just goes, boom, I'm creating a whole new bus network. There's no consultation on it. No one gets any say in it. I'm not going to fund it, and I'm going to send it up the road to George Street. That is not good enough. That's what the Transport Chairman's doing. That's the agenda that he's facilitating. That's what he's doing behind the scenes, not contributing to better bus services in the suburbs. but contributing to their own agenda for their own tricky political purposes. No money. The Lord Mayor's signature bus announcement this year, and there is not a single cent towards it. And it doesn't go in the right location either. But is he going to change that and perhaps, listen to the people of Brisbane? No. It's been made very clear to us that you don't get consulted. The business case is done. No one gets any say in it. And now he'll spend the next, when's the next state election? 2 years attacking the state government for not funding a project that he's not consulted anybody about, that he's not prepared to fund, but he says somebody else should do. And that is exactly the way in which this public and active transport program is being delivered. Because the other thing that's absolutely not happening again this year in the Public and Active Transport Committee is footpaths around the city. So last year it was a bit of a shock, I think, to Councillor Murphy, because he very clearly told us there are, no new footpaths other than the safer pathways to school. And it's the same this year. This year he had a piece of paper though. He pulled out a piece of paper when I asked the same question. And he tried to say, well, all the new footpaths are in program 6. And his deputy mayors tried to back him up on this and say, well, all the new footpaths are in program 6. No, they're not. Program 6 fixes footpaths, and when we get to program 6, which we never do, we're not going to get an opportunity to talk about it. There are no new footpaths. That's where footpaths are fixed and replaced. And out my way, we've got hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of them that are waiting to be fixed. There's not enough money in program 6, and there's absolutely not enough money in program 1 for new footpaths. There are 18 new footpaths in the active transport component of this budget. Now, there are 2 green bridges that are coming forward, neither of them anywhere near me. Only half of what the Lord Mayor said he was going to do. After all the bravado when he became Lord Mayor, I think it was the day he became Lord Mayor, and then for the next few days, we'll go it alone, we'll build all these green bridges. Over and over again he said, we're going to do this. Well, no you're not, Lord Mayor. Here's another signature project that can't be delivered because the Lord Mayor's cut it. So let me put on the record this. There is, in a budget of $545 million, there is one new project for Tennyson Ward. And that happens to be a $41,000 footpath adjoining Graceville State School. There is a refuge, actually that might even be in program 2, but this is the 3rd year that funding's been carried over. One refuge at Chelmer, it's been in 3 consecutive budgets. Now, I've been sent another piece of paper saying it's happening this year, but this will be the 3rd year that this council hasn't been able to build one refuge on an avenue at Chelmer. The only other ongoing projects in my ward are obviously the few bus services that we have, which aren't very many and aren't very good, other than the 196, which actually is quite good, but needs to be extended out to Yeronga. But there is a huge problem with the lack of buses in my ward. And for those LNP councillors out there who want to criticise themselves, like I think Councillor Hutton did earlier, about they didn't fix the ferries up fast enough after 2011. I think they've forgotten that they were actually in charge in 2011, and it's the same people sitting here that didn't fix the ferries up. In fact, the Deputy Mayor might even have been in charge of fixing up things back then. He may have been the infrastructure chair back then, if I might be guessing right. It might have, yeah, it would have been. It would have been actually Adrian Swinner responsible. So it's nice to get a bit of friendly fire, I guess, from your own side on these things. But I think the biggest issue we've got here is that this administration is not funding projects in the suburbs. They are not investing in the necessary and critical infrastructure for active travel. and it is shocking to see the state of footpaths. I came across some on the weekend. The bitumen is that old where they've been patched up but never replaced. I think it'll be years, and I look forward to putting those questions on notice to find out when these patches were done, but the footpath, which leads to a train station, was never fixed. So the failure of this administration to fix footpaths is appalling, and we'll talk about that again a bit later. But the failure to build new footpaths in this city is just shocking. The Suburban Enhancement Fund, which is in a whole other program, so technically I'm not being relevant, but both the Deputy Mayor and the Active Travel Chair say, oh, well, you've got all that money in your trust funds. That's got to fund footpaths, park upgrades, playgrounds, community sporting clubs, community facilities,
Councillor Johnston,
and
your
roads.
time has expired.
Not enough.
Further debate? Councillor Huang.
Thank you, Mr. Acting Chair. I rise to speak on Programme 1 of the 2022-2023 Trina Council Budget on Transport for Brisbane. Mr. Acting Chair, this year is an exciting year in Brisbane's public transport history with the arrival of the pilot metro vehicle. These vehicles are currently under extensive testing to make sure this vehicle will meet the most stringent criteria in Brisbane's subtropical climate. Mr. Acting Chair, Brisbane Metro will deliver an all-electric, high-capacity turn-up-and-go public transport system designed to link the city to the suburbs. The Metro will operate along the dedicated busways from Emerald Plains to Roma Street and Royal Brisbane and Women's Hospital to University of Queensland. The Metro is designed to address congestion bottlenecks and meet the demand for frequent and reliable travel to the inner city, providing capacity for future growth. Not only will Metro help reduce congestion, traveling on the Metro will be incredibly simple with turn-up-and-go services, operating 24 hours on the weekend, no timetables needed. The all-electric vehicles will be zero tailpipe emissions to support a cleaner and greener Brisbane. Subject to approvals, the first fully electric high-capacity Metro vehicle will commence operation from 2023 with completion of Stage 1 by 2024. Mr. Acting Chair, in the 2021-2022 financial year, we saw several major project milestones achieved. We completed the design and manufacture of the pilot metro, and the Australian first battery electric pilot metro arrived in Brisbane and commenced extensive testing. Charging infrastructure was installed and tested at Counter Street to support the operation of the pilot metro. This financial year also saw the start of major construction at a number of sites across the city. In the CBD, works commenced on the Adelaide Street Tunnel at both North Quay and King George Square. At South Brisbane, early works were completed with major construction just around the corner. And we began working at the Brisbane Metro Depot and Ernest Roundabout. We progressed our design work on the Cultural Centre Station, Buranda Busway Station, Griffith University Station, Greenslopes Station, and end-of-trip charging facilities for Counter Street at Petrie Terrace, and Ernest Roundabout at the Royal Brisbane and Women's Hospital. We completed the final phase of procurement for the project with the Brisbane Metro Management System and systems integration packages, and opened the state-of-art Brisbane Metro Information Centre on Adelaide Street. In 2021-2022, Brisbane Metro was also recognized with a Special Recognition Award in the Operational and Technological Excellence category of the Union Internationale des Transports Publics, sorry, I think that's French, International Awards. Mr. Acting Chair, in this new financial year, we will continue our testing program for the pilot metro, and if successful, place the initial fleet order for the remaining 59 vehicles. We will keep working on our major infrastructure sites in the CBD, South Brisbane and Hurston, and start major works at Buranda, UQ Lakes, Griffith University, and the Victoria Bridge strengthening works. We will commence community consultation on a draft bus network and continue to work collaboratively with project partners and Transport for Brisbane to develop a readiness schedule to support program handovers and operationalize the project. Mr. Acting Chair, the suburb of Rochdale in the McGregor ward is proud to be the home of Brisbane Metro, with the Metro depot located strategically on a site along South East Freeway, which provides opportunities for future extensions further south. Mr. Acting Chair, major construction is now underway for the state-of-the-art Metro depot facility in Rochdale. Earthworks are currently being completed, including in-ground service works, construction of retaining walls, and connections to the busway. Over 10 hectares, the Metro depot will be home to our 60 Brisbane Metro vehicles with room to grow, and will be one of the most advanced depots in Australia. In February 2021, we awarded the contract to construct the depot to Adco Constructions. In mid-2021, we commenced early works, including earthworks. These works are ongoing and are expected to be completed later this year. Main construction works will then commence on the site facilities. This work that is supporting up to 170 local jobs, with majority from local Brisbane and Southeast Queensland companies. The depot will feature 5 ends of rail chargers, which will recharge the vehicle in under 6 minutes, as well as 60 plug-in chargers. It will also be green, a leading example of a 5 Green Star design, including a photovoltaic system targeting 1 megawatt of solar energy per year. Our depot solar system will produce enough electricity to power over 280 Brisbane homes annually and avoid carbon emissions equivalent to taking over 500 cars off the road each year. The site will also harvest rainwater to use as well as recycled water as part of the Brisbane Metro vehicle washing facility. The depot will not only be home to our Metro vehicles, but also provides offices and facilities for drivers and our transport for Brisbane officers. Mr. Acting Chair, Metro is a game changer for our city's public transport system. And whilst the McGregor ward enjoys being the home of the Brisbane Metro and having 2 stations, the Metro will definitely have a citywide impact, especially to our city's CBD. The Brisbane City Centre is the major economic centre for Queensland and supports a growing commercial, retail, entertainment, government services, tourism, and residential mix of activities. Major inner-city development projects, including Cross River Rail, Brisbane Metro, Queen's Wharf, Howard Smith Wharves, and the new performing arts venue will further strengthen the role of the city centre in the Brisbane and Queensland economy. The development of an active, accessible, and sustainable city centre transport network will be essential to the future viability and success for the city centre. This project will focus on Adelaide Street as it is a vital public transport corridor, a busy pedestrian thoroughfare, and one of Brisbane's iconic city boulevards. It forms part of our city centre's retail heart and is home to some of our most cherished civic spaces. Council has released a draft vision for Adelaide Street's evolution into a walkable, tree-lined boulevard, weaving together retail and key civic spaces with a world-class public transport experience. Construction of city's Brisbane Metro project provides the opportunity to deliver improvements to Adelaide Street, including pedestrian and streetscape upgrades. Over the next years, planning will be finalized for works on this important inner city boulevard to commence in line with the Brisbane Metro works along Adelaide Street. Mr. Acting Chair, Brisbane Metro is a project that will have a permanent impact of our city's public transport system and commuter behaviour. I would like to commend the Lord Mayor and Councillor Murphy for their leadership in delivering this project in this time of great global challenges. I commend the programme to the Chamber.
Further debate?
Point of order.
Point of order. Councillor Johnston.
Thank you. Yes, I move that Council allocate $750,000 from the proposed 2022-23 capital budget within Program 1, page 22. A new pedestrian refuge at the corner of Park Road and Verney Road East, Graceville, a zebra crossing on the corner of Appel Street and Verney Road East, Graceville, outside Graceville Rail Station, installation of a green walk signal on the slip lane at the corner of Eckerburn Road and Ipswich Road, Annerley, and installation of a green walk signal on the slip lane at the corner of Annerley Road and Noble Street.
Seconded.
An amendment has been moved by Councillor Johnston, seconded by Councillor Cassidy, that the motion be amended to. Just get a copy. Thank you.
Thank you.
I'll just read it first, Councillor. I move that Council allocate $750,000 from the proposed 2022-23 capital budget within Program 1, page 22, a new pedestrian refuge at the corner of Park Road and Venner Road East, Graceville, a zebra crossing at the corner of Appel Street and Verney Road East, Graceville, outside Graceville Rail Station, installation of a green walk signal on the slip lane at the corner of Eckerburn Road and Ipswich Road, Anley, and installation of a green walk signal on the slip lane at the corner of Anley Road and Noble Street. Councillor Johnston.
Point of order, Mr Chair.
Point of order.
Can I just seek a ruling from you that it's acceptable to accept resolutions for amendment from people who've already concluded their comments on a program debate?
Yes, Councillor Wines. As the just one moment, please. Councillor Wines, under section 40, there is provision for amended motions in regards to motions and amendment to motions to be able to provide other motions. Councillor Johnston.
Yep, thank you.
Point of order, Chair.
Sorry, point of order.
Chair,
Councillor
I just referring to the wording of the motion, allocate $750,000 from the proposed 2022-23 capital budget within Program 1, page 22, but it doesn't specify destination program, so I'd seek your ruling that this amendment is incompetent.
Councillor Johnston, can you provide a point of clarification? Is this within the same program area? As it is within the same program area, according to the advice of the Chief Legal Counsel, it can be allowed. Councillor Johnston.
Thank you, Mr Chairman.
Point of order, Mr Chair.
Order to you, Councillor Wines.
The items listed are more relevant for program 2, and can I encourage the councillor to withdraw her resolution and propose it in the relevant program area 2, please? And I suppose subsequent I seek a ruling as to the relevance of this particular resolution, as it should really come in the next program area.
Councillor Johnston, as to Councillor Wines' comments in regards to what you're proposing, these improvements are in program 2 unless you can specify otherwise.
Yes, thank you, Mr Chairman. Program 1, Transport for Brisbane, talks about creating a modern, sustainable, public and active transport system. The amendments that I've put forward today relate to creating those active transport links, and they can certainly be funded under Program Outcome 1.1, but I don't believe that I have to specify where in the budget it comes from, again, based on the advice of the Chief Legal Counsel, but certainly 1.1 of the budget relates to active transport, and that is to provide safe, convenient and connected pathways, bikeways, on and off road infrastructure, traffic lights are on and off road, as a zebra crossing, to enable residents to move around the city easily. So certainly I don't see how a zebra crossing and a green walk signal is anything other than meeting the objections of the Transport for Brisbane purposes.
So in accordance with the advice from the Chief Legal Counsel, an allocation of money can be moved from the program area under debate, which is program 1, which has been stipulated, and then can be moved either to the existing program area or to another program area. Councillor Johnston has confirmed that that this is being allocated to program 1, and so the motion stands. Councillor Johnston.
Anybody else? No? Good. Excellent. All right. So the motion I'm moving today is one that I've moved in previous years, so I don't know that it's such a big shock to Councillor Wines and Councillor Murphy. I've been at it for several years to try and improve active travel around Tennyson Ward. And thank you, Councillor Strunk. It's interesting, isn't it, that the goals of Transport to Brisbane, Transport for Brisbane before us today, include active travel, but both the active travel chair and the infrastructure chairman don't think that we should be funding zebra crossings and green walk signals as part of our commitment to delivering safe and reliable active travel for Brisbane residents. And I think that's just a little bit disappointing myself. Now, there is funding, there is some $545 million in funding in this program, and the amendment before us today is asking for a tiny, tiny amount of that, some $750,000, to be allocated to 4 small projects that will improve safety around my ward for pedestrians and cyclists. Now, that includes a new pedestrian refuge at the corner of Park Road and Verney Road, East Graceville. That's right outside Graceville Rail Station. This dates back almost a decade, this project, when Pat Chin, who was the relevant council engineer that looked after my ward, told me that once the state government had finished their station upgrade, council would put in a safe crossing point across Appel Street. Now, council's never done it. They've never done it. It's sitting up there in the bottom drawer somewhere, lost. It would cost nothing for council to fund a zebra crossing at this location, but it would significantly improve the safety of commuters getting to the rail station, residents who are out walking, who use the underpass under Graceville Rail Station, and children who are going to both Graceville State School and Christ the King, which are nearby. Every day, thousands of people cross this street and there is no safe crossing point. So I actually think that it not only meets but exceeds the objectives of Transport for Brisbane. And I'm so disappointed that the Chair of Transport for Brisbane and the Chair of Infrastructure Brisbane don't agree. They don't think there should be a safe crossing point at at Graceville for people attempting to get to a train station. Now, I've always taken the view that we should be improving our links to rail stations in my ward. We don't have a huge amount of buses. The rail lines have 3 rail lines and they carry a phenomenal amount of people in my area. And making sure that we have good active travel links to those rail stations is critically important. This one has been on the list for a very long time. It's a very small investment, and I believe that funding should be allocated to deliver it, unlike Councillor Wines and Councillor Murphy. The second one is a new pedestrian refuge on the corner of Park Road and Verney Road East, Graceville. Now, this is about 250 metres from the back entrance of Graceville State School. This has been on the Council Capital Works list since Jane Prentice was the councillor, and that's 15 years ago. Every year, the lady who lives on the corner rings up and says to me, Nicole, has it been funded in the budget? And I say, no, it has not. So again, the Transport Chairperson and the Public and Active Transport Chair and the Infrastructure Chair don't believe that we should be funding safe refuges for children to get to school. Now, there's about 900 children that go to this school. It's an active travel school. So these children have for over a decade worked with me and council to improve walking, riding and scooting to school, but this council won't invest in the necessary infrastructure to support their safe travels. And that is really disappointing that they're refusing to do that. This project's even smaller probably than the zebra crossing. It's maybe about $50,000 or $60,000. The next one is a installation of a green walk signal on the slip lane on the corner of Eckerburn Road and Ipswich Road, Annerley. Now, this was actually a project, actually sits on Councillor Griffith's side of the road, but when it was first proposed, it was in my ward. This is an uncontrolled slip lane, and I know Councillor Griffith strongly supports this project. But this is an uncontrolled slip lane from Ipswich Road, which carries 60-odd thousand vehicles a day, into Eckerburn Road. There's literally no zebra, no nothing. You've just got to take your chances trying to cross the left-hand slip lane. It was raised during Move Safe. I'm sure, I know they've forgotten about Move Safe. You don't hear anything from the Transport Chair about Move Safe anymore, but this council did a review of pedestrian issues around Brisbane and it identified hundreds of locations where people wanted to see active travel improvements. Has this administration gone along on delivering them? No, they have not. And it is incredibly disappointing to see that no money is being allocated to those projects in the budget again this year. This project is critically important because we actually have a large visually impaired community that need to cross the road here to get to Braille House, which actually turned 125. So I know Councillor Howard will be on her feet supporting this amendment today. She was there at Government House yesterday supporting Braille House turning 125. This is a project that they have been calling for, publicly writing to this council about. We need visually impaired people to have a safe crossing point. They can't tell on a road that carries 60,000 vehicles a day whether the cars are turning or whether they're going straight ahead. So having a safe crossing point for children going to school, elderly people going to the shops, visually impaired people who frequent this area for the large range of inclusionary services that are available is critically important. It's also something that Councillor Griffiths and I have petitioned on, so we know that this is strongly supported by our community. Again, this would be a fairly small investment. It is a policy position of this council, initiated by the LNP, that slip lanes are removed. Yet I suspect we're going to hear, if we hear from them at all, that the LNP don't want to support this slip lane, and I know it's something that Councillor Griffiths strongly supports as well. If you make a policy commitment to improve pedestrian safety, then I think you've got to put some money into it. And that's where Councillor Murphy's getting it wrong. The only thing that he's putting money into is the Brisbane Metro, which has almost doubled in cost. and it's sucking money out of the budget that should otherwise be going into local services in my ward and in others. The final project is a green walk signal on the slip lane at the corner of Annerley Road and Noble Street. Now, I was advised at some point during the year that they would be looking at this project, Council, after a petition, after I raised it in here, after I've moved motions. It's not the first time I've been raising this. So I was expecting there might be some money in the budget because I got a briefing note saying, yes, Councillor, we're going to look at some design plans. Is there any money in the budget to do it? Not a single cent. So this motion before us today is about investing in the safe and active travel options for Tennyson Ward residents. It will benefit residents from Maruka Ward, it will benefit residents from the Gabba Ward, it'll make it a lot safer for children, commuters, the elderly, recreational walkers to move safely and easily around Tennyson Ward. These are the kind of projects that this council should be doing without question. I mean, in every single ward in our area, we should be seeing multiple pedestrian crossings going in, multiple wombat crossings. Not a single one. That was the best debate I think I've had in a long time with Councillor Murphy, who stands up proclaiming how great wombat crossings are, but council's never funded any. You can't say you support active travel but then not actually invest in it. And unfortunately, that's what this budget is doing. I want to rectify that by making sure these 4 critical projects that will support pedestrians in Tennyson Ward and in the surrounding wards of the Gabba and Maruka Ward are supported. So I encourage everyone to vote for this.
Further debate? There being no further debate, I'll put the motion. Oh, I'm sorry, Councillor Cassidy. Councillor Cassidy.
I stood up. It's interesting, Chair, that councillors on this side of the chamber during this debate thus far have been talking about investing in our communities, investing in our suburbs, and the need to address critical issues facing the communities we represent as elected representatives. And all of the debate on that side of the chamber so far has been about the inner city, and Councillor Huang was very clear about his commitment to the CBD of Brisbane, and we heard from Councillor Atwood, the councillor for Doughboy, talk about how they advocate for things but they just don't get them. They're not successful, particularly in this budget before us today. That's what we have before us.
Claim to be misrepresented, Chair.
Point of order, Councillor Atwood.
Point of order. Claim to be misrepresented.
Thank you.
And what we have here in this amendment from Councillor Johnston is a local council advocating for her local community. And the LNP way is always the same. They get up and say, no, you can't do that, you shouldn't do that. Well, the budget, what the LNP are proposing to deliver is this 1/3 of one page for this program area. There's a line for income, a line for expense, then a negative operating capability, of negative $60 million listed here, and then a capital expenditure of $545 million. Now, the things that I talked about earlier, which we were told we could include in debate, from page 235 to page 238 in Program 1 Transport for Brisbane, don't form part of the budget, as we know. So any of those projects that we did talk about, that I talked about and that any LNP councillor talked about, aren't included in the budget. That's extremely clear. So I suppose these items before us, from 235 to 238, are something I assume council officers will work towards, because it's there for information purposes and indicate, I suppose, what the administration would like to see. But there's no requirement for them to deliver any of those things. So what we have before us is just one single capital expenditure item. If the Lord Mayor and the CEO sit down and decide that instead of funding all of those things that were listed on those 3 pages, they wanted to put the whole $545 million into the Metro this year, they could do that, and none of us would know. There's no accountability. There's no longer any budget reviews. I'm not sure if LNP councillors know that, Chair, but from when this budget is passed, next financial year, there are no quarterly budget reviews coming to council anymore. And any progress reports on the annual operational plan won't include any figures because it doesn't include any projects. So the only way to ensure accountability is to put it in the budget, which is what this amendment seeks to do. It's what my amendment earlier sought to do as well. That would actually list an item for delivery in a budget. And lo and behold, as Labor councillors and the independent councillor are actually seeking some transparency and accountability as to how the rates of the residents of Brisbane are being expended. Now, the LNP are running 1 million miles an hour away from accountability and transparency. This is the most secretive budget that Brisbane will have ever seen. There is no accountability to what is being proposed to be spent in local communities. Those LNP councillors won't know. I suspect they'll be told, because they're in administration, if certain things are happening or not happening. But the people of Brisbane have no accountability anymore over how their rates are spent. They know, the people of Brisbane know their rates are going up, and they know from bitter experience under this LNP administration that services are going down, but there's no accountability anymore. The only accountability that council has around the budget is giving the Queensland Audit Office some updated figures from the first couple of pages of the budget around the revenue and expenditure once a year. And that's the only accountability that this supposed $4 billion budget will have on it. So I do support councillors moving amendments to insert things into program areas because I think that increases transparency and accountability, and that is our job. That is what we are here to do. We are the council. We should be determining what is and isn't in budgets rather than approving a figure and then delegating that to council officers to go and sign contracts without our knowledge. And that's the bottom line here.
Further debate? Oh, I'm sorry, Councillor Atwood.
Thank you, Chair. I clearly spoke about the Manipu Bikeway extension and also the upgrades to Wynnum Road, which can be found in Footpath and Bikeway Reconstruction in Suburban Works Program 2022-23. This is 100% included in the budget. Sorry, it's coming from a tree, Chair.
Thank you. Any further debate? No? So I'll now put the amendment as read.
Hello.
Oh, sorry. Forgive me, Councillor Johnston, right of reply.
Yeah, thank you. Yes, thank you, Councillor Cassidy, for rising to speak on this issue. And it is fascinating to see the different approach, isn't it? The LNP administration want a $545 million slush fund that they can spend on pretty much anything any council officer thinks is okay, that does not have to be accountable back to this chamber and back to the elected officials here before us today. I'm asking simply that going into the budget that we invest $750 million for a new refuge in Graceville, a new zebra crossing in Graceville, a green walk signal in Annerley and another green walk signal in Fairfield. All four projects are of critical importance to providing safe, active travel options to residents in 3 wards. Now, thank you, Councillor Cassidy, for making the point that there is actually nothing allocated in the budget for projects. So, in fact, I would be the first person to have an allocated budget project this year if this amendment passes. Councillor Atwood, for all her genuineness, I don't think understands exactly what's happening here today. This schedule is not part of the budget. That's very, very clear. She might think her projects are going to get delivered, and perhaps they will be, but they do not form part of the budget. I want to make sure that the projects that are important to my residents, who pay some of the highest rates in this city, are funded in the budget. That's why I've moved the amendment. That's why I want to see zebra crossings, green walk signals. I want to make sure that the residents of Brisbane who've spoken to me about improving active travel in my area are fully supported with safe active travel options. These 4 projects would do that. They represent a very small allocation from a $545 million unallocated slush fund, and we should be putting $750 into delivering these projects. And I hope all councillors vote for it.
I will now put the motion, which reads: Council allocates $750,000 from the proposed 2022-23 capital budget within Program 1, page 22, a new pedestrian refuge at the corner of Park Road and Verney Road East, Graceville, a zebra crossing at the corner of Appel Street and Verney Road East, Graceville, outside Graceville Rail Station, installation of a green walk signal on the slip lane at the corner of Eckerman Road and Ipswich Road, Annerley, and installation of a green walk signal on the slip lane at the corner of Annerley Road and Noble Street. All those in favour say aye. Aye. All those contrary, no. No. Noes have it.
Division.
Division, moved by Councillor Johnston and Councillor Cassidy. Ayes to my right, noes to my left. Clerk, could you please read the results?
Mr Chair, the noes have it, the voting being 1 in favour, 15 against and 3 abstentions.
The motion is lost. Please return to your seats. We'll now continue the debate on Program 1. Councillor Mackay.
Thank you, Chair, and I'll try to give you something a little bit more positive. I rise to speak in support of Program 1, Transport for Brisbane. Can I start by thanking the good people of Brisbane for taking 42 million trips on Council's 1,267 buses during the year to the end of May. That's more than 110 trips per day by people who trust their reliable, air-conditioned council buses. Brisbane is continuing to grow and evolve. With every year that passes, our city is taking a new shape with the completion of new infrastructure. The people of our city are changing too. We see a changing demographic, with southerners moving up to escape their COVID capitals to the wonderful city of Brisbane. More and more people are embracing clean and green forms of travel like e-scooters, e-bikes, regular cycling, walking and public transport. And the Shriner Council is leading the charge on initiatives and infrastructure that will create a better Brisbane for everyone. The Program 1 budget is an investment that will keep Brisbane moving, an investment that will future-proof our city for years to come and prepare us to host the 2032 Olympic Games. This budget invests in public transport that will expand our transport options, enhance the city's bus and ferry networks and gear up our city for the game-changing Brisbane Metro. Because the Metro is all about connectivity. Locally for me, the Metro service will service the University of Queensland, which is one of the highest volume destinations in the entire city. The Metro will target bottlenecks and provide reliable turn-up-and-go services along our most popular routes in the city. So it will reduce congestion, free up the bus network, and boost the capacity of the busway by up to 22,000 people per hour. Metro is about innovation. It's all electric, trackless trams. It's the first of the kind in Australia. In fact, first of its kind in the Southern Hemisphere. And they'll have zero tailpipe emissions. Passenger information displays, onboard charging, Wi-Fi, and a capacity to carry over 150 passengers. Now, before I go and run out of time, I want to also put on the record another exceptionally important development for the wonderful part of Brisbane that I get to represent. And I'm talking about the Active Transport Infrastructure Fund, which is leading our investment in shared pathway upgrades and bikeway infrastructure to provide safe and efficient paths for those riding. Council is committed to delivering key bikeways, facilities, links, and links, including shared pathways, through the Active Transport Infrastructure Fund, which aims to provide new shared pathways and upgrade existing pathways, deliver safe and high-capacity commuter links that create an integrated network which caters for future growth, to invest in a number of local shared pathway projects and provide better suburban connections to schools, public transport and local centres, complete missing links in the active transport network and connect key destinations across the city, will improve lighting on well-used bikeways, deliver projects that address safety issues on the network, including improved pathway markings and signage and improvements to on-road bicycle lanes and intersections. Now that is the technical side of it. But the Active Transport Infrastructure Fund brings together our shared pathway-focused schedules so we can coordinate the delivery of these important construction and improvement activities. 2021-22 delivered completed construction of projects such as the Norman Creek Bikeway, the 12-month trial of the CityLink Cycleway, 12-month trial of retrofit bike separation devices in 5 locations throughout the city's road and bikeway network to test the effectiveness of the devices, and continued to remove banana bars across the city's bikeways. Councillor Murphy has been very patient with me because I'm always on at him about a certain bikeway in Indooroopilly. And no, it's not the Indooroopilly Riverwalk, which, by the way, Chair, is enjoying excellent patronage at 15,000 people a day, if my memory serves me correctly. It is incredible infrastructure delivered under previous Program 1 budgets. And the Riverwalk goes from Whitton Barracks, about 800 metres along the river, to Twig Street. And that is where the dedicated cycleway ends and my advocacy and lobbying to Councillor Murphy begins. You see, Chair, I have been pushing as hard as I can without pushing the friendship, I guess, to get funding for an extension to the link from the end of Riverwalk to the Western Freeway. We might call it the missing link. Like many cycle advocates, I look forward to seeing a dedicated bikeway along the freeway and then to Indooroopilly. What a game changer this will be for students, commuters, and the fit and fearless cyclists in the western suburbs. I'm therefore thrilled to be able to put on the record and take back to the western suburbs the announcement that the Srina Council is investing $134,000 to continue the design of the bikeway from the Western Freeway to Twig Street. It's a wonderful outcome, and I'm sure the bicycle user groups would attest to that. Of course, I'll be singing this from the hilltops, but I won't stop advocating for the construction next year. Now I want to turn my attention... Sorry, Councillor Strunk, I thought you were standing, yeah. Got excited. I want to turn my attention to Service 1.1.3.1 with specific reference to safer paths to schools. We heard this morning that Labor wants to cut $50 million from our public and active transport budget, and this might be one of the projects that Labor wants to cut as part of that. Because this year, there's funding for a footpath along the Fig Tree Pocket Road at Brisbane Montessori School in Fig Tree Pocket. And now, Chair, you would know that footpaths in Fig Tree Pocket are very important. There's a growing population of young families. There's a destination down there which has quite a few wheelchair users. And for many years, the local residents have said they don't want footpaths in Fig Tree Pocket because it ruins the rural atmosphere. Well, Chair, that attitude is changing, and we have seen the construction of a number of footpaths. For instance, you can get the whole way along Gunnan Street with a footpath now. You can get all the way along Jesmond Road to the school with a footpath. Last year, we saw the Active School Travel fund a footpath from the back gate of Fig Tree Pocket State School north along Jesmond Road. And this year, I hope to roll out a further footpath from McTeer Street towards the Gangani Kindergarten, which will eventually get down to the Byambi Yumba Park. So that's very exciting, and I thank the Srina Council for the funding in our Safer Paths to Schools. Something else that's particularly important to the people of the western suburbs are the city cats. And program 1.2.1.1 mentions our next generation City Cats, and this is part of Council's ferry fleet replacement program, which is centred on delivering safer, more modern vessels with better passenger experience. As we heard in Council last week, we just got a new shaded upper deck on one of our City Cats. And Chair, I know you've been around a long time, but you weren't here in 1996 when the City Cats commenced service. And since then, oh yeah, Councillor Cumming was here. Yeah. Been around a long time, Councillor Cumming. Someone's interjecting about a pre-selection for Councillor Cumming, I'm not sure. The first double-decker City Cat, Yugara, commenced service in November 2019. Yugara was able to provide Council, the ferry operator and the shipbuilder with valuable data and learnings in relation to vessel performance, design, construction and operational efficiencies. This information informed the next generation of City Cat vessels to follow, two of which Council launched in 20 and 21. City Cat 26, Marulban 2, was christened in June 22. It's the first to include a shade sail on the deck, as I mentioned before, and the vessel was our fifth next generation Gen 4 City Cat, if those numbers haven't confused you enough. These vessels are modern with better amenity and features for Brisbane travellers. They include the ability to carry a total of 170 passengers, an upper deck providing seating for 20 passengers, rear deck seating for 16 passengers and space for 10 bikes, an open front deck with a clear viewing pane below the handrail, and up to 6 dedicated wheelchair and mobility scooter areas. Lower windows in sections of the main cabin, allowing passengers in mobility devices and children to enjoy the view. They also include table and lounge seating options with USB charging device ports and hearing augmentation loops. In addition to delivering better City Cat services, this is a really positive aspect of the new double-decker City Cats is the local industry benefit. City Cat 26 provided work for 25 full-time employees involved in the build, including 7 apprentices.
Councillor Mackay, your time has expired. Further debate? Councillor Strunk.
Thank you, Acting Chair. Councillor, through you, Chair, Councillor Mackay, I hear your frustration in regards to bikeways. I've got a couple of links that feed into that Centenary Highway, Western Freeway area that has not been funded, yet they've been on the LTIP and the LGIP now for well over 10 years. Well over 10 years. Acting Chair, I want to talk about Program 1, of course, but I wanted to say a couple of things that's really frustrating the time factor that we're able to debate these various programs, like Program 1. We spent an hour this morning talking about a procedural motion in regards to what's in the book, what we can debate, what we can't debate. Now, all that could have been sorted out with some consultation with councillors on this side, and I'm sure there's some councillors on the other side that weren't quite across the brief of the changes that were being made to the book and what we can and cannot debate, or what's part of the annual budget. And, you know, if it's not broke, don't fix it, you know? And this is what, unless the design of trying to fix something that's not broke is a political one to gain some advantage for the administration of the day to sort of hide various...
Point of order,
Mr. Chair, relevance to Program 1. Program 1. We debate the whole budget at the end of the day tomorrow. Program 1, please.
Thank you. Councillor Strunk, I think you were just about to turn to Program 1.
Exactly right, Acting Chair. So if we have a look at Program 1, and I'm going to jump straight into the Metro project, of course. Now, of course, this project, and we've said this time and time again, and it's still true today, that this concept called the Metro started back in 2015 for the 2016 campaign. And it was a thought bubble, and I'm sure council officers were really put under the pump to try to come up with a design or a plan that was part of a campaign that they probably weren't all that aware of prior to the announcement being made. But that's campaigns. You come up with these ideas, and we came up with our version, and so that's fine. But the amount of changes that have happened and the cost of those changes in regards to even design of the plan or the design of the Metro chewed up millions, and as Councillor Johnson said, would have chewed up millions and millions of dollars. Even the design of stations would have costed, even the changes of those would have cost millions and millions of dollars. So it's a bit of a black hole. We've gone from, about $950 million up to almost $1.7 billion. The largest project that this city probably will undertake for many years to come. And it's because it's taken, and it's going to take near a decade to actually produce it. And of course, we still don't know how much the budget's really going to blow out to, because as changes are made, costing more, and the longer it takes to make something, to build something, the increased costs of those changes or the original design, and then the changes escalates exponentially. So really, as far as delivering a project like Metro, I agree with Councillor Johnson. It was an absolute abject failure, and it's just amazing. And honestly, some of my constituents, when they talk about the Metro, they're just amazed how long it's actually taking to deliver. And of course, the other thing about the Metro is, of course, it's really disrailed the replacement buses. Well, the financial commitment to the replacement buses. Every year we retire a lot of buses, I would imagine dozens in some cases, because they come to the end of their life expectancy. But there's been no money over the last couple of years to replace any of those, or to build new ones to replace the ones that are retiring. And we were told when the Metro was announced that because there would be a review of the various routes in the areas that the Metro doesn't actually traverse into or along, that review would then be supported by extra buses off the busway that will become available, and they will be able to use those buses to increase routes or maybe frequency. But by the time we get to this point, there won't be any of those real buses. Those buses won't really be available for that sort of work. We'll have to get new buses, and we haven't built any for a number of years. So I just think, and again, the Metro is not benefiting, and I've said this before, and I'll say it again, the Metro is not really enhancing the service that into my ward. If you live on the north side of town or the south side of town, you're going to benefit from the Metro. But if you live in the east or the west, not so much. And no one's actually proven to me that it's going to benefit any of my residents, one at all, once it gets up and running. So I'll leave my comments on the Metro there. In regards to the bus stops and the amenities of our bus stops, and again, I mentioned it before, we seem to be investing not so much in replacements of bus stops, other than there is a program, of course, for accessibility, which is very, very needed. But as I've said, going back to when the Deputy Mayor was head of transport, we do that sort of work, which is great for people with disabilities and everything, but we don't put bus shelters in those upgrades because it wasn't part of the plan. So it wasn't funded. But I just think, honestly, going forward, I mean, we're spending $10 million over the next 4 years to put shade covers over playgrounds. But what about the bus shelters that people, especially people that are traveling inbound, that have to probably sit there maybe for 10 or 15 minutes waiting for a bus? Not so bad the other way, you know, when you're heading out because you're off the bus and then home. And, yep, and the elderly as well. So I just think, you know, we're just not being fair to our patronage of our bus system, and we should be doing as much as we can to try to minimize the summer sun of Brisbane, which can be very harsh, especially in the mornings and late afternoons as well. Not so bad right now, but certainly in the summer. And in regards to also a couple of other things, the bus routes, this review, I don't know when this review is happening, and I don't think we've had a date. Maybe it's underway now, but I don't know when the completion date is for the bus review. But certainly I just hope that the bus review is going to be one that actually improves the connectedness between buses and trains. Really, that should be the #1 thing that we should do if we want to improve public transport in Brisbane, is to get as many people to the train stations, right, for those longer trips and non-congested trips, right? Because buses still have that issue about being caught up in congestion, especially at peak hour. My final comment is in regards to what Councillor Ryan Murphy said in regards to having to pause or cancel some projects because of the floods. Well, and I think his analogy was, you know, if you got a hole in the roof, well, you're not going to build a patio. And I thought about that for a minute, and I thought, well, you know, over the last, that rain event that we had, I got a couple of holes in my ceiling, or holes in my roof that caused ceiling problems in the bedroom in the hallway. But I had already committed to do some restoration work on my house with a local builder. Now, I could have very easily said to him, sorry, I've got to spend the money on my roof and replacing some of the ceilings. Sorry, you're going to have to wait. But your time has expired. But I didn't. I actually said I can do both. Thank you, Chair.
Further speakers. Councillor Owen.
Thank you, Mr Acting Chair. And Mr Acting Chair, I rise today to speak in support of this solution-focused program, Program 1 Transport for Brisbane. This is solution-focused on looking towards the future as to where our transport needs are. And Mr Chair, given that we currently have 1,267 buses in our bus fleet that service the people of our city, whether they are visitors or residents, and our bus drivers do a great job, and I do take this opportunity to thank them for their day in, day out service to the people of Brisbane and our visitors as well. Now, we do know that the Metro is coming online, and we are progressing with that. And as the Metro progresses, so too will our assessment of our existing bus routes and where down the track the existing bus routes can be improved as a result of the connectivity through the Metro service. Now, Mr Chair, Acting Chair, I think it would be prudent at this point to just reflect on Service 1.2.2.2, and in particular, my ward is serviced by 4 of the top 10 bus routes in the city, and can I say that those buses service over 4.3 million trips. So that is just those 4 services alone. And I do acknowledge as well that one of those services does also connect to Councillor Strunk's ward, and that is the 100 service. And this is important because out in the suburbs, and this is why this Schrinner Council is focusing 86% of this budget to the suburbs. The people in the suburbs appreciate the public transport options. And I take your point, Councillor Strunk, in regards to looking forward to how the Metro and the bus review is going to work, because the Metro is actually going to free up all of those situations where currently those people on the 100 bus service are sitting on the Victoria Bridge in congestion. So that is how the Metro is going to help people in the suburbs. So when they're travelling into the city, that's just one example of how it's going to benefit, just on one particular bus route. But there are going to be, and I note that a councillor opposite, the independent councillor, continues to interject because she does not like the fact that the people in the suburbs, the outer-lying suburbs, are actually supporting public transport. They want public transport. They've been asking for it, and I've been advocating for it, and they are going to be getting an extension of the 126 bus route. They are going to be getting 6 permanent bus stops built as a result of the business cases that have been advocated for since that area of Pollara came back into my ward in March 2020, despite nothing being done for 4 years by a Labor councillor. Nothing being done by a Labor councillor for 4 years. It's on the record.
Councillor Johnston, please.
It's on the record, and this is the difference. This is the difference. So I have the 130 bus route, the 150 bus route, the 140 bus route that goes through my ward. My local residents support public transport. They appreciate public transport, and this administration recognises that and supports it. And that is why there will be 6 permanent bus stops built in Pollara before December. They are funded through this budget and they will be delivered. So there is no ifs or buts about that. And those on the opposite side, they make claims about petitions. Well, these petitions that they claim have been petitioning council have never appeared before this council, have never been forwarded to this council. So they come up with the fake news and they think that they can keep repeating it, but it does not exist. There is no petition that has come from that side of the chamber in regards to those bus services. So, Mr. Acting Chair, this budget is one that is very, very important. It has a lot of substance to it. The people who are in the booming suburbs are getting infrastructure. It is about understanding what is in this budget. It is about understanding what has been put in through councillor submissions. And for those opposite to claim that, oh, councillors have no say, councillors need to be consulted. Well, every single year, councillors receive a memo as soon as we come back in January from the Finance Chair or the Lord Mayor stating that you are welcome to lodge your budget submissions, advocate for what is important for your local ward. And if they fail in that duty to do that, that is on them, not on the officers that are pulling together these budgets. I would also like to take a moment to thank all of the officers who work on the budget documents, because they are completely disrespected by those on the opposite side. The council officers don't put things into the budget that aren't warranted. The council officers worked tirelessly to provide the right outcomes for the city, and they put forward things that are properly assessed, and that is why I think for any disparagement to those officers is appalling from the other side. I would like to acknowledge the Active School Transport program under 1.1.1.1. And I know that recently in 2019 and 2020, Stretton State College, the Islamic College of Brisbane, Wisdom College and St Stephen's, all in my ward, all engaged in this active school transport program. And that is important because this is how we initiate behaviour change. I would also like to acknowledge under 1.1.3.1, the Active Transport Infrastructure Fund. And this is a very important fund because this is where we are recognising that whilst we might have a fund here, it is also up to another program area to deliver it. And particularly in my ward, we have got a combination of program areas that are banding together to work towards a major solution. So we're getting drainage solutions, we're getting pedestrian solutions, we're getting bikeway solutions, we're getting recreation solutions, and we're also getting absolute development solutions for building a better place for people to live, work and relax. So this is why I call this a solutions-focused budget of this Shrinner Council. This is where we are investing in local shared pathway projects to provide better suburban connections to school, public transport and local centres. And this is something that I have got multiple areas of council working together on a major project, which is going to be a great outcome for my local community. I do acknowledge those wards across the city whereby they have sustained significant damage from the February 22 flood impacts. And I know, and my residents know, that when these situations occur, it is important that as a city we prioritise.
Acting Chair.
Point of order.
Just got some repeated interjections that are happening from the other side of the chamber. I just wanted to bring your attention to, as I believe it's an act of disorder.
Thank you. Councillor Johnston, I did ask before if you could please refrain from interjecting during speeches. I'd appreciate it. Councillor Owen.
Thank you, Mr Acting Chair. My residents do recognise that across the city there have been many others who have sustained damage, and they understand that at times like this, priorities have to go on repairs, and sometimes certain projects do have to be delayed because those repairs are getting priority. But it seems that others don't appreciate that wards not affected by the floods as badly are sacrificing as well for the benefit of the entire city. So, and I do note in 1.2.1.2 that Council's priority since February has been working towards a swift and safe recovery of also the ferry networks and also the infrastructure and services. And many of us, even though our wards don't touch on those ferry services, have got friends or family members who utilise those ferries, who have visitors who come to our city to utilise those ferries. So that is why it is important. But all my seniors in my ward can access the free off-peak ferry services or the free off-peak buses. Now, Mr Chair, I just want to go back to 1.2.2.1 bus fleet modernisation. And I do want to say that as we are progressing, there has been a lot of talk about electric buses.
Councillor Owen, your time has expired.
Point of order, Chair.
Point of order, Councillor Hutton.
Mr Deputy Chair, I move now that Council adjourns for a lunch break of a period of 1 hour, which only commences when councillors have left the chamber.
Seconded.
Moved by Councillor Hutton, seconded by the Deputy Mayor, that Council now adjourn for a period of 1 hour for the lunch break, which commences only when all councillors have vacated the chamber and the doors have been locked. All those in favour say aye. Aye. To the contrary, no. The ayes have it. Councillors, will resume the meeting. Before we go back to the debate on Program 1, I'd like to just provide a point of clarification to a point of order that was raised by Councillor Wines in response to an amendment that was moved by Councillor Johnston. And the question was, given that she had finished speaking to the program, was she able to then subsequently move the amendment? Initially, the thought was that she could. I did seek further advice from our Chief Legal Counsel in order to ensure that we had certainty, and he advised me that pursuant to section 41(5) of the Meetings Local Law, any motion that is moved needs to be done when a councillor is speaking. So the ability to move an amendment after that period is not provisioned for under the meeting's local law. So my apology for the oversight and the confusion, but moving forwards, any amendments that you would like to move, please do so when you are speaking to the program area. We will now continue our debate of Program 1. Are there any further speakers? Lord Mayor.
Yes, thank you, Mr Chair. Gives me great pleasure to rise to talk on Program 1 and the Transport for Brisbane portfolio and program. This budget locks in a record level of investment in public and active transport, the likes that our city has never seen before. It's been interesting to see and hear some of the commentary around, which is very much fake and misleading, to suggest that somehow we've reprioritised road funding over public and active transport funding. Have you heard that commentary around? Yeah. It is being peddled by some people out there in the Twitterverse, and it is just plain wrong. Let's have a look at what this budget locks in. So in this 4-year term, the term between 2020 and 2024, this term of office, we will be investing no less than $260 million in building green bridges. The Kangaroo Point Green Bridge, the Breakfast Creek Green Bridge, and obviously the preparation works for those future green bridges as well, which we remain committed to, but have had to pause. Over this term, we're investing circa $1 billion in the Brisbane Metro project. $1 billion in the Brisbane Metro project. Over this term, we are investing $642 million in public transport subsidies. Let me say that again, $642 million in public transport subsidies. Now, no other council in South East Queensland puts money into public transport subsidies. It is all paid by the state government in every other council area. Yet here, we subsidise public transport to the tune of $642 million over a 4-year term. And just those major things, if you add them up, that's circa $2 billion of investment in public and active transport in just 4 years. $2 billion. No one has ever come close. No other administration has ever come close. And that includes our own administrations in the past. We have never seen investment like this in the city's history because we're committed to public and active transport. And that doesn't include things like our record investment in footpaths. Now, Councillor Murphy has a single program out of multiple footpath programs. And yet again, this year, we hear the misrepresentation suggesting that there's only a small number of footpaths funded. Well, in this particular program, that's correct. But this particular program is one of many that funds footpaths. And we see $35 million going into footpaths this year, which is yet another record. So you hear claims about not enough funding for bikeways and public and active transport, not enough funding for public transport, not enough funding for footpaths. They are all false claims because we are investing record levels in all of those things. Now, if you look at what has happened in the past, now I heard Councillor Cassidy on Friday in his response to the budget talking about a comment that I had supposedly made just a short time ago. I don't know if anyone picked this up. He said, just a short time ago, the Lord Mayor said these things about public housing. Remember that? Yeah, well, what was a short time ago? That was 16 years ago. 16 years ago. So according to Councillor Cassidy, that's a short time ago. So I'm going to go back a short time as well, because I have here Labor's last budget, and that was just a short time ago. That was only just a couple more years than 16 years ago, which apparently was a short time ago. Because to consider the importance of the investment this year, you have to look at what the historical levels of investment were. What did they spend on that? And let me take you through it. How much do you think they spent on footpaths, Councillor Murphy? Oh, it must have been more than us. You reckon? Yeah. Based on their rhetoric, you'd think it would be more. So the only thing I could find in this document about bikeways, for example, bikeways and greenways they called it, was $3.65 million per year, not increasing, but $3.65 million per year for 4 years. So that is $14 million over a 4-year term on bikeways. Now, I'll be generous to them and I'll give them some inflation. There's been some inflation since then. So if you do the calculation based on inflation, the actual inflation change, that equates to $22 million in today's dollars. 22 million. What did I say we were spending on green bridges? 260 million in a 4-year term, and that's not including any of the bikeway projects we're doing on top of that. And footpaths, what do you think they spent on footpaths, Councillor Murphy? $3.7 million in a year, which is 5.7 million in today's dollars. So in today's dollars, 5.7 million, this budget puts $35 million, comparing apples with apples. Now, they did spend a little bit of money on green bridges, Councillor Murphy. This may be a surprise to you. They actually had an allocation in this book for $2 million on green bridges. 2 million, yeah, not 260 million, 2 million. And this allows me to go down memory lane because Labor originally proposed the green bridge, which they thoroughly botched. Does anyone remember? They botched their Eleanor Chanel Bridge proposal so badly, it became so controversial, and their own residents in Labor wards were arcing up about it, that it actually has to be rescued by the incoming Liberal administration. We fixed up their botch project, we did proper consultation on it, and then we built the Eleanor Chanel Bridge, the very first green bridge in the city's history. Yep, so they put $2 million towards it, they botched it, we ended up taking it, fixing it up and building it. And so we have a proud record when it comes to investing in green bridges, and this did remind me about Labor's appalling record in this space. Now, the public transport subsidy, I mentioned that there was a subsidy of $642 million over the 4-year term. And so, this includes the first year in the 4-year term, $148 million. The second year in the 4-year term, $159 million. This coming year that we're talking about now, $163 million, a record amount. Now, what do you think that Labor's public transport subsidy was back then? $56.7 million. It's no wonder they think they can cut $50 million out of the public transport budget, because in fact, their investment was about $100 million less than what we're investing this year. I'll give them some inflation. Even with inflation, an $85 million public transport subsidy, which is roughly half of what we're putting in now. And so there are moments when, now Councillor Cassidy accused Councillor Murphy of letting the cat out of the bag with some of his comments, but what we've really seen here is the tiger is out of the bag with what Councillor Cassidy put forward today. Yeah, right. Extraordinary to propose a $50 million cut to public transport, a $50 million cut to a critical project, to public transport, and guess what? Not even the Greens were silly enough to put that proposal forward. The Greens councillor and the independent councillor abstained from that vote. So they knew how diabolical it was to propose a $50 million cut to public transport. They were smart enough to know, but Councillor Cassidy led with his chin again, and this is a person that talks about LNP cuts all the time. It's like his standard rhetoric, yet I've never seen anyone propose a bigger cut to public transport than what we've just seen Councillor Cassidy and his Labor colleagues put forward, than a $50 million cut. What would that mean? Cuts to services in every suburb in Brisbane. Cuts to services in every suburb in Brisbane. That is what it would mean. Now let's have a look at investment in the fleet, because once again, our record is very strong and very clear when it comes to investment. Now, this budget builds on the last couple of budgets, but it also builds on record investment by this side of politics. Starting back in 2004, when Campbell Newman was first elected, then continuing on with Graham Quirk as Lord Mayor, and now to this day. Let's have a look at how far we've come. Our bus fleet in that first year of a Liberal administration was just over 700 buses. Today, we have 1,200 buses. Who grew the fleet? It was us. Our bus fleet under Labor were old, non-air conditioned buses with steps in them. Remember, they had steps in them, not friendly to people with a disability or parents with prams. They had steps.
Lord Mayor, your time has expired.
Oh.
Further debate. Councillor Griffiths.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. I rise to speak on this program, which is Transport for Brisbane. I'm aware that little is achieved in these sessions, and these 2 days are sort of a incredible waste of time. And I think the speech that I just heard is the reason why I think that. It was a speech that was really, living in the past. It concerns me as a speech from our city's leader that seems to not be listening to what's happening out there in the community. And if you didn't notice, at the last federal election, there was a big whack delivered to his side of politics. A big... And I note that they're laughing about it, but there was a big whack delivered to the Labor Party, but the Labor Party actually formed government. Anyway, it's interesting.
If we could all just give Councillor Griffiths the time, please, to continue speaking. Please, thank you. Councillors Howard and Cassidy, please. Please, councillors. Councillor Griffiths.
They got things going. But and even interesting, Lord Mayor's talking back 20 years ago. He wasn't even here. He wasn't even here. He's talking about it. So he must be looking up the history books. Anyway, he's talking about it. But he talked about that Green Bridge, the Chanel Green Bridge, the Eleanor Chanel Green Bridge. It's a great piece of infrastructure that's serving the university well. Carries buses, carries bikes. It's fantastic. It's actually what a green bridge should be. It should carry public transport. This is where I disagree with Councillor Sri, wanting all these green bridges in the city but not letting them carry public transport. I think that is absurd. But and I find it ungreen, Councillor Sri. But I do think what is amazing here is that we were hearing about that.
Councillors, again, please.
We were hearing about that Green Bridge, but when Campbell Newman came into power, he said he didn't want it. He said he didn't support it. He said he didn't support it. And it took the Labor, as the Labor majority, to push it through. That was what was missing in the Lord Mayor's story. And it actually had to go out to survey again, and when it went out to survey again, the residents supported it. So there was a bit of, not everything we're hearing from Lord Mayor is accurate or true. And I put that down to him not being here and not knowing that. He also spoke about, we've done all these new buses for the city. Yes, you have. But the state government paid for it. The Labor state government paid for 1,000 new buses. And you guys came along and tagged delivering for the people of Brisbane. Yeah, you're delivering them. You didn't pay for them. Anyway, that's another sort of slip of the tongue. He has gone quiet because there's a bit of truth coming out. And he didn't also talk about the fact that his team, the LNP team, opposed city cats. They're actually against city cats because of the wash of the river on expensive homes along the city, along the river. And look, I think it's remarkable how much they love city cats now. In fact, you'd think they're their own invention. It's a bit like the powerhouse, how much they love the powerhouse, but they opposed it. It's I'm saying the LNP opposed it. Yeah. But what I do think we do need to acknowledge is, and Councillor Cassidy is right, we had a remarkable bus build program. We had an incredible one that actually employed people, and it did what residents want. I don't care whether they're Labor or Liberal or Greens, residents want manufacturing in this country. And that bus build program built buses in Brisbane, and that was a good thing. And that's something that this side of politics says should be happening again. Not sure about that side of politics, but certainly this side of politics is saying we need a manufacturing base here. We need to be growing this industry and we need to be putting resources into bus build programs here in Brisbane City, and we should be proud of them. Now, where this budget falls down for me is it's so inner city focused. It is just, there's two worlds in this city, and it's the inner city and that's the suburbs. And the inner city, I have to say, is just like this privileged place where there's green bridges dropping out of the air, there's infrastructure money just pouring, whatever they want they get, but the suburbs miss out. And I see it time and time again. I don't know how many green bridges we're building, 4, 5, I don't know, we're building so many. We're building another $1 billion tunnel in the inner city. When we talk Metro, it's actually money to build a tunnel. The cost of buses is very small. What concerns me, and I take that the inner city has a far wealthier population than the other parts of the city, and that's probably why this administration is so keen on spending so much money looking after this group of people, but in the suburbs, we are missing out. And I can only give you an example. For me, the biggest thing that stands out is the talk of footpaths. Now, I know the footpaths is talked about numerous times in numerous programs, but all I can tell you, and I was shocked when a council officer sent me back, because I have had we've had 70 footpaths listed, waiting to be built, 70. And we send those in to council to get listed, and I got it sent back saying, no, we don't list them anymore, councillor. We don't keep a record of footpaths. So that's how this administration is dealing with this now. We actually don't even keep a list of footpaths. It's up to you to build them out of your trust money, councillor. Well, I spend half my trust money building footpaths, $250,000 a year. And I have for my entire period, and we still can't get this list down. It just grows and grows. And at the moment, the only people I'm concentrating on are people in wheelchairs or have accessibility issues. And I'm shocked to be able to tell people, and this administration, I'm going to keep raising this issue to deal with it, tell people that no, you can't get a footpath for a year or two because we've got so many people ahead of you. And probably because I represent one of the less affluent areas of the city, I have more people with disabilities living there. And those people with disabilities, I've got one lady this year, from last year, we're building her a footpath so she can stay at home with the kids, but so she can get to the train station. One footpath, that's going to cost $80,000. Now, what do we say to those people? No, you can't have a footpath because it costs too much. Or, oh, well, yes, you've got accessibility issues. Every other level of government, state and federal, are doing everything to keep people in their homes. They want people with disabilities to stay in their homes. They want older people to stay in their homes. They're encouraging, they're throwing money at people to stay in their homes. We're the ones letting the story down. My view is, if there is someone who has an accessibility issue, we should have a fund that just pays for that footpath. It shouldn't have to come to me and sit on a wait list of 3 or 4 years where I have to make the decision whether that person gets a footpath. That is wrong. So I know we have the inner city councillors, and certainly I've had Greens representatives come and see me and go, you should do what Councillor Sri does. He's a really good guy. He puts his $500,000 out there and asks us what we want. And it's like, yeah, great. He's got all these footpaths built. He's got all these footpaths made. I've actually got to make a decision about what projects we do in parks and which people get footpaths. So it's not equitable this way, the way this money is spent. It's not fair the way this money is spent. And there are so many people out there who need a footpath and just aren't getting it. It's not being delivered. And it's not just in residential areas, can I say, it's now in industrial areas. What I'm getting is more and more people with disabilities wanting to go to work who are in industrial areas. We don't even think about industrial areas. And yet people there want to work and they want to move around. There's no money for footpaths in industrial areas. I've got someone who wants me to put a disabled bay in and then link a footpath up so that people can attend her business. Well, we've listed that, but once again, there's no money to do that. So what I'm saying is there is a huge, you know, all this talk about $1 billion tunnel and all these green bridges. In my ward, the biggest need I see is footpaths, and the biggest need for people is people with a disability and accessibility. And since I've had someone at home who is in a wheelchair, my God, it has brought to me what a pathetic job we are doing with people, for people with disability.
Your time has expired. Further speakers? No further speakers? Councillor Murphy, could you please close the debate?
Thank you, Mr Chair. Listening to the Leader of the Opposition and his Labor team in response to Program 1 in the budget has me disappointed, but I'm not surprised. This is an opposition leader and his team who, at best, are loose with the truth. And let's start where Councillor Griffiths finished up on footpaths and the deliberate misrepresentation that they make about how footpaths are delivered across this city. In addition to the $1.6 million per year for the Safer Paths to School program delivered in this portfolio, which is an important project to promote active travel in schools, we have been very, very clear and consistently clear that Program 6 has the services that manage the vast majority of footpath spending for council. As the Lord Mayor announced in his budget speech, $35 million will be spent on new and upgraded footpaths. Footpath and bikeway reconstruction is worth approximately $14 million per year, and within this budget there's funding for widening older narrow footpaths and replacing them with new and smooth 1.8 metre wide paths. Also within this service is the funding that covers all of the footpath and bikeway maintenance activities. These activities include grinding of uneven footpaths and inserting fillets of asphalt to reduce trip hazards. And as councillors know, the Suburban Enhancement Fund delivers improvements to footpaths, parks and other open spaces at the discretion of each councillor. Each councillor can spend all of their allocated funds on footpaths if they believe that this is the best use of their available funds. Mr Chair, I raise these Program 6 initiatives because we have seen a consistent effort to paint Program 1 as the only program that delivers footpaths within this council. As part of this debate, I would encourage opposition councillors to own up to their own SEF priorities and to stop mistruths and fear-mongering about footpaths. Because, Mr Chair, because they won't own up, actually, I have a list here of what they've been spending their priorities on in their own wards in the last financial year. And we just heard Councillor Griffiths claim that he spends 50% of his Suburban Enhancement Fund on footpaths. Well, what do you think he actually spends, councillors, on that? Would it be close to that, do you reckon? There's 38%, but what's 12% between friends? So 38%, Councillor Griffiths has actually done very well. But what do you think Councillor Cassidy spends on footpaths in his ward? He made a big issue of this in his speech. 19%, 19% of his fund on board. And what about, you know, the Councillor for Wynnum Manly, Councillor Peter Cumming, what does he spend on footpaths in his ward? 12%, just 12%. And, you know, Councillor Strunk, you know, you said, and I'll quote Chair, he said, Councillor Strunk said, if it ain't broke, don't fix it. Well, the good news is Councillor Strunk isn't fixing anything in his ward, Chair, because he spends a whopping 0% on footpaths in his area. And Morningside ward, more of the same. Nothing spent on footpaths in the last financial year.
Councillor Murphy, just one moment, please. Councillor Shree, point of order.
Yeah, does Councillor Murphy want to take a question about what I spent? I'd be interested to have the number.
Councillor Murphy, will you take a question?
Well, I don't have the figures in front of me, Chair, but look, through this budget process, we've also seen Councillor Cassidy misinterpret the mammoth effort that we've undertaken to recover from the floods earlier in this year. When Councillor Cassidy said there's only one single bikeway project for the suburbs, that is absolutely misleading. There's 7 bikeway reconstruction projects underway across multiple Brisbane suburbs. There's 4 in Kedron Brook, there's 1 at Kalinga Park, there's another at Little Cabbage Street Creek Bikeway, and then there's the Centenary Bikeway as well, 7 projects. This is in addition addition to the work needed to get the Bicentennial Bikeway up to its former standard. We know the Bicentennial is essentially the Bruce Highway of active transport network, and it's used by walkers and riders from right across the city. So I'd like to ask Councillor Cassidy to identify which of these projects isn't worth rebuilding, which isn't worth the betterment potential, the uplift potential that we are working towards, and I'd ask him to stop trying to deceive the people of Brisbane when it comes to bikeway spending. Mr Chair, we've also seen the Labor team continue their attacks on improving public transport in denying the benefits of Brisbane Metro and being completely disingenuous with Brisbane residents when it comes to the problems that need to be solved. In Councillor Cassidy's mind, and he said it here again today, all we need to do is add more buses to the busway, a busway that has serious bottlenecking issues and that hasn't seen the investment from the state government that it desperately needs. This is very misleading, and now we've seen today that he wants to cut Metro even further. Well, Chair, the silver lining is that the state government actually don't listen to his team. They've endorsed Brisbane Metro, and the Premier is now chipping in for the new Woolloongabba Metro station. We know Brisbane Metro will significantly boost the capacity of our bus network to move passengers through the suburbs and across the city, with an additional 6,000 passengers every hour on the South East Busway. This means an additional 30.4 million passengers that the busway will be able to take every year as a direct result of Brisbane Metro. But apparently that doesn't matter to the Labor Party. When you consider that the existing capacity of the South East Busway is 86.1 million passengers this year, that is an enormous increase that Brisbane Metro will bring. There's a couple of examples that I can give to illustrate just how much Brisbane Metro will improve the passenger experience. Let's consider a trip from 8 Mile Plains to Roma Street in the morning peak from your area, Councillor Huang. With Brisbane Metro, the maximum trip length is reduced by 8 minutes, and the travel time variability of this journey is reduced by a whopping 50%. Now, another example is the trip from King George Square to Buranda in the afternoon peak. With Brisbane Metro freeing up the network, the travel time would decrease by over 4 minutes for this trip, and again, travel time variability is reduced by 50%. Under Councillor Cassidy's proposal, we would see more buses being thrown at the busway, only to be caught in gridlock on Victoria Bridge. That is his plan, and that is irresponsible. Finally, Chair, we've seen the Leader of the Opposition mislead the people of Brisbane about our transition to zero emissions buses. Not only is he misleading ratepayers and commuters, he is taking his lines from the state government and blaming ratepayers for not stumping up the cash when the State Minister should be. On the 16th of March 2022, the Palaszczuk government announced their new zero-emission vehicle strategy for 2022-2032. As part of this plan, the state has committed to every new TransLink-funded bus added to the fleet to be a zero-emissions bus from 2025 in South East Queensland. And Brisbane City Council buses are part of the TransLink fleet, I should add. Now, no additional funding for zero-emission buses was included in that announcement. So they set the target, not me, not the Lord Mayor, not anyone on this side. They should pay for it. Or, at the very least, they should explain how they expect us and industry to pay for this over the coming years. Since then, we've seen the Minister travel up and down the coast, partnering with private operators to help with their transition. Well, what about Brisbane's 1,267 buses included in his commitment? Was there any bit of information about how we might affect the transition? It was crickets, Chair. There was nothing. The initial capital cost to convert from diesel to zero emission is 2.5 to 3 times the cost of a conventional bus. Without financial certainty from the state, the financial impact on council's budget is significant. The electrical infrastructure is significant. Charging 1,200 buses is equivalent to powering 1,600 homes. It's about the size of the city of Gladstone in terms of the electrical requirement. We have been seeking response, and we are yet to get any kind of meaningful response from the Minister about how we are to achieve this. So rather than to blame council and to lump ratepayers with the cost of something the state should be funding, I ask Councillor Cassidy and his team to stop hoodwinking residents, to get on the phone to Mark Bailey and to get him to sort this out, because he's a Brisbane City Councillor. He's not a Labor Party state staffer that happens to sit in Brisbane City Council. Mr Chair, I feel a little bit like Nostradamus, because last week in question time I prophesied that we'd see a budget from a mature administration delivered by a Lord Mayor committed on dealing with the rebuilding and recovery task before us. And I expected that the opposition response would be to misrepresent, to bamboozle and to deceive people. And that's exactly what has happened. Labor doesn't understand priorities, and they will spend their funny money from made-up savings again and again and again. And we've seen it today again on affordable housing. But you know what? It doesn't really matter, because we know there will never be another Labor administration in this city's history. There will be a coalition agreement between the Greens and the Labor Party in council, along with the higher taxes that we know will have to come from that agreement. We know that Councillor Sri will be the economic advisor to the future coalition Labor-Greens alliance in this city. So Councillor Cassidy, he can relax. He won't have to worry about the hole in his budget, because he'll never have to deliver one in this place. It simply won't be his problem. Mr. Chair, I commend this program to the Program 1 to the Chamber. It's an amazing program, and I want to thank all the incredible officers in Transport for Brisbane and Brisbane Infrastructure that have contributed to it over the last few months. It's certainly been very exciting to work on, and I'm excited about the projects that we have into the future.
Thank you, Councillor Murphy. I'll now put the motion for the adoption of the Transport for Brisbane program. All those in favour say aye. Aye. To the contrary, no. The ayes have it.
Division. Seconded.
Division called by the Deputy Mayor and Councillor Toomey that the... sorry, I was just calling from outside. Division has been called by the Deputy Mayor and Councillor Toomey. Councillors, ayes to my right, noes to my left. Clerks, please ring the bell. Orderly lock the doors. All right, thank you. Clerks, please read the results.
Mr. Chair, the ayes have it, the voting being 20 in favour, 1 against and 1 abstention.
Motion is carried. I will now call on Councillor Wines to present the next program, Infrastructure for Brisbane. Councillor Wines.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just would like to move the Infrastructure for Brisbane program, the program budgeted financial statement as set out on page 21 for the years 2022 through 23, through to 2025-26, and the annual operational plan as set out on pages 76 through 79, and the allocation for the council contributions to develop a constructed works project for the year 26-27 as set out on page 66, so far as they relate to program 2, that they be adopted.
Seconded.
It's been moved by Councillor Wines, seconded by Councillor Hutton, that for the Infrastructure for Brisbane program, the program budgeted financial statement as set out on page 21 for the years 2022 to 2023 through to 2025 to 2026, and the annual operational plan as set out on pages 76 to 79, and the allocation for the council contributions to developer constructed works project for the year 2026-27 as set out on page 66, so far as they relate to program 2, be adopted. Is there any debate? Councillor Wines.
Thank you, Mr Chair. I just wanted to make some comments about Program 2 and say that this is a fundamental part of what this council does. It's a fundamental service that citizens rely on to get themselves around this city. Our section itself, it refers to what are the things that we do. We create a safe and efficient road network and a bridge and culvert system to support the movement around their city. It's by maintaining and improving Brisbane's roads and transport network, Council continues to improve amenity, convenience, safety and reduce traffic congestion to help our residents, visitors and businesses commute to and from work, access recreational activities, remain connected to their friends and relatives and be able to move goods and services around more efficiently. You know, it's as I say, a fundamental part of what we do. But so much of what we do was affected by the floods at the start of the year. And I just wanted to take a moment to reflect on that and to thank our crews and all of our residents for their work during that period. The road network under the asset ownership of Program 2 possesses 5,790 lineal kilometres of road network that service the entire city in a whole range of parts of the road hierarchy. The commitment to connecting our city's communities couldn't have been any clearer through that response. Of the 820 signalised intersections during the flood, 129 ceased operation, and councils will remember that up to that 3 of those were covered by water up to the lantern. With over 60 site visits conducted to rectify damage through the immediate recovery, we had all lights back in operation within 10 days. The ongoing response to the flood is also reflected in this year's coming budget in that in the assessment and ongoing maintenance work, which is something we'll come to in a moment. Over the years of the effects of 2 years of pandemic effects on our budget, affecting us to at least $200 million. The huge cost that the flood has put on us has meant we've had to change some of the ways we do things in the budget and in the program area. But our commitment to major projects continues. Some of the highlights in the coming year will be the meaningful work for the Moggle Road Corridor Stage 1, the Indooroopilly roundabout upgrade, and also we'll see the significant first steps for the Beams Road Corridor upgrade. We've heard some criticism that this budget is too city focused, but Beams Road is absolutely Castledine, Tagham, Fitzgibbon, quite a drive from here, and Indooroopilly is also a suburban location. These are projects that will create meaningful improvements to the way people live their lives, taking away what can be dangerous and are definitely inefficient transport bottlenecks and improving them with both better roads, better cycling and better pedestrian connectivity. Can I also recognise the support and contribution of other levels of government to make sure that some of our road projects do proceed in a timely manner. Those 2 I mentioned just a moment ago, but also recognition for the assistance on Chelsea, Rickett, Newnham, Hoyland and Norris, which are in the budget today, and you'll see them. They are reflected in the budget, although they have practical completion in the year past. The defect period is ongoing, and so those projects continue to appear in our budget for those who are interested in that. Lyndham Crossing Stage 1, or Proposal 1, is complete, but we're now moving to Lyndham Crossing Stage 2. The Rochedale-Priestdale intersection upgrade is also part of this work. I'll come to things like Gardner in a moment. But can I just thank and recognise the contributions of those other levels of government to make sure that we can keep the rubber on the road. As the fastest growing capital city in the country, Council is always looking forward to the future about setting how we can further improve our infrastructure in a meaningful way to serve our residents. And as I say, Moggle Road, a $183 million project. Beams Road, which will service more than 19,000 motor vehicles, which will increase to 26,000 motor vehicles over the next 10 years. Gardner Road, which is a major road project that we expect to commence this coming financial year. This cost of this project is $48 million and will improve the efficiency and operation of that local network and provide additional facilities for both cyclists and pedestrians. It will meaningfully address congestion in that part of the world, but also there are interim works to make sure that the work done here and the nearby metro works, which also will affect this community, will mean that the works and improvements will not negatively affect residents' normal operation of life through the construction phase. In this year's budget, we see the Hamilton and Western intersection upgrade, which is an important upgrade, something we've discussed quite a bit in this chamber. It is a intersection proximate to the Prince Charles Hospital. This proposal is about making it safe for people who use Hamilton Road. Now, Hamilton Road in this area is extremely busy, generated by traffic coming out of Chermside Shopping Centre, the Prince Charles Hospital and Appleby Road. There was a fatality near this intersection. As I've often said in this place, fatalities are prompt responses from me to address those matters, and this is one of those to make sure that people leaving the Prince Charles Hospital will do so safely. So there's quite a bit to that, and I look forward to working with Councillor Hammond on that into the near future.
Point of order, Chair.
Point of order, Councillor Shree.
Councillor Wines, take a quick question.
No, I don't have enough time. As Councillor Strunk's laughing, he knows that I have many, many answers for questions on notice that I've got to get to. So I want to get through the substance, then I've got to do my questions on notice. If I have time, I'll take it to the end. That's why I'm speaking a little bit quicker than normal. The local area traffic management system, in the coming year, we will see projects at Emma Street, Holland Park, Quirk Street, The Gap, Woodley Street, Maruka, as well as continuing projects that were delayed as a result of the floods and of the unseasonably wet May. Now, councillors should keep in their mind that the crews who would often do this were used as frontline support to make sure that the flood response was done well and quickly, and that extra pressure on them meant that the ordinary budgeted work was delayed temporarily. But as we said at the time through the budget review process, that we will be, the works aren't cancelled, merely delayed, and that is also reflected in this year's budget. LANIs, which are local access network improvements, will also see a number of projects delivered. Now, I always feel the need to say this when talking about LANIs. They are programs and projects designed to be delivered within a 12-month period. So when they initially are designed, if there are complications included, drainage potentially, or potential land resumptions, they are not cancelled, they are merely moved from this expenditure line to a different expenditure line which deals with more complicated and expensive intersection work. So that is a feature of these. They are quick and cheap intersection upgrades to make the thing work faster. Can I also recognise our Partnering for Safer Schools, which has seen more than a dozen schools join with us in the coming year? Can I also recognise the support of the Queensland Government, who support our safe school travel work, and the support of TIDS. Now, what are TIDS? They are Transport Infrastructure Development Scheme funding. So that is a state government support to make sure that we can deliver for our schools in our communities all over the city. I have listed here Craigsley, Mansfield, Mater Day, which I think is in Barden, or is it Ashgrove? That's Ashgrove. Ashgrove. Mitchelton and Warrigal Road. Can I also recognise there are a number of new intersections that will be upgraded and a number of new sets of lights. And as we learned in the information sessions, when it comes to traffic lights, no ward shines brighter than Forest Lake. So Forest Lake is the principal beneficiary of our new lights program, and I'm sure that both Councillor Strunk and his residents will be appreciative of the 3 new sets of lights that will be coming to his ward this coming financial year. And so these sorts of projects make intersections safer for motorists and pedestrians, regardless of the direction that they access that road. It was a great pleasure to be able to join Councillor Hutton recently at the most recent light turning on at Monia Bellwood. We still will be monitoring that intersection to make sure that we Mr Chair, can I just ask, my clock says 4 minutes. What does yours say?
You're at 9 minutes 25 seconds.
Thank you. All right. Because I haven't had a chance to speak yet about the infrastructure investment in the basics. Curb and channel, 7.7 million and $83 million into ordinary road resurfacing. Now, this question came up in our information sessions. I feel the need to stress the point right now. $83 million to your classic ordinary road resurfacing. The budget also includes $17 million for the purpose of flood response road resurfacing, and also $5 million to do the examination and design work for that. Now, why are there two categories? There are two categories because you've got your ordinary work, which would happen as a matter of course, and then for us to seek QRA support, we have to have a separate funding allocation. That's what that $17 million is for. Hopefully councillors recall that I brought through this council and through committee information about how we identify those roads through the LIDAR. That's an acronym, capital L, capital I, capital D, capital A and R, through the pavement management systems and the ARRB system, so as to scientifically identify which roads are required for flood recovery. Can I make a general point that roads that were flooded and fixed after the 2011 flood have held up better than roads inundated as a result of the creek flooding? So that's $17 million this year and also $17 million next year. All right. Yeah, I think I still have time to deal with the questions on notice, so I'll move to those now. The question provided by Councillor Strunk was, what are the projects in Program 2 that are in response to the flooding? I hope that partial of that answer I just provided addresses part of that, but the four areas are bridges and culverts, retaining walls, river walls, roads and roads related. So roads and roads related was just answered in my previous statement that it's $17 million this year and next year, $34 million. That's in road resurfacing plus $5 million for design and identification work. That's roads and roads related. So the answer can be implied that we have crews out there right now. We had the vehicle here in King George Square showing people how it worked so that we can get out there and identify the roads. We're doing it in a responsive manner. Bridges and culverts. The bridges are Coringal Drive, Colo Bridge and Hawera Court. Hopefully people have heard me say those in the past. Retaining walls, I'll answer that in a moment. And river walls, it's ongoing, but there is a whole range of work as we, again, continue to assess the walls to make sure that they're safe and as we move through the river wall system. The question 2 was about retaining walls and in relation to the $12.4 million expense to retaining walls. Now, there are a number of land slips that may need to be retained that we have an allocation for. So this is now an answer to question 1, 2, and also an answer to Councillor Johnston's question on retaining walls. Bear with me. Blackheath Street, Oxley, Royal Avenue, Nunda, Talara Street, The Gap, Appiah Avenue, Seven Hills, Westlake Drive, Westlake, Fort Rose Place, Ferny Grove, Mount Nebo Road, Upper Kedron, Shan Street, Stafford, Settlement Road, Capera, The Gap, Esplanade, the Esplanade at Loader, Lanita Road, Rockface, Ferny Grove, Old Toombul Road, Northgate, Scrub Road, Carindale, Bohemia Place, Kenmore, Whitten Road, Indooroopilly, Sir Samuel Griffith Drive, Mount Cootha, Kedron Brook Road, Wilston, Wardell Street, Ashgrove, Mill Road, Pullen Vale, Kays Road, The Gap, Box Lane, Upper Kedron, Upper Brookfield, Dalwood Street, Callum Vale, Murphy Road, Zilmere, Russell Terrace, Indooroopilly, Benedict Street, Wavell Heights. Of particular interest, and I suspect that the councillor asking the question was concerned with Arbor and Joseph Street, Sherwood. They are not in Program 2, but they are housed within Program 3. Question 3.
I'm sorry, just to be clear, I just missed that last little bit.
So, point of order, Councillor Johnston.
Yes, I'm sorry, I did not hear that. The bit, I think he said something about Arbor Street, but it's Joseph Street, Ferry Street and Arbor Street. So I just want to be clear that I've heard this correctly. Could you please repeat it?
So the streets of concern are not addressed within Program 2, but rather Program 3. Councillor Johnston also asked, does council have plans to upgrade Ipswich Road, Vennet Road,
I'm
Waterton
so sorry.
Street?
I just want to be
Point of order
clear.
again.
I'm sorry, point of order. I apologise, point of order. Just would like to get a clear answer to my question on notice. I heard something about Arbor Street, but it was so rushed. Is the answer that it's not included in the retaining walls in program 2? Is that? I think that's what I've heard, but I'm just unclear.
Councillor Wines, if you could,
I
please.
sense that Councillor Johnston is preparing to play a semantic game, that it's no longer dealt with in program 2. I've said it twice now. They are well in the consideration of this council, but held under program area 3, not program area 2. Okay? So before people rush around saying that council is ignoring it, we are not ignoring it. It is. The City Projects Office is well aware of it, and those residents are also well aware that CPO is well aware of it. However, because it borders the river and because it involves parkland bordering the river, it is held within program 3. Right? Pretty straightforward.
Thank you, Councillor.
Right? So, and I trust that now the councillor has had a special explanation that there won't be sort of spurious and vexatious tweets about this later on.
Councillor Wines, your time has expired.
I have further questions on notice, which I would have answered had I not been interrupted.
Further debate.
Point of order.
Point of order. Councillor Johnston.
So Councillor Wines does have a problem now. He has a statutory obligation to provide those answers in his speech, and he clearly has not done so.
Okay, councillors, may I please have an extension of time?
I move an extension of time.
He's not allowed to have an extension of time.
Councillors, just one moment. We can't provide an extension of time, but Councillor Johnston, Councillor Wines has the right of reply at the end of the period for 10 minutes.
But he needs to be able to, the meeting's local law say he should do that in his speech at the beginning. And he had 15 minutes.
Well, it's clear now that Councillor Johnston was merely interrupting me at the end so that this would be the circumstance. Obviously, it was a tactic to try and push this into an extended period of time. If councillors would like the answer, I have them written here. I'll provide a written tabling of them.
As long as we can get it now before the debate, because that's why we need it. So is it... Righto, if it's
Councillor Wines has offered to provide a tabled response in regards to that. The debate for this program will run for some time. So I'll now move on. Further debate. Councillor Strunk.
Thank you, Acting Chair. Well, we'll kick off with those sets of traffic lights that the Chair acknowledged that Forest Lake Ward is getting over the next 12 months. I just want to talk about one of those because it's one that this community of Duandella, which is one of 6 suburbs in my ward, have been really advocating for many years now, and they will be over the moon when they receive the budget updates from my office because they've really done the hard yards, grassroots, petitions, all sorts of things, and it's really good that the council is now undertaking this work. It's a really dangerous intersection so far as Willowere Way is really probably the most used road in and out of Duandella, or that part of Duandella, and they're confronted with a dual carriageway, which is Blunder Road, which is very, very busy, as we can probably all know that one. And they also have a U-turn permitted right in front of them, trying to get out onto that road as well. So it was a very dangerous intersection, and also buses a bus service comes through there as well. Which blocked the view when they were trying to get out as well. So a set of traffic lights will be very much appreciated by the Duandella residents. Now, if we have a look further, there's other sets of lights as well that have been moved. That's going to happen in the next 12 months. But there are some others as well in Grand Avenue, which is right near the state school, that we'll continue to advocate for. And of course, the one that was part of my original campaign at Orchardfield and Pine Road at Richlands, which is growing in popularity, that intersection. So hopefully something will happen there over the next few years as well. Chair, in the information session, of course, the Chair was asked and answered a number of questions, right? But some of the questions in regard to funding for design and planning. I asked a question in regards to design and planning for intersections that are on the list for design and planning, and at that stage he wasn't able to answer the question in regards to what those forward projects would be for intersections that have already received design and planning, because we wanted to be able to understand what was actually going to happen in the forward estimates. There is dozens and dozens of carryovers, of course, for the project, and that were all, of course, blamed on the floods. But quite frankly, I believe, yes, a number of those could be attributed to the floods of 2022, but not all of them, right? Not all of the carryovers. Now, I'm not talking about the carryovers that would go across two financial budgets or more than two. I'm just talking about those carryovers that weren't across those two financial years, but those carryovers that were the only ones that were carried over supposedly were all due to the floods, and I find that very interesting, very interesting. No costs associated with any long-term planning is in the budget, and which is amazing when you consider that we are going to be the Olympic City of 2032. And you would think that there would be some money there for long-term planning in the budget, but there doesn't appear to be. Also the De Jersey report, and I appreciate the chair covering off on some of those identified. Sorry, just locked here. The 37 recommendations, I appreciate he identified about 5 of those recommendations that money is being spent. But most of the information sessions that I was part of this year, when asked about what money is being allocated for those 37 recommendations, they pretty well said that they couldn't tell us. But it was only 4 months into the year, so, or since the flood, so other work was being done. But 4 months, it's a pretty long time, and you would think that they would be able to tell us some of what's planned to address some of those recommendations. Even the training for councillors, right, to bring us up to date on what the disaster management teams do and how we can be part of. I would have hoped that we would have had something scheduled, considering that the La Nina is still with us. Although I did hear today that it's not a full La Nina now. It's La Nina watch. So they're hoping, but they're not guaranteeing that we're not going to be revisited by a rain event by the end of the year that could have some real issues for our city. Finally, in regards to curb and channeling, now there doesn't seem to be any money in this through the forward estimates except for revenue. And so I don't know if the chair can sort of address that. So no curb and channeling money, capital money, or expenses for this year and through the forward estimates. The only thing there is revenue. So I would ask if the chair could, in his final remarks, let us know what's happening with curb and channel. Thank you.
Thank you. Further debate? Councillor Huang.
Thank you, Mr. Acting Chair. I rise to speak on Program 2 of Lord Mayor's budget on infrastructure for Brisbane. Mr. Acting Chair, the Trinidad Council continues to invest in Brisbane's vital infrastructures, despite of the challenges of soaring labour and material costs caused by the pandemic and damages caused by the recent storm event. Mr. Acting Chair, in this budget, the Lord Mayor continues to invest in our suburbs with Suburbs First guarantee. We see that more than 80% of this year's $4 billion budget investing in our suburbs. I would like to take this opportunity to thank the Lord Mayor and Councillor Wines as the Civic Cabinet Chair for this portfolio for their vision and leadership in investing in these critical infrastructures, which are needed to future-proof our city, including projects like Gardner Road Extension in Rochdale. Mr. Acting Chair, the extension of Gardner Road between Priestdale Road and Underwood Road will provide a new road link to support the development of the Rochdale precinct and the implementation of the Rochdale Urban Community Neighbourhood Plan, with total project cost of $48 million. Mr. Acting Chair, high urban and economic growth in Rochdale and surrounds is increasing pressure on the local transport network, and especially the north-south bound roads. Major urban development is already underway, and more is scheduled to occur in the area. This will generate additional transport demand on the local transport network. Without construction of the Gardner Road extension, congestion will increase to unacceptable levels, which will reduce livability and impact on the marketability of new urban developments. The project's key objectives are to improve the livability and economic performance of the area by improving traffic flow capacity to accommodate existing and future traffic demands, and also to safety for all modes of travel, as well as travel time reliability for bus-based public transport and public and active transport accessibility, and also overall transport network accessibility to improve livability and facilitate urban and economic development. To implement the preferred options, it will improve safety mid-block by incorporating a central median to physically separate opposing traffic flows. To improve safety at major intersections by including turn lanes and traffic signals to separate all movements through the intersections. And it will also reduce current and future congestion by providing additional traffic flow capacity at the major intersections and mid-block. And it will also improve accessibility and safety for pedestrians and cyclists by providing off-road paths, on-road cycle lanes, and signalized crossing facilities. The significant number of schools in the area and the proposed Rochdale Park and Ride busway station at the southern end of the project make this especially important. Improve accessibility, efficiency, and reliability of bus services by providing a more direct route, more efficient travel speeds, more reliable travel times, and appropriate bus stops is also a key part of this project. And improve local amenity with enhanced streetscaping and improve accessibility for all road users, which will facilitate urban growth and livability of the area, as Rochdale is probably one of the last major suburbs that we are developing in Brisbane. However, to enable continued delivery of the Brisbane Metro depot, a section of School Road between Priestdale Road and intersection with the Southeast Busway is planned to close in early December 2022. During the design phase for the Brisbane Metro depot, Brisbane City Council became aware that the Department of Transport and Main Roads, TMR, specifically requests the Pacific Motorway to ML Plains to Daisy Hill upgrades has planned to close a section of School Road from the intersection of School Road and the Southeast Busway towards Underwood Road. This closure is required to facilitate TMR's future extension of the Southeast Busway from Rochdale to Springwood. With TMR closing this section of School Road, this leaves section of School Road between Priestdale Road and the Southeast Busway, which would not provide private property access. As such, it was determined that this section could be absorbed into the depot site to provide a dedicated busway access, egress road, and improve the sweep path of the Brisbane Metro vehicles using the end-of-trip charging facility. TMR's original advice to Council was that the section of School Road adjacent to the Pacific Motorway between the Southeast Busway and 200 School Road, which is the southern section, will need to close to accommodate the extension of the Southeast Busway. This means that either a new section of road would need to be constructed adjacent to the existing school road, or this would involve in property acquisition and substantial funding for road construction, or the proposed extension of Garden Road between Pristdale Road and Underwood Road be accelerated to provide an alternative means of access as soon as possible. We are aware that TMR's original advice to Council through the course of project meetings was that construction of the busway extension could commence in early 2022. As such, the closure of School Road will be required at this time. Given this, Council worked to secure funding to accelerate construction of the Gardner Road extension. Planning, design, property acquisition, and construction commenced as soon as was practicable. Given these processes take some time to complete, it was not possible to avoid a period where school road traffic would need to be redirected to other routes until the Gardner Road extension was completed. Following TMR's request for Council to enter a deed to close School Road, Council investigated the option to incorporate a section of the School Road Reserve between Pristdale Road and the Southeast Busway as part of the Brisbane Metro depot. And since July 2021, Council has undertaken a series of engagement and communication activities to inform the community of this future change, including key stakeholder briefings, a community newsletter issued to approximately 18,000 properties, and 2 community information sessions. And Council will continue to ensure key stakeholders and that the local community are well informed of any changes to School Road ahead of any works commencing. TMR and Council are working together with the Brisbane Gateway Resort regarding future access requirements, including any potential changes to property access. Council expects to complete the Gardner Road extension in early 2024. As such, traffic diversions for School Road will need to be in place from when School Road south of Pristdale Road is closed until early 2024. Council appreciates that this will require local road diversions, and as a result, Council is undertaking various actions to help minimize these impacts. And we expect the Rochdale Road and Pristdale Road roundabout to be upgraded to a high-capacity signalized intersection before School Road is closed. In addition, this upgrade will provide improved pedestrian and cyclist facilities for children accessing nearby schools. Council has assessed the traffic capacity of the road network and determined that the diversion route can be accommodate the diverted flows with similar level of performance. Also, Council is undertaking further investigations of the network to identify other possible short-term measures that could be implemented to assist with the diverted traffic during this period. And we will also make every endeavor to look for opportunities to accelerate the delivery of the Gardner Road project, as well as ensuring the diversion routes operate as efficiently as possible. And once Gardner Road is completed, the performance of the whole traffic network will improve significantly to the benefit of the local community. And in addition to the Gardner Road extension, I would also like to raise something that's close to my heart, and that is currently under construction, and that is the Rochdale Road and Pristdale Road intersection upgrade. This intersection is located on the boundary of Brisbane City Council and Logan City Council local government areas. Brisbane City Council is currently constructing the upgrade of the Rochdale and Pristdale Road intersection at Rochdale, which is jointly funded with the federal government and Logan City Council. This project is in my ward of McGregor and also Logan City Council area, Division 1. And total project cost is anticipated to be $39.05 million. The intersection caters for high traffic volumes and experiences significant congestion in peak hours, including school drop-off and pick-up times. Operating beyond the theoretical capacity with considerable queue length resulting in delay for all road users.
Your time has
expired. I commend Program 2 to the Chamber.
Thank you. Further debate. Councillor Shree.
Thanks, Chair. I rise to speak on Program 2, and I think it's relevant to highlight that one of the big difficulties the Council has at the moment, and which I think even the Mayor has agreed with lately, I can't keep up where he stands on this one, but is that the money coming in via infrastructure charges from property developers simply isn't coming close to covering the true cost of delivering new infrastructure. So for anyone who's watching online and isn't across the details of this, every time a new apartment is completed, a developer is required to pay $20,000 in infrastructure charges for a 1 or 2 bedroom apartment, or about $28,000 for an apartment or a house with 3 or more bedrooms. Half of that money goes to urban utilities for sewerage and mains water, and the other half goes towards council for stormwater drainage, roads, all the other infrastructure, land for community facilities, etc. So for each new apartment that the council approves and is actually built, we only get $10,000. Now, in a suburb like West End, we've had a couple of thousand new apartments built over the last couple of years, but that still only adds up to a couple of $1 million, really. And that's the problem that the council keeps running into here, is that we're at the point now where a single set of traffic lights is costing upwards of $5 million. And the money that's being collected by from developers through new infrastructure charges isn't coming close to covering the costs of that actual outlay that we need to be spending. And I think the LNP has made a strategic error here in recent years, because for a while there the council was actively resistant to removing the cap on infrastructure charges, and then more recently started to make a few noises about how, oh, maybe we should slightly increase infrastructure charges, or maybe the cap should be removed, but hasn't been advocating strongly enough, and in so doing has hampered statewide attempts to advocate for that cap to be removed, because there are other local councils across the region that are dealing with the same problem. And this is a fundamental issue we're seeing here with Program 2, is that there are a lot of projects that need to happen. There are, particularly in terms of retaining wall repairs and improvements and stormwater drainage upgrades and all sorts of stuff. But the council simply doesn't have enough money coming in from developers. And it's the LNP's fault, because the LNP wasn't willing to make developers pay their fair share, particularly during those periods of rapid construction growth. We've had a couple of cycles of construction booms now where developers have been making a killing, but this council hasn't been collecting enough of that revenue to pay for the essential infrastructure. And now we've got this really serious backlog where there's a long list of projects begging for funding, and the council doesn't have enough money to go around. So the LNP, I think, really screwed the pooch on this one, and I think now we're all dealing with the fallout of that. Having said that, though, there are still many projects in Program 2 which are an abysmal waste of money and which aren't necessary for the city at all. And when I go through the list of road widenings and intersection expansions that are simply designed to carry more cars, it really breaks my heart, because not only are we reinforcing existing unsustainable transport patterns where encouraging more people to drive instead of improving active transport and public transport, but we're also creating a bigger maintenance burden for ourselves down the road. The chair was already talking about the record amounts we're having to spend on road resurfacing. Guess what? Newsflash, the more road widening you undertake, the more roads you build, the more that road maintenance cost is going to increase in future years as well. So there's a real problem here where the costs of delivering new infrastructure and the costs of maintaining existing infrastructure are rising faster than council's revenue streams are rising. And the council doesn't seem to have a good strategy to deal with that. I've had a look at the rates that are being levied and the other revenue streams, and there's a little bit of tweaking around the edges, but fundamentally the council is in a really serious problem here. It's covering up for that problem by slashing funding on certain active transport projects and postponing funding on the green bridges and stuff like that. But there's a deeper chronic problem here where there's simply not enough money coming in, and then the council has to go beg into higher levels of government to secure funding for certain projects. And this is where the LNP is really messing up, I think, because instead of going to the state and federal governments and saying, hey, we need more money for new park and library facilities, or we need new money for new bikeways, or we need new money for pedestrian crossings, mostly, and there are some exceptions, but mostly the council is going to the state and federal government saying, hey, we need more money for road widenings and intersection widenings. And the redesign of the Moggle roundabout stands out as one of the most appalling misuses of public funds I've seen in my time as a councillor. I understand that that's mostly coming from federal government funding, but we're talking well over $100 million here to essentially increase capacity through an intersection. And the magical thinking that's embodied in that, this sort of fantasy land that the LNP are living in, where they are telling themselves and they're telling the people of Brisbane that if we just widen roads, if we just widen these intersections, that'll fix congestion. It's like, people aren't stupid. Residents on the ground know that's not how it works. Anyone who's done first-year transport planning understands that principle. You are not going to fix traffic congestion by widening roads and expanding intersections. People have been saying that for decades. This is not a new concept. This is not novel or out there thinking. This is well established now. This is common sense. And yet still this LNP is trapped in a 1950s mentality of continually widening roads.
Point of order. Councillor Murphy.
Will Councillor Sri take question?
Sure.
Councillor Sri, do you accept that there's other reasons that we might seek to upgrade road corridors, including improvements for bus facilities, active transport connections, safety improvements so that people don't die on those roads? Do you accept that?
Yeah, and thanks for the question. And I accept that there are some good projects in this list, and it's a shame we only have a few minutes and not a whole months to discuss this sort of stuff, because I could go into great detail on the pros and cons of some of these projects. There is some good stuff in there. I don't want to be misconstrued. But I'm also mindful that certain projects I've seen in the past funded out of this program that were justified on safety grounds or justified on the grounds that they would improve bus travel times were still effectively road widening projects that had no significant positive improvements in terms of safety outcomes. And Lytton Road stands out as a really obvious example that I was following quite closely, where we spent $115 million widening that road to 6 lanes. There's still frequent crashes along that corridor, it's still badly congested, and the buses are still getting held up in general traffic even though you added more lanes. So certainly I'm very supportive of spending more money on new intersections and new pedestrian crossings and redesigns of existing intersections to improve safety. And there are a couple in my electorate that I've been advocating for quite strongly, including Wellington Road and Montague Road near the new Woolworths. We do need money spent on installing more traffic lights and redesigning some of those intersections. But it is how the intersections are being designed which is so concerning at the moment, because we're not setting aside enough space for dedicated separated bike lanes on many of these intersection designs. We're not ensuring that every leg of the intersection has a proper safe pedestrian crossing. In many cases, pedestrians have to cross at 2 or 3 sets of lights to move through an intersection, whereas the cars only have to wait for one change of the lights. So when you look through the details of these projects, it's very clear that they are still prioritising car movements ahead of pedestrians, ahead of cyclists and scooter users, and ahead of public transport. And so I'm certainly not going to be supporting this program, and I think it's really disappointing that the council is still stuck in that very backwards way of thinking. For the council to say, oh, we don't have money for this bikeway project or that pedestrian crossing, but we do have money for hundreds of millions of dollars worth of road widening and intersection expansions, is really disappointing. And I hope that will change in future years. I think it probably won't change until we get a change of administration in this place. Maybe that's not so far away though. The other point I did want to highlight though is that there are some really urgently needed upgrades, such as the redesign of the O'Keefe Street, Logan Road roundabout, and the need for a proper crossing point or signalised crossing point over Wellington Road between East Brisbane and Kangaroo Point, where a little bit of money has been allocated for design, but there's still no clear plan on how we're actually going to pay to deliver the thing. And I think this council is really missing some opportunities there to improve safety outcomes and active transport connectivity, but by not allocating enough money up front to ensure that those projects succeed. So I'm going to have to leave it there. I do want to reiterate again, though, that it's a shame we don't allow for more meaningful discussion with the public about the best way to use ratepayer funds, because I think a lot of ratepayers are getting shortchanged by this budget.
Further debate? Councillor Owen.
Thank you, Mr Acting Chair, and I rise to speak in support of Program 2. And can I say, that the previous speaker has got a very, very blinkered view about what is needed for the road network throughout the entire city. It is very skewed, and for him to be saying, and I quote, from the Greens councillor saying that road widenings were an abysmal waste of money. Well, I can tell you that my residents do not think that. I can tell you that it is important when you have roads in school precincts that you make sure that they are widened when necessary so traffic flows can come through, so that bus stops can be installed, so that children can cross safely, so that we don't have congestion, so that we don't have vehicles banked back and causing residents to have wasted time on their morning and afternoon peak trips. But again, he doesn't live out in the suburbs. Out in the outer suburbs, we see a different situation. Anyone coming from the outer suburbs of this city, whether it's from as far away as McDowell or Bracken Ridge or
Point of order, Chair.
Point out order, Councillor.
Will Councillor Owen take a question?
Councillor Owen, will you take a question?
no, thank you.
No, Councillor.
Whether they are coming from the west, from Pullen Vale, or right out from Doughboy Ward, or whether they're coming from Callanvale Ward. The residents in the outer city suburbs have the longest trips. They face the most congestion, and it is important that we have a road network that supports our public transport network, that also supports our active school travel network around schools. There is not one single way that we can approach making sure this city is livable and able to be traversed appropriately by saying you should cut out one particular thing, because that does not work. There are people who have different modes of transport. There are people who have different needs. And what we have to do is we have to look at the needs right across the city. It is important that we do have, in particular cases, improvements to local areas. And I refer to program service number 2.1.2.2, improve local transport networks, district projects. And I refer specifically to the Ritchie Road Corridor project and the Wadeville Parkwood Drive projects. Now, these are projects that have got significant impact in a school precinct, but also in a precinct where the residential development has escalated significantly in the last couple of years. Now, I remind this chamber that there was no funding for either of these projects whatsoever before March 2020, when the Ritchie Road Corridor was under the responsibility of a Labor councillor. However, since March 2020, I have advocated consistently to have this matter addressed. I have worked with the council officers to provide them local feedback so that that has enabled them to put forward these projects for the LRCI, the Local Roads and Community Infrastructure funding, which we received in February, $7.15 million from the Morrison government to assist us delivering that project. Now, I am proud to say that this project of delivering stage 1A of the Ritchie Road Corridor will be commenced in the first half of this new financial year. So in the last 6 months of 2022, we will see stage A undertaken. Then we will see stage 1B started at the beginning of 2023. And then following on from that, whilst the officers are also undertaking that construction, they will be simultaneously designing stages 2 and 3. Now, when you have a rapidly growing area, you need to make sure these things are addressed. And hence, when we had the LGIP amendments and we had $29 million worth of infrastructure brought forward into the LGIP last year, that is significant. So this is the sort of work that this Shrinner Council is doing. We are delivering for the people in the growing suburbs. We are delivering the important infrastructure that is necessary. Now, I would also like to highlight that this year as well, with the Safer Routes to School, we are also addressing the footpaths that run along Callanvale Special School and also Callanvale Community College. We are also addressing design work for a particular location that has caused a lot of grief with parking and issues outside Stretton State College. So we are addressing the needs of what has to happen. We are making sure that where there are needs, that they are addressed. Now, there certainly are quite a number of roads that are being resurfaced, and I do acknowledge that a lot of the roads that were impacted by the floods and the 2022 February wet weather event need a lot of repair. And my residents are understanding that because of those circumstances, there will be a priority given to those repairs. And the important thing is that we cannot be insular when we are approaching this. We can certainly be parochial and advocate for our own ward, for our own local community, but we cannot be so introspective and focused on our own little scope of the city that we do not support others.
Councillor,
Mr Acting Chair, I think that the Councillor for Tennyson continues to interject because she cannot comprehend that there are people in this city who have had projects that have been sacrificed in order that repairs can be done to other areas in the city, in other wards, as a priority. And she continues to behave disrespectfully in this chamber. And I am going to call it out because I am not going to put up with these interjections.
Councillor, just one moment, please.
It appears to me Councillor Owen's trying to chair the meeting and is giving Councillor Johnson a lecture, which is quite inappropriate. I'd ask you to get her under control.
Councillor Cumming, that's not an appropriate point of order. Councillor Owen, please continue your speech.
I will continue, and if I am interjected on, I have every right to acknowledge that there is an interjection and by whom, and I will do so. I will call it out.
Please continue, Councillor Owen. Don't. Councillors, please. Councillor Owen is still speaking. She still has another minute and a half, so please allow her to finish. Councillor Owen.
Mr Chair, prior to coming back into this chamber this afternoon, I have just been on an online funeral for one of my Rotarians, and he was a very good man. And the disrespect I find from others in this chamber who continue to interject, and yet as soon as they're interjected on, it's the world's worst thing. So I have every right to call it out. This is a very important program. It delivers a lot for the people of the City of Brisbane. And those on the other side had better take heed that there are things that are being done right across the city, and to stop being so insular and self-centred in regards to this. We all have a duty to deliver for people right across this city. And that is what this budget does. That is what this project does. I will use my last 5 seconds, Mr Acting Chair, to call out Councillor Johnston's laughing, and she is being totally disrespectful.
Further debate. Councillor Griffiths.
Thank you, Mr Chairman. I rise to speak on infrastructure for Brisbane. And just noting the previous councillor's speech, it is interesting that she still hasn't been able to deliver, even though she's in the administration, bus stops for her area or even a library for residents. So it's a bit rich to have that councillor actually lecturing us about what we should or shouldn't deliver. I have a number of concerns with this item, and particularly my biggest concern, I think it was raised this morning, was the issue with the new budget process. And I have to say that I don't think it's accountable. I'm concerned about the way that this new budget process operates. It's certainly totally new. I believe that it can be altered behind the scenes. There's only 2 people who can do it, apparently. That's the Mayor and the CEO, or who the CEO delegates. And I really believe that's taking away the essence of what this document is about and what, in fact, what we are about, which is democratically elected people.
Point of order, Mr Chair.
Point of order,
Claim
Councillor.
to be misrepresented.
Claim to be misrepresented. Councillor Griffiths.
I don't think I used the councillor's name, but anyway. What I am concerned about here is really, I suppose I'm concerned about how this can be abused, this new process. I think there's a number, from what I understand, a number of councillors on that side who don't understand this change. It's a significant change. This budget process is actually for the democratically elected people of Brisbane to vote on, and I believe that the way it's being structured now is a really backward step. Politically, I think it's a very smart step the Lord Mayor's done, in terms of smart in a cynical way, because it means he can make lots of changes but without being accountable, and that's what I think. As an elected member, is really problematic with the current budget and its format as it is. I did put up in the last item I talked about the footpaths and council not keeping a list of footpaths. A few councillors weren't aware of that, so I'd actually like, I know they're not in the chamber, but the Lord Mayor to actually confirm that council now doesn't keep a list of our footpaths or the footpath schedule, and explain to us why council doesn't do that, and how he's going to get around ensuring that we deliver those footpaths that we can't build. Now, in terms of, I have to say my biggest disappointment in terms of the south side for the infrastructure for Brisbane was that there was no money for the Coopers Plains crossing. Once again, it misses out. So once again, we have a $1.7 billion spend on the Metro in the inner city. We have $84 million being spent on Victoria Park in the inner city. We have $500 million or so on green bridges for the inner city, but a $400 million project shared between state, federal and local government, the Lord Mayor won't come to the table on. And this is a $400 million project that will actually free up traffic on the south side. It is the worst congested crossing in the state. It's the most unsafe crossing in the state, and yet we have a Lord Mayor who says he's all about the suburbs, but he actually won't contribute his fair share to this project. So we have the state giving $130 million, state Labor government. We have the state federal government giving $130 million, but we don't have council giving $130 million. I'd like to know the position of Councillor Wong in relation to this, or Councillor Marx, because it's going to impact their areas too. And it's disappointing that they haven't been around to actually push for it. I know when I've raised that we should be funding this, the LNP in this chamber have voted against it on several occasions. So that's just a great example of where we're not spending money on the suburbs, where the suburbs are missing out with a key infrastructure project, where we're missing in action, and yet state and federal government are there doing their bit. And what's worse is it was under this administration that 50% council and the state went 50% to build 2 crossings on the north side. What was the difference, those 2 crossings on the north side? They were in LNP seats. So it's really sad to see that we have councillors on this side who say they represent the residents of the south side of the city, but they're not standing up for those residents and they're not ensuring that money goes into fixing this crossing. And by fixing this crossing, we're not only fixing up safety issues and huge delays in terms of time, 20-minute delays in terms of time, we are actually then providing a mechanism for industry to move and for industry and business to function better on the south side. I just go on then to talk about footpaths and say that we got the records in relation to the broken footpaths. Council has an appalling record in relation to this too. It's a basic service. I believe it's the #1 action we should be delivering for residents. And yet we've got 6,337 broken footpaths waiting to be repaired. So what I find ironical with this administration is they keep talking about what they're doing for footpaths. They almost need to get out of there, well, the Lord Mayor almost needs to get out of his limousine and actually walk on some footpaths to realise what a bad condition they are. Once again, I think this demonstrates how out of touch this administration is with what's going on in the suburbs and what's going on around the place, particularly in relation to accessibility issues. Last year, Councillor Johnston and I did a petition around Annerley, and we received hundreds of submissions and people supporting us. And it was part of it was for the construction of the intersection at Venner, Ipswich and Waterton Street. That's a major congestion point on the south side. Once again, it's been ignored, Councillor Johnston. So does it surprise you, Councillor Johnston? So it is disappointing that once again a major congestion point on the south side is missing out. And then, of course, the other end of my ward, which is Willawong and Pollara, just keeps missing out in terms of Sherbrooke Road, another avenue, and a whole lot of other areas that are now forming a future industrial precinct, as well as partly residential, a future industrial precinct that will bring incredible wealth to the city. But once again, we haven't actually put any money into this area of the city. Finally, the last area I'd like to raise that I'm concerned about is Carey and Beatty Road intersection. I've been beating on about this for years. And this services Archfield Airport. Archfield Airport is, of course, federal land, and we've been having meetings with them talking about how they can use their land more effectively. But I really think this intersection here needs to be dealt with so that it can connect and release the huge employment potential that exists in that part of the city for industrial land, which unfortunately at the moment I don't think, from what I see, this administration is taking seriously. So overall, I have huge concerns about infrastructure for Brisbane. It's not, despite what the chair said, it's not delivering for our suburbs. It's actually missing the suburbs. And once again, it's my belief that the money is going into the inner city, and the suburbs such as Pollara are missing out. Thank you.
Councillor Owen, you claim to be misrepresented.
Thank you, Mr Chairman. There was reference that in regards to my service delivery, and I can say that 6 bus stops will be delivered and be constructed by December this year, unlike the previous Labor councillor who represented Pollara and did nothing.
Point of order.
Point of order, Councillor Johnston.
I seek your ruling that Councillor Owen deliberately there contravened the intention of the meeting's local law, which is to correct a misstatement, but Councillor Owen deliberately engaged in new debate about bus stops. That was not part of correcting what Councillor Griffiths said.
Councillor Johnston, just one moment please. Councillor Johnston, to your point, Councillor Griffiths actually spoke about the Pollara bus stops. Unfortunately, Councillor Griffiths wasn't here for the previous debate in regards to the delivery of those bus stops, which was raised, and so Councillor Owens just simply clarified that they will be delivered.
Point of order, Deputy Chair.
Councillor Hutton, I'm conscious the time is now 3:22.
Yeah,
Councillor
I'd
Hutton.
just like to move an adjournment for a period of 15 minutes for afternoon tea, which will commence only when all councillors have left the chamber.
Seconded?
Seconded.
Councillor Wines, thank you. Moved by Councillor Hutton, seconded by Councillor Wines, that Council now adjourn for afternoon tea for 15 minutes, which commences only when all councillors have left the meeting and the doors have been closed. All in favour say aye. Aye. All to the contrary, no. No. The ayes have it. Councillors, we'll continue the debate on program 2. Councillor Atwood.
Thank you, Deputy Chair. I too rise to speak today about Program 2, Infrastructure for Brisbane, and the wonderful safety and network improvements it's delivering for our city. Thank you. Whether it's upgrading roads, delivering safer paths to schools, installing new traffic lights, suburban corridor modernisation projects, bridges, curb and channel, congestion busting projects, the list simply goes on. And it is a program that we all want. Let's start off with some of the wins for the 2021-22 financial year for Doughboy Ward. Safer school travel infrastructure. Like all of us, we have hundreds, if not thousands, of children coming to and from our local schools every day. And when you hear about a child being hit or nearly being hit by a car, it's one of your worst nightmares as a councillor. But unfortunately, many of our schools were built on major roads, which makes this no easy fix. But in this year's budget, we saw another 5 schools receive a total of $932 million to improve safety for our youngest residents. Last year, Moreton Bay College on Wandle Road was a beneficiary of a new car park / passenger loading area and 2 permanent slowdown for SAMs installed. We met with the school a number of times, and every time they were incredibly grateful and excited about these upgrades. And just down the road, Council have also been busy undertaking the lead on upgrading the Lyndham Level Crossing. Our local federal member, Ross Faster, secured $80 million in federal funding 5 years ago. Together we pleaded to Council to take the lead, as we couldn't wait any longer for the Department of Transport and Main Roads to design and build an upgrade. And I'm really grateful that they passed the money from the state to Council so we could get on and start upgrading this intersection. I'd also like to thank Father Michael Twigg from Iona College for his advocacy and working constructively with Council. Iona College is a large all-boys school servicing the Doughboy and Wynnum Manly wards. Over the past 2 years, we've had 2 fatalities at this level crossing. An elderly lady was crossing the track with her walker when one of the wheels was stuck in the track. Unfortunately, a freight train collected her. Also, a young Korean lady was travelling on the wrong side of the road and went around the boom gates when another freight train collected her exactly 1 year later. Students from Iona saw both fatalities. That is something that I struggle to process, let alone a 10 to 17-year-old boy. So I cannot welcome this new upgrade soon enough. I know Councillor Cumming, Joan Pease, the local state member, Ross Faster, we are all counting down the days until this new intersection is in operation. We also teed up with the state government to fund a new $1.7 million bikeway along Manly Road. It'll help residents from the Wynnum, Manly, Chandler and Doughboy wards get safely into the city, or just even from point A to B. As I mentioned in my previous speech, investing in our public transport is key to help reducing congestion and pollution in our city. And with bike riding being an activity we all love so much, it's a no-brainer to invest in our bikeways, and I'm so grateful for this upgrade. And the last big thank you I wanted to offer up from last financial year was funding allocated to the Lytton Road roundabout on the corner of Lytton, Combsley and Junction Road. This roundabout is impossible for pedestrians and cyclists to navigate, and it's also sometimes dangerous for drivers. Being on the East Trade Coast, there are thousands of trucks that use this roundabout daily, some being semi-trailers. Personally, I found myself once on the inside lane of the double roundabout where I came stuck as the truck on the outside lane started to take up both lanes. I was petrified. But I've heard so many horror stories about this roundabout and received a number of complaints from the local meatworks whose business whose trucks line up along Combsley Road trying to exit onto Lytton Road. Sometimes it can be 50 trucks long as the majority of the traffic flows east to west, not creating any breaks. Last year and this year's investment in designing this new intersection is very welcomed by not only the residents but businesses from the East Trade Coast. Now to this year's budget, two of my biggest wins are for the residents of Hemmant. $84,000 has been allocated to Hemmant-Tingalpa Road with a Suburban corridor modernisation project. Hemmant-Tingalpa Road has a small business area situated right next to the Hemmant train station with poor pedestrian accessibility. The proposed modernisation project will help accessibility around the area and also beautify it, which helps to attract locals to spend more time in this area and feel comfortable in these surrounds. The other big win is upgrading the corner of Wynnum and Hemmant-Tingalpa Road. Residents avoid this intersection like the absolute plague, Chair. Residents will take an extra 5-minute detour in the morning or afternoon to try and get onto Wynnum-Manly Road safely. Sorry, just to Wynnum Road safely. I know I personally have been waiting at Hemmant-Tingalpa Road, waiting to get onto Wynnum Road, and the person behind me went around me onto Wynnum Road. And no, I'm not an overcautious driver. People just become so impatient and make crazy, irrational decisions, ending in multiple crashes every year at this intersection. And lastly, on behalf of the principal of Carina State School, Miss Bond, she was so ecstatic to hear about the new footpath going around her school, Carina State School, to help students get to and from the Clem Jones Centre safer. Because as Councillor Wine summed up this program, this core program delivers safety and congestion busting projects right across our city, making a massive difference to locals right across our city. So with that, I'd like to commend Program 2 to the Chamber for Council continuing to improving our strong transport network.
Further debate? Councillor Johnston.
Yes, I rise to speak on Program 2, infrastructure. And I'd just like to start with what's actually in the budget for Program 2, which is very little. It's this tiny little bit at the top of the page on page 21 of the budget. There's $258 million in income, $444 million in expenses, and total capital expenditure of $400 million. That is it. The rest of what we're talking about now is the kind of fairy wish list about what might happen if the Lord Mayor and the CEO, who now personally control $4 billion in budget funding, not us, not the councillors, certainly not this place, but this giant slush fund approach to budgeting in the city now is centralising power and control under two men, a mini Scott Morrison in the Lord Mayor Adrian Schrinner, and the CEO of Council, who couldn't even be bothered to be here for the budget debate. He's about to get his hands on $4 billion worth of funding with absolutely no accountability measures built into the budget before us today. He could choose to spend it on whatever he wanted to do, and the only person who can stop him is not Councillor Atwood, who thinks she's going to get these lovely road upgrades, and well, she might, but it'll be the Lord Mayor, who's not here. Yet again, neither is the Deputy Mayor, yet again. But it's really interesting, isn't it? We've just been through a federal election where the old way of doing things has been thoroughly repudiated by the people of Brisbane. Right around Brisbane, Scott Morrison and the LNP and the way in which they do business was rejected by Brisbane residents. And it is shocking to see this council doing the opposite of what Brisbane residents and residents all around the country are expecting, and that is to be inclusive, consultative, and to work with communities to deliver better outcomes. Instead, this Schrinner administration is centralising power in the hands of a couple of men with no public accountability or transparency with respect to their actions. And I suspect there's quite a few councillors over here who just do not understand the impact of what's being done today. When they're in opposition, which they will be at some point, they will find out the hard way. that the things that they are doing now, while they have the majority in this chamber, will have long-term detrimental impacts on the City of Brisbane and the way that we function. And I really fear for what's ahead for this city. It is time to start doing things differently, and this Lord Mayor and this administration must go. They must go. We have to look at how they've botched projects all around the city, failed to deliver them. I mean, poor Councillor Owen can't even get a single bus stop out there in Pallara. I mean, she's been the councillor for over a decade out that way, and she still can't get one single bus stop.
No, six.
One single bus stop. Zero. Not one. She hasn't got a single
Councillor
bus
Owen.
stop out there.
Thank you.
She hasn't got a library either, if that's right. Does she have a swimming pool? She has got a swimming pool? Okay, but she hasn't got a library either. No bus stops, no swimming pools, no libraries. But anyway, I'm just going to pick up on the theme because she did seem to be a little bit cranky for some reason, and I really don't know why. But Councillor Owen seems to think that all these projects are being cut to fund projects in my ward. And it's really fascinating to say that's not actually the case. So I'm just going to talk about Program 2 and just run through some of the areas in Program 2. Preliminary road designs, 0 for Tennyson Ward. Bridges, culvert, construction, new, 0 for Tennyson Ward. District projects, 0 for Tennyson Ward. Local access network improvements. Now, there is one project at Oxley, which, depending on where it might be built, if it is in the middle of Douglas Street, then it will possibly be for some of my residents. But if it's in Valance Street, it will actually be in the neighbouring ward of Jamboree. This is an area where I have petitioned with residents to get better pedestrian facilities, and it is going to be really interesting to see where the pedestrian facilities get built, because it's certainly not been Councillor Hutton advocating for them. So there's 0 in that area. Local area network improvements. There's a carryover. This is the 3rd year in a row that Council's been trying to build one refuge at Chelmer. This is not a new project. 3rd year it's been funded. Maybe it'll get delivered this year. It's not a new project. Local area traffic management calming, 0 for Tennyson Ward. Retaining walls and embankments, 0 for Tennyson Ward. I mean, last year Council funded a project to design repairs of the heritage-listed retaining wall at Yeronga Memorial Park on Ipswich Road. So we know the design money was there, but there's actually no money to replace the crumbling retaining wall in a heritage-listed park on one of Brisbane's busiest main roads. And it's really interesting that Councillor Wine seems to think I've got some trickery going on. I'm just asking for information about what's in the budget, and he has difficulty sharing that with us. Let's go on. Road construction, minor traffic density, 0 for Tennyson Ward. Suburban corridor modernisation, 0 for Tennyson Ward. Congestion busting projects, 0 for Tennyson Ward. Major network improvement design, 0 for Tennyson Ward. Major traffic improvement intersections, 0 for Tennyson Ward. Safe school travel infrastructure, 0 for Tennyson Ward. Traffic management plan improvements, 0 for Tennyson Ward. Boardwalk rehabilitation. There is some money to fix the Walter Taylor Bridge. That's repair money for a bridge. I'm not sure you can call that. But anyway, technically it says Chelmer and Indooroopilly, so we'll see. There is some money, of course, for curb and channel. There are, I think there's one curb and channel project I've got in Wineholt Street in Sherwood. 2, I apologise, Archerfield Street. And then there are 12 streets being resurfaced. That is the extent of the funding in a $500,000 budget for Tennyson Ward. 2 curb and channel replacements, 12 streets being resurfaced, and 1 pedestrian refuge that has now been funded in the budget for 3 years in a row, but not actually delivered. How proud the new manager who sat through the budget must be in watching the performance of Councillor Murphy and Councillor Wines. And, you know, I saw her in the corridor after the budget, and I just mentioned to her that there needed to be some money for Tennyson Ward, and maybe all those officers up there listening, because it's clear the LNP no longer have any say in this. They're blaming the officers for how this budget is formulated, and it's really interesting, isn't it, that there's no money for basic road safety projects in Tennyson Ward. And it's not like I'm not asking, because it's in my budget submission every year. And it's not like it's not important. One of the most congested road corridors in Brisbane is the Oxley Road corridor. There's nothing happening on that. One of the most dangerous road corridors in Brisbane is the Ipswich Road corridor, and there's nothing happening on that. It's really interesting. I'm sorry Councillor Wines did not get to read out the gobbledygook that he did have written down in answer to my question about whether there was any funding for the upgrade of the Ipswich Road, Venner Road, Waterton Street, Annerley intersection. No is correct, Councillor Griffiths. In fact, the answer to my question is that council knows that the intersection experiences congestion and it has a crash history. That's a bit of an understatement, right? This road has a higher crash history than Moggle Road, which is getting some $300 million in funding. You got hundreds of crashes over a 5-year period. You've got 2 pedestrian deaths up at Annerley Junction and a 3rd just off the corridor on Venner Road, and nothing has been done to address the road safety issues. The LNP just voted against putting in a traffic light on Eckerburn Road. Councillor Griffiths, earlier we tried to get that slip lane, that dangerous slip lane addressed. They voted no. And you know, Councillor Owen sits over there and she says, oh, well, you can't be parochial. But she votes against every single motion that's put up to support projects in Tennyson Ward. And she wonders why she lost. She wonders why she cannot win the federal seat of Moreton. Councillor Wong wonders why he can't win the federal seat of Moreton, and he took it back a long way. It's because they don't support our community. And they're not interested. So I am interested, and I have an amendment that I would like to move because I would actually like to fund projects in the budget. So I move the following: that within Program 2, proposed 2022-23 capital budget, page 21, Council allocates $150,000 to build a local area traffic management solution, traffic calming for Egmont Street, Sherwood, and $1.5 million to design and install an intersection upgrade, including traffic lights to create fully controlled turning lanes at the intersection of Venner Road, Waterton Street and Ipswich Road, Annerley, and a new dedicated signalised left and right turn lane from Venner Road into Ipswich Road.
Seconded. It's been moved by Councillor Johnston, seconded by Councillor Griffiths, that the motion be amended to... The motion be amended to, I move that within the Program 2 proposed 2022-23 capital budget, page 21, Council allocates $150,000 to build a local area traffic management solution, traffic calming for Egmont Street, Sherwood, and $1,500,000 to design and install an intersection upgrade, including traffic light upgrades to create fully controlled turning lanes at the intersection of Venner Road, Waterton Street and Ipswich Road, Annerley, and a new dedicated signalised left and right turn lane from Venner Road into Ipswich Road. Move to debate. Councillor Johnston.
Yes, thank you so much, Mr Deputy Chair. It's very clear today that there is absolutely nothing within the budget for Tennyson Ward. There is only one page in this budget that relates to infrastructure for Brisbane, and it does not include any projects in my ward. That needs to be rectified. It is simply unacceptable that projects that have been waiting for over a decade are not funded, and other projects that have been identified by Council as serious crash areas and serious congestion areas are left languishing when projects with much lesser crash histories are getting funded because they're in marginal LNP wards, and I don't think that's good enough. And it's very clear to me, and I mean, I'd take Councillor Owen at her word here. I mean, she thinks that we should all be sort of putting in and putting aside our parochial interests. Here's her chance to prove it. Yes. If she ever wants to run for Moreton again, she could actually put a hand up and say, oh yeah, I supported something once in Tennyson Ward. Wouldn't that be good? I don't know that she will, and I don't think she'd get anywhere anyway, but let me just say that there are two issues here before us. One of them is a traffic calming scheme for Egmont Street. This is the very first traffic calming project that I put forward to council about 12 years ago. In the 14 years that I've been a councillor here, there's only been one project that's been done in my whole ward, and that was at Devon Street in Annerley. So 14 years, there's been one traffic management project, and I just think that's appalling. This year, it's quite shocking to look at what this Lord Mayor, who's absent again from the budget, has actually done. There are actually only 3 new traffic management projects in the budget. Holland Park, The Gap and Maruka. There are 5 continuing projects and most of them are in LNP wards. It's a shock, I think, to most residents of Brisbane who want to see traffic safety addressed in their area, and we heard it from Councillor Atwood. You know, she says residents complain to her all the time about traffic safety out there. It's the same in my ward as well. The big difference out my way is this council does nothing about it. And LNP councillors don't support safety improvements in Tennyson Ward. This Lord Mayor does not support traffic safety improvements in Tennyson Ward. And I say to all the residents of Brisbane, and particularly those in Tennyson Ward, why would you support a man who does not support you? He has nailed his colours firmly to the mast. And out my way, less and less people over the last few elections have voted for the Lord Mayor because he doesn't support them. This time round, I will be making it very clear to them that he votes against every single local initiative that we put up in this area, that he refuses to fund basic safety upgrades that he knows and this council know are important, and he refuses to allow them to go into the budget, a budget he personally controls. So the first project is a very small traffic calming project. It is designed to stop rat running through Egmont and Johnston Street in Sherwood, which is the intersection just prior to a highly congested intersection at the corner of Sherwood Road and Oxley Road. It's dysfunctional and there are a lot of cars rat running through the back of Sherwood here, and it needs to be addressed. The second part of the project is more significant, and that relates to the upgrade of Venner Road, Waterton Street and Ipswich Road, Annerley. Now, a few years ago, Dr. Jeff Copeland died. He was standing on the side of the road, a block down from this intersection, when a car coming down Venner Road hit a car coming across, and the car rolled on top of Dr. Copeland and died. A contributing factor of that accident was that the traffic was banked back from the intersection of Ipswich Road, Venner Road and Waterton Street because the traffic lights are dysfunctional. There are no dedicated turning arrows. There are no dedicated turning lanes. And this is a road that carries 65,000 vehicles every single day. Council has identified it as a priority, but yet again in this budget there is no money to deliver on the design and the upgrade that's needed. And it's not the first time that I've raised it. I've been at this for over a decade here too. When the houses on the corner have come up for sale in these areas, I have encouraged council to buy them. Council says no. Meanwhile, prices continue to rise, and council does nothing to address one of the most dangerous arterial roads in Brisbane. There's only a couple of other arterial roads that are more dangerous than Ipswich Road, and that's Gympie Road, Logan Road and Mains Road. But Ipswich Road through Annerley rounds out the top 5 in almost every crash study done by government, insurance companies and the RACQ. And what do we see from this LNP administration? A failure to invest in road safety projects that benefit pedestrians, that benefit cyclists and benefit drivers. Because we'd want all the things that you get when you get a good intersection upgrade. We'd want bike boxes so the cyclists have got right of way when moving off. We'd want to make sure that the pedestrian facilities are good so that pedestrians can get safely across the road. And most of all, we want to make sure that when turning at this intersection, people can do so safely. We want to manage the level of congestion that is going on at this intersection, reduce it and improve safety. That is what Councillor Griffith and I want for our residents. The east-west movement between Venner Road and Waterton Street leads to the South-East Freeway. It carries a huge volume of residents. 20,000 vehicles doing the east-west movement from memory. It's a hugely busy intersection and busy road, and this administration fails to invest in it. Now, we know they've done the corridor study. They don't want to talk about it. They don't want me talking about it either. But there is a corridor study. There are recommendations to improve safety in this area. It's just that this Lord Mayor and his I don't know, what do we, this Lord Mayor, uninterested chairperson, disinterested, thank you. This disinterested chairperson don't want to fund the pedestrian upgrades. It is shocking to me that they continue to ignore an area where 3 people have died in the last few years, and there has not been a single safety improvement on Ipswich Road, either at Annerley Junction or on Venner Road, where Dr Jeff Copeland died just 3 years ago. Council's failure to act to improve safety for drivers, cyclists and pedestrians is inadequate. And because they've not allocated any funding in the budget, I've done so here today. I thank Councillor Griffiths for his support, and I encourage all councillors to vote for the amendment.
Further debate? Councillor Griffiths.
Does anyone from that side want to? Happy to give them the opportunity to speak. No, okay, that's fine. I'll speak. Look, I rise to support, obviously, Councillor Johnston. We have been working on this for a long time in terms of our wards adjoin. We adjoin down Ipswich Road. We are very in tune with listening to our local community and talking to our local community. This action, as Councillor Johnston has represented this area for a long time, comes out of a very proactive grassroots approach of listening to residents. And for a long time, Councillor Johnston has recognised this as an issue. Certainly as my boundaries changed and I was talking to residents, this is the issue that residents are talking about. This is the issue that residents want to see council undertake and manage. Now, clearly there was a message at the last federal election. Clearly. And it was very clear, particularly for inner city LNP seats, that things have to change. And one of the things that has to change is we actually need to listen to residents, not tell residents what they're getting. And certainly I know from my experience that residents believe this needs to be dealt with. Now, we have had some success, and it took years, but we did get the 50k zone along Ipswich Road. And that was a battle from this administration. It was a ferocious battle to get it changed from 60 to 50, but it was a success. And one of the benefits was getting TMR involved with council. And it was actually when you looked at the pedestrian numbers, the huge numbers of pedestrians who were crossing Ipswich Road, that they actually realised we have a huge problem here. And it was TMR who supported council in getting that reduction on this stretch of road along Ipswich Road. Certainly Mark Bailey was of great assistance in relation to that and has been of great assistance in relation to what we're delivering around the place. And it's good to have state members who listen and who are out there in the community working with us rather than against us. So I I would encourage everyone in this chamber to support Councillor Johnston's amendment. This is about safety. This is about traffic safety. This is about driver safety. This is about pedestrian safety. We need to improve safety at this intersection. We need to improve traffic flow at this intersection, and with these other projects, certainly around Sherwood State School, we need to do better. And at the moment, we are failing. And it's difficult because we go and face the community organisations, such as we did yesterday at Braille House, when we were meeting at Braille House, who tell us that they're concerned about safety in these locations. They tell us that safety for their members crossing is important. And yet, where is this council? Where is this LNP council in relation to these issues? It's not listening. It's not listening to us. It's not listening to residents. And it's wrong, because what we're finding is that residents are missing out. So I encourage everyone to support this motion and rectify this problem. Thank you.
Further debate? No further debate. Councillor Johnston, would you like to close?
Yeah, just to confirm on the record that, well, there's not 20 LNP councillors in the room and the Lord Mayor's not here, but the infrastructure chairman is. And they don't have the courtesy or the guts to stand up and say why they don't support this. They're just going to use their numbers to vote it down. Now, just to be clear about how the democratic process works, that's their right. They can vote against something. But generally, when you have a debate, you stand up and you talk about what you are for and what you are against. The trickiness of this administration is they dictate to residents what they will get. They refuse to listen to the community when they get feedback. And then when alternative suggestions are put forward that reflect community need, that are supported by council's work to date, they remain silent, they ignore it, and they vote it down. This is exactly the behaviour that just saw the Morrison government thrown out. Yep. The people of Brisbane and right around the country rejected the way in which LNP governments have been running the federal government and I think here in council, because this is a mini Scott Morrison going on here too. And it is really disappointing to see that there is no constructive way in which this administration will work on important projects to improve road safety in Sherwood or Annerley. And again, I mean, part of it is that they won't even stand up and explain why they vote against something. And I mean, I think that's gutless. I think that's the right word for it. I mean, Councillor Allen just, you know, a couple of weeks ago, I mean, they just want to sit back and pretend like it doesn't matter that they vote against local road projects. Firstly, they won't fund them in the budget. And then, of course, when there's an alternative put up, they won't even address it. And I just think that shows how small-minded they are about the nature of democracy, about how consultative government should work. I mean, I generally don't interfere with what other councillors get. And certainly I want to make sure that my residents are getting their fair share of the budget, because their rates have gone through the roof, absolutely through the roof. And they're definitely not getting anything for it. So it is disappointing to see that there's $400 million in capital expenditure, but there's not $1.6 million that could be spent in Tennyson Ward. There's basically just the refuge that's been funded for the third year in a row and still not built. That's what this administration thinks of Tennyson Ward. I ran through, Councillor Shree, I don't know if you were here, but there's no money in the budget for me in this program. Well, not me, but my community. So it is really disappointing to see what's going on. And, you know, the problem with all of this is that when there is a new administration at some point, and there will be, I have no idea what it might look like, but there will be a new one. and the LNP will be in opposition, those of them that are left. And they'll be over here going, oh, I want funding for this. And I can tell you it'll be my pleasure to sit on the other side of the chamber and say, you got every single cent every single year, and it's time for those words, it's time for those wards who did not get funding to be fairly funded, to have equitable funding for, I know, but you know, I get in trouble for interjecting, but LNP councillors don't. It's quite all right. You know, it's the acoustics in here, I think, so it's fine.
Councillor Johnston, I feel that I've fairly allowed every councillor to interject at various points. There have been various times you've interjected. I've said nothing, but please go on.
And I'm just pointing out that, you know, they've all been interjecting just then and nothing happened, but you definitely call me out on it, so I don't know. I don't mind interjections. I don't mind when people interject. I mean, obviously, they're trying to have a little joke at my expense, but the joke technically is on them because the record here is the LNP refused to represent the whole city. They refused to fairly and equitably allocate funds, and they refused to even have a debate to explain themselves. They're that gutless that they can't even stand up and explain to the people of Sherwood and Annerley why they're going to oppose some really important and basic road safety upgrades. And I think that's really disappointing.
I will now put the amendment. All those in favour say aye. Aye. To the contrary, no. No. The noes have it.
Division.
Division.
Division has been called by Councillor Johnston and by Councillor Cassidy. Councillors, ayes to my right, noes to my left. Please ring the bells.
Sorry. Gosh, Charles, sorry. Okay, no.
Orderly, please close the bars. Clerk, please read the results.
Mr Chair, the noes have it, the voting being 6 in favour and 16 against.
Motion is lost. Councillors, we will now return to the debate on Program 2. Further debate? Councillor Cunningham.
Yes, thanks, Mr Deputy Chair, and I rise to speak on Program 2, Infrastructure for Brisbane. At the heart of this budget is our $500 million Rebuild and Recover plan, and as Infrastructure Chair, Councillor Wines plays a leading role in coordinating these efforts. On this side of the chamber, we don't think that roads are a bad thing. We don't think that upgrading roads to make it easier and safer to get around our city is a mortal sin like some other councillors do. We know that most Brisbane residents rely on their cars as part of their daily lives. Getting to work, getting to daycare, running over to the shops. We need to invest in our road network, Deputy Chair. Of course, the Schrinner Council continues to invest record amounts in our public and active transport network as well. We do this to make it easier to get around and to encourage more people to take up sustainable travel options. But while the majority of residents drive cars, we need to continue to invest in our road network. So I'm very pleased to speak about the infrastructure program. Before I get to the projects specifically in my ward, I wanted to address the comments made by councillors opposite on the changes made to the budget and the motion we are now debating here in Program 2. Through you, Deputy Chair, I would ask them, how many new hospital beds are mentioned in the state's appropriations bill? How many new classrooms? How many highway upgrades? By their logic, this...
Councillor Cunningham, just 1 moment. Councillor Johnston, point of order.
Yeah, relevance. I mean, this is about a council infrastructure budget and...
Councillors, just 1 moment, please. Councillor Johnston.
And again, if you're going to allow everybody to go everywhere, then you've got to apply that fairly to everybody. So are you saying that debate about the state government budget is relevant, hospitals are relevant to this?
Councillor, I refer you back to the previous debate with Councillor Mackay and in respect with Councillor Murphy, where he made a comparative with the budget in regards to the amendment, and so there was. Yeah, and so he was legitimately making that comparison because of the amendment dealt with social housing. In this particular instance, councillors to the left of my chamber have had the opportunity at great length, and rightly so, to voice their opinions on what they feel is the shortcomings of this budget, and they have made certain critical statements about it, as is their right to do so. I have not interrupted them in the ability to be able to say that. So Councillor Cunningham is just simply presenting the opposite position to which councillors to my left have presented since 9 o'clock this morning. So Councillor Cunningham, please proceed.
Thanks, that's right, Mr Deputy Chair, because by their logic, the way the state government and numerous other councils move their budgets is a sham process. But of course it's not, Deputy Chair. So I've been reading through TMR's Q-Trip document, which details state funding for road and transport projects. By the opposition standards, it isn't worth the paper it's printed on. So I hope they have the courtesy to tell Minister Bailey that. And through you, Mr Deputy Chair, perhaps Councillor Johnston will tell her friend Mark Bailey his Q-Trip document is a fairy wish list. We've had 2 years of pandemic costing council over $200 million and a major flooding event earlier this year which cost council over $300 million. We've had to make numerous changes to our budget throughout the year to respond to these events. We need to be able to respond quickly to changing circumstances in our city. By adopting the budget at the program level, like we are in the motion we are currently debating, we can reprioritise funding in a timely manner to meet the emerging issues that can and will come up throughout the year. You see, Mr Deputy Chair, Mother Nature doesn't put in a council budget submission. Retrospectively approving every single minor change to the budget in the council chamber just 3 times a year is clearly not the best way to manage a $4 billion budget, nor the $444 million in expenses that we have in Program 2. But we also hear from the opposition that there will no longer be budget reviews at all. But I'm really not sure where that's come from, Deputy Chair. Who told them that? It's fake news. Of course there will still be budget reviews. We will need to allow for carryovers, budget bring forwards, increases or decreases to programs, and these things will be approved right here in the chamber. What we don't need to do is clog up this chamber with submissions because a project in Program 2 has a transfer of $25,000 from CapEx to OpEx or vice versa. We won't require the approval of the Lord Mayor and 26 elected councillors of the City of Brisbane to review the transfers of savings from one LRCI grant from one to another, and the list goes on and on. But while those opposite argue about what they claim is not in the budget, I'd now like to talk about the local projects that will be delivered as part of the Infrastructure for Brisbane program expenditure that we're here to debate today. And I'll start with the intersection of Holdsworth and Cavendish Roads at Coorparoo. By way of context, it's really close to the intersection of Cavendish Road and Old Cleveland Road. That's not a fully functioning intersection, as it has no right-hand turn when facing south and no right-hand turn when facing east, but I'll get to that problem in a minute. If you walk just a block back from here, you'll find Holdsworth Street. You know the area? It's the street that runs parallel to Old Cleveland Road behind the old Myer building, now known as Cooperoo Square. This has developed into quite a busy little village since the redevelopment, with more residents living in towers, as well as multiple supermarkets, restaurants, daycare centres, and proximity to the state school. Over the past couple of years, I've been really successful in convincing traffic engineers that we needed a pedestrian crossing here and a reduction in speed limit, two local achievements that I'm really proud of. But this location is also the start of the Maroon City Glider. It's the site of the famed, long-promised but never delivered underground busway station, which successive Labor governments have failed to provide for. If that underground bus station did actually ever get built, as it was intended, there would be a lot less congestion in the precinct. So this right turn out of Holdsworth Street into Cavendish Road is one which I always try to avoid. I'm really pleased to see it identified under Service 2.1.1.1 for preliminary road design. Some attention to the road design here will go a long way to improving the functionality of the whole precinct. While Council can and will work towards upgrades for this intersection, there is still a fundamental problem with the Old Cleveland Road and Cavendish Road intersection just a block away. But this is a problem which is a little bit more complex and one which can't be solved by Council alone. Not only are there heritage considerations, Old Cleveland Road is where the Eastern Busway, or Band-Aid Busway Transitway, is slated to go right through. What I would not support is Council spending many millions of dollars on an intersection which the state government could and may eventually need to rip up to accommodate the transitway. The failure of Labor to deliver their transitway at this location continues to be a blight on their record, and one which I continually remind the people of Cooperoo about. It's pleasing to see that Council will get on the job of enhancing the Holdsworth Street, Kitchener and Cavendish Road intersection, one which does not have the overlay of state politics at play. Next, Deputy Chair, I'd like to provide my support for the Logan Road, O'Keefe Street roundabout at Buranda. Over $1.6 million has been allocated under Service 2.1.2.3, Major Road Network Improvements Design. This is a roundabout of notoriety in my ward. It's a busy junction immediately next to Hanlon Park, but changes here will alleviate congestion for the whole corridor, improving capacity to respond to the queues in peak hour. Experts will be drawing up plans to replace the existing roundabout with traffic signals, and there will be implications for the bridge over Norman Creek. They'll also be looking at the intersection of O'Keefe and Junction Streets to see how that can be improved. It's a tricky turn out of Junction Street and one which I try to avoid. There has been a lot of online sledging about this roundabout from a particular member of State Parliament who isn't part of the government. To generate online rage and commentary, she talks about how Council should refuse the nearby proposed housing, in the middle of an affordability crisis, mind you, and also make them pay to fix the roundabout. The state parliamentarian seems to think that Council has unlimited powers to charge unlimited amount for infrastructure charges. The state government places a cap on the amount of infrastructure charges that Council can collect. Given that she's a member of state parliament, I thought she would be familiar with that state legislation. Ultimately, when work starts, this will be a significant project for the ward, one which I expect will exceed the amount of any contribution from the developer. This project will be tens of millions of dollars. So cheers for adding to my name recall and recognition, member for South Brisbane, but you do well to school yourself in how state infrastructure charges work and the capping problems that councils face. The state is, after all, the level of government that you have been elected to. Finally, just briefly, the other project I wanted to highlight today is on Wellington Road. At peak times, it can be very slow for motorists and also very difficult for residents of East Brisbane who use active transport to get across Wellington Road. At the moment, the only way to safely cross is at the lights at Vulture Street or Lytton Road. Not having a crossing further down Wellington Road disconnects East Brisbane from Kangaroo Point. So
Councillor
I'm pleased...
Cunningham, your time has expired.
Thank you, Mr Chair.
Further debate? Councillor Cassidy.
Yeah, thanks very much, Chair. I rise to speak on Program 2 before us, and it was quite an extraordinary speech from the Finance Chair. We learnt which roads she doesn't like to drive on personally, which turns she doesn't like to make, and talked a lot about her own name recognition locally and the threat she's facing at the next election, which is very revealing, and it's probably not unique to that councillor. I'm sure there's lots of councillors here who are very worried about 2024 when it comes up. But what is most troubling about what Councillor Cunningham just spoke about in her contribution then is her lack of understanding about what is being presented before us today. Because the Chief Legal Officer gave me advice yesterday. She's challenged us to say, who have we spoken to? What advice have we got? Well, I've spoken to the Chief Legal Officer about this, and his advice is that if those total capital expenditure figures don't change, there will be no budget reviews. Full stop. So sure, if there are overall increases to these capital expenditures at some point through the year, there will need to be a budget review, which will look just like the page before us today and say there was an increase. But it still won't say what it's for. There's still no transparency. And this LNP administration has now taken the approach that they don't really care. They don't really care that there's no transparency because they don't want to do their job. They're elected representatives representing their community who have statutory obligations for oversight of council and council's budget. And this is one of the things that we have to do as councillors. But the approach the LNP are now taking is that they don't want to do their job. They don't want, in the words of the chair of the Finance Committee, to get bogged down for 3 times a year. She said that's right. She doesn't want to do budget reviews. She said that's right. Councillor Cunningham doesn't want to do budget reviews because...
Claim to be misrepresented.
Point of order. Councillor Cunningham claimed to be misrepresented.
She said, that's right, we don't want to get bogged down, that's what she said. But that's our job as councillors in keeping track of what is happening with the commitments the Lord Mayor makes to our communities each June. This is his budget. There is a list of things at the back of this book that we used to vote on and used to be included in the budget, and it was our job at each of those 3 monthly periods, each of those budget quarterly reviews, to keep a track of what is happening with the budget and make sure that our communities are represented. And so there's, one of two things is happening here. Either LNP councillors, particularly civic cabinet chairs, have no idea what's going on, so the Lord Mayor is being so sneaky that he hasn't brought them along with his changes, or they are in on it. They're in on it, and they are in spin overdrive at the moment, trying to cover up for this secrecy. Because we know that they really don't know what is going on in this budget, and that was clear in another information session, not program 2, but it is important in the context of this because Councillor Cunningham talked about the flood damage bill, and she mentioned a few different figures. She said a $500 million rebuild and recover at the start of her speech, then she said the $330 million figure. I'm not sure if she mentioned the $660 million figure that's been thrown around by the LNP Mayor and LNP councillors. But the Chief Financial Officer for Brisbane City Council admitted, and this was backed up by Councillor Cunningham herself, is that that figure's a guess. And they said educated guess, I'll give them that, but they actually don't know. They actually don't know what the figure is. And 4 months after a flood, they don't know the level of damage. They don't know what it's going to cost. So the figures before us today are, at the very best, an educated guess. That's no way to budget. And the Chief Financial Officer also said that, in his words, he thought their assessment was on the returns Council would get from the QRA were extremely conservative. So Council expects to get a whole lot more back from the Queensland Reconstruction Authority than they've been saying publicly. Now, this has clearly been a big game for the Lord Mayor to go out there and announce that there was $660 million based on some 10-year-old projections from the last flood refund. Council would get something like $330 million back. Well, the cat is out of the bag on that one too, Councillor Cunningham, in that the Chief Financial Officer said that this was a guess, this figure, and we'll probably get a lot more back. So this throws all of these figures, up in the air, which is not a very good approach to have to a budget, particularly a so-called $4 billion budget, as the Lord Mayor continues to say. Now, the Lord Mayor drew some comparisons. I think it's important to have a look at these figures. He drew some comparisons to the 2003-4 budget and his contribution in the Program 1 area. And that was a $1.6 billion budget that was delivered by the Labor Mayor at the time, Tim Quinn. So this is supposedly a $4 billion budget. So this...
Point of order.
Point of order, Councillor Johnston.
Councillor Owen very clearly interjected across the chamber, calling Tim Quinn, a former Lord Mayor, quite a respected person in our community, Dim Quinn, and that's inappropriate and it should be withdrawn. He's been a private citizen for a long time. I could clearly hear her and it needs to be withdrawn.
Councillor Johnston, to be honest with you, I'm sorry, I was intently listening to Councillor Cassidy's speech, but if I ask all councillors, please, I can understand, you know, this is a place of political debate and we can interject and make comments to each other, but we don't need to make personal comments about each other or previous councillors, especially Lord Mayors in this chamber. Councillor Cassidy.
Thanks very much, Chair. I wholeheartedly agree with you, and I did hear what Councillor Adam and Councillor Owen interjected with then, and it was actually incredibly rude. So that was a $1.6 billion budget. This is supposedly a $4 billion budget. The rates increase in that budget was 2.25%. The rates cap was reduced from 7.5 down to 3.5, so no rates increases would be above 3.5%. And this was in the context at the time of valuations for owner-occupier homes going up 37.6%. So at that time you had a Labor budget that was focused fairly and squarely on delivering for the residents of Brisbane. And by that time as well, the debt that the Labor administration that it had inherited from the previous Liberal administration by Lord Mayor Sally Ann Atkinson was paid down from over $1,700 per capita to $1,000 per capita. And today, it's at $2,377 per capita. So the point is, what do we have to show for all this? What do we have to show for all this? Because when you go into that budget as well, from back in 2003-4, the infrastructure spend in a much smaller budget, a $1.6 billion budget, was $252 million. The infrastructure spend in a so-called $4 billion budget is less than $400 million now. So where is all this money going? It's clearly not, as we've heard from Councillor Johnston earlier, not going to projects in the suburbs in her ward. There's very little going into, when you look at what is proposed in the schedule of works, which doesn't form part of the budget, but I suppose is indicative, a very small return, particularly when you take the context of a 5% rates increase, a very small return to the suburbs. Now, we've talked about the flood work, and we know that that was just at best a guess, and that's going to cost council a lot less. So we certainly hope a lot of that money is returned to the capital budget, and we will see some form of budget review to say that's been increased. We won't know on what as well. But I think the real difference between a budget from almost 10 years ago, almost 20 years ago to the budget today, is that the level of contracting out, the high level of temporary staff and casual staff, and particularly contracting out basic work, has led to a situation where council's ability to deliver basics in the suburbs and deliver basic work on major projects has been totally hollowed out. Council no longer has control over the delivery of local infrastructure projects. You look at things like the local area traffic management plans, LATMs, or infrastructure to address rat running. And I know Councillor Johnston spoke about that. The one and only I've been asking for since I've been a councillor, and my predecessor have been asking for the better part of a decade, is what's called the Aberdeen Parade Precinct. Now that, once again, is not listed, despite having gone through the consultation process, receiving the support and going to detailed design, and then having the detailed design consulted on, and now 2 years later we see no funding. So in another 2 or 3 years' time, of course that's not going to be funded because all that work is outdated. So how is it that we have, there's only one for construction as far as I can see. How is it in 190 suburbs, in a $4 billion budget, with a 5% rates increase, there's one project for construction to address rat running in our suburbs? This is one of the biggest bugbears for local residents. They see the result of decisions this LNP administration makes, particularly around how our neighbourhoods develop. And one of the biggest issues people see with that is the increase in local congestion. and not delivering on basic infrastructure in our suburbs. Now, one of the best ways to address that is through projects like LATMs, like infrastructure to address rat running. But we've seen this downward trend, and that's across so many areas in this infrastructure project, a downward trend in investment in our suburbs in basic upgrades. Basic intersection upgrades, not talking even big ones, safety upgrades, splitter islands, putting in pram ramps, building build-outs, delivering LATMs, all these kind of things that make our neighbourhoods more walkable, more livable, more safe for families. Well, they're just not being delivered by this LNP administration. People are paying more and more in their rates under the LNP, but getting less and less back for them.
Further debate? Councillor Mackay.
Claim to be misrepresented.
Oh, forgive me, Councillor Cunningham, my apology. Claim to be misrepresented.
Thanks, Mr Deputy Chair. The Leader of the Opposition claimed that I don't want to do budget reviews. I specifically said that we will still need to do budget reviews because we need to allow for carryovers, for budget bring forwards, for increases and decreases to programs like in Program 2.
Thank you. Further debate? Councillor Mackay.
Thanks, Chair. I rise to speak on Program 2. So I just want to start off by saying that I've been sitting here listening to these other contributors, and it just makes me a bit disappointed that there's so much negativity floating around in the room. And I don't mean Councillor Cassidy. He's making some points as he's wont to be, but it's just the name calling and the disrespect. It's just being called gutless. Why do I need to come to work every day and have someone say that? So what I'm going to try and do in this speech is not yell at you and just try and have some positive outcomes on the record. Because Councillor Owen wanted me... See, there it goes again, just for the record, Chair. I'm just being rudely interrupted by Councillor Johnson. I'm just trying to make some positive points. So I'll just start that sentence again. Councillor Owen mentioned to me that she's actually getting 6 bus stops for Pollara, to correct the record for what was said before when it was yelled across the chamber that she was getting 0. So that's really good. Congratulations on that. So in Service 2.1.2.2 in traffic calming, we see that the wonderful little area of Indooroopilly called the Carinya Street Precinct has funding for its traffic calming. So this is something that we've been working on since pretty much the first week that I became a councillor. And we held a public meeting and I took submissions from the local area. We had some lengthy discussions with TNO, TPO, and we went through, and the survey showed that this little precinct was, yes, actually being used for genuine rat running for people trying to avoid Moggle Road. And snaps to Councillor Wines, he's addressing the Moggle Road intersection congestion, and I'll get to that, but I just want to focus on the wonderful people of Carinya Street who have been campaigning for this for so long. And now we've gone through the consultation, we've gone through the detailed design. Consultation has been so in-depth that I've met with many people on site to go through their individual problems, to try and figure out what traffic calming device might suit them the best. And I'm really thrilled to see that the advocacy has been successful, and it's actually showing the genuine need for traffic calming in the Carinya Street precinct is getting funding and will get the traffic calming. Also for those watching at home, there's line items in the budget, and they're all detailed with numbers, and it's 2.1.2.2, local corridor modernisation. And I know this is something that my colleague to the west in Pullenvale Ward, Councillor Adaman, is very keen to see. Just for some local reference, Chair, Kenmore Road runs from the Fig Tree Pocket Road intersection all the way through to, I guess, to the Kenmore roundabout area. And this is a local corridor modernisation. And what that means is that we're going to see improvements to this entire stretch of road. And that will include pedestrian refuges, which is great, build-outs, some curb ramps, and some pram ramps so people can better access a more accessible way around the suburb. I'm I'm going to take that and lead to the next point, which is further funding for the construction of the traffic lights at the intersection of Kenmore Road and Fig Tree Pocket Road in Fig Tree Pocket, just down the road from Pylara. There's a whole suite, I should say, of different road upgrades going in there, because just last week there was yet another traffic accident. And Councillor Wines, I didn't tell you about that, I forgot. But yet another traffic accident at this very dangerous intersection. So I'm really happy to see that the consultation here has been ongoing for so long as well, and we've got to the point where we've been able to save some significant trees. We've got pedestrian upgrades in terms of a signalised pedestrian crossing. We've got build-outs, we've got curb ramps, and so on. So Councillor Sri, I know you're big on pedestrian ramps in my neck of the woods. It's a shame that video that you made didn't show the footpath on the other side of the road, but that doesn't matter. It's there, I checked. No one stole it, it's still there. But back to the Fig Tree Pocket Road intersection. So as we head east, we go from Kenmore Road to the traffic lights, and then down to where Fig Tree Pocket meets the freeway. And a former councillor in this chamber and former member for Ryan, Julian Simmons, secured a pledge from the Morrison government for, I think it was $6 million. See, there it is again, Chair. I just lose my train of concentration when Councillor Johnson yells out.
Mackay, please continue.
So, Julian Simmons secured $6 million from a pledge from the Morrison government to upgrade that on-ramp to cut the congestion all the way back up Fig Tree Pocket Road, up Kenmore Road. So unfortunately, we're not going to see that. So I'll be calling on the current federal government and appealing to the state government to see if they can get that funding, because, thanks Councillor Adamant, it is going to be a real challenge. They just don't want to address congestion in the western suburbs like we are, but we're going to try and see if we can get that, because that is a key point of congestion in the western suburbs. Another one that I want to mention, and this one will be close to your heart, Chair, is 2.1.2.3, the Traffic Reduction Initiative, which is, I believe, a detailed design for the intersection of Milton Road and Croydon Street, which is on our boundary in Milton, or Toowong, I guess that intersection is. And that is going to be fantastic, not only to reduce congestion and traffic reduction, but also to provide some really good improvements for cycling and for pedestrian flow. So I welcome that. But here's one for the bicycle advocates who I know are watching at home. 2.1.2.2, bridge and culvert construction. This is a new building a cycle bridge over the Toowong Creek at St Lucia. It's actually St Lucia on one side of the creek, Toowong on the other side, and that will go along what you would call the main cycle route if you were going from Toowong through to the university. So where there's a very, I'm sure Councillor Hutton knows it, it's a very narrow little footpath. It's a shared area between a footpath and a bikeway, and obviously we have lots of cyclists in the western suburbs going out to the university, and we've had a lot of reports of near misses and a couple of collisions there. Dogs on leads get wrapped up in scooters and so on. So this is a great investment to building a cycle bridge over this creek. So thank you to Councillor Wines for listening to the advocacy, and for the Lord Mayor for allocating that funding. 2.1.2.5, the Moggle Road Corridor Upgrade Program, or as I like to call it, Mr Cup. Now, before I get into the details on that, Councillor Johnson often gets offended when people on this side of the chamber question her assertions. And I'm just going to say, here's an example. I heard Councillor Johnson, and I'm sure the record will show, that she said $300 million was being pumped into the Moggle Road upgrade. And I checked with Councillor Wines, and he said that is absolutely not the case. So I just want to make sure that we know on the record that this is the kind of thing that we hear that we're just supposed to believe.
Point of order.
Claim to be misrepresented.
Point of order, Councillor Johnston claimed to be misrepresented. Councillor Mackay.
Thanks. So it's just so disappointing to hear the fabrications and the extensions of the truth. But anyway, the Moggill Road Corridor Upgrade Program is going to provide significant safety enhancements for the people of the western suburbs. The people as far out as Victory Pocket and then into Councillor Adamans' ward will enjoy no traffic lights as they head from the west to the east along Moggill Road and the overpass from Coonan Street into the city. So I'm really happy to see that. We've had some fantastic feedback from local residents who are very excited at the outcome of having the Moggill Road Corridor Upgrade Program. And this year, as part of that program, we will see an improvement to the intersection outside Indooroopilly State School at Taringa Parade, where, as you may recall, Chair, a kid was hit by a car going allegedly through a red light. So I endorse Program 2. Thank you.
Further debate? Oh, sorry, my apologies. Councillor Johnston claimed to be misrepresented.
Yes. Councillor Mackay claims that I'm fabricating information about the Moggill Road upgrade. In fact, this budget does not contain any actual figures for the Moggill Road upgrade, and we don't know. It could be a lot more than that at the end of the day. So I can't fabricate something when it's not actually in the budget before us for debate. And with this government's, council's track record and record on blowouts, it could end up being
Councillor
actually
Johnston.
more than that.
Thank you. Further debate? Councillor Hutton.
Thank you, Mr Chair. I rise to speak in support of Program 2, Infrastructure for Brisbane. Brisbane's future is an exciting one, and our city is growing every single day. More people want to live here, work here, more companies want to invest here, and more commuters than ever need to travel into and around our city. Throughout Brisbane's suburbs, we're continuing to invest in roads and transport projects, big and small, that help keep our city moving, ensuring people get home sooner and safer. Today, I wish to outline the Shrina Council's plan to rebuild and move our city forward through the infrastructure program. This plan proactively addresses the current challenges, opportunities and strategic direction to meet the needs of residents and industry now and into the future. The $844 million within this program is robust and responsive, delivering the basics through to the most complex projects in our city. It's a plan that supports our vision for a connected and prosperous. It's a plan that supports our vision for a connected and prosperous city. A plan that rebuilds and expands our active transport network. A plan that enables businesses and industry to grow and prosper. A plan that improves your commute to work, whether it be through the smoother streets or transformational upgrades like Indooroopilly Roundabout. It's a plan that has all of Brisbane locals at its heart, ensuring we get you home sooner and safer. Despite the challenges we have faced, we continue to build generation-defining projects, including our 2 green bridges, upgrades to Gardner and Priestdale roads, Beams Road, Indooroopilly Roundabout, just to name a few. These projects are transformational for our city and prepare us for the global stage in 2032. While these large projects are of strong interest, we continue to get the basics right. The road resurfacing program will help make suburban streets smoother, safer and more enjoyable for everyone. This budget invests $83 million in resurfacing and maintaining our 5,835 kilometres of road network. We also have committed $7 million to curb and channelling across our city. A highlight in this budget is in 2.1.3.1, maintaining and improving the network, which will see the long and busy boundary road at Wacol and Ellen Grove resurfaced with materials including rubber and in asphalt and geofabrics. Our industrial businesses in Wacol will absolutely love this upgrade. In addition to the smoother streets, I'm excited about this budget's investment in safer infrastructure for schools, supporting the most vulnerable users of our transport network. I was delighted to announce that Douglas and Valance Street will be receiving a pedestrian refuge to assist families in their transit to and from Oxley State School. It was fantastic to catch up with local resident Caroline, who brought this problem to my attention late last year. Another win for our local community is the investment in Suburban Modernisation Corridor for Kurragundi Road at Jindalee. This is a major thoroughfare in my community and hosts a primary school, a high school, along with a very active shopping strip. I'm looking forward to undertaking this initial investigation to understand how we can improve this corridor for pedestrians, cyclists and traffic movements. This year we see another $500,000 invested in our speed awareness monitors, or as we know them, SAMs. This award-winning program has combined innovation, engineering and design, clever branding and an ongoing commitment to increasing road safety to positively change driver behaviour and reduce speeding in our suburban streets. Since the program launched in 2013, almost 254 million vehicles have passed through the monitors. Of those vehicles, motorists travelling above the speed limit reduce their speed by an average of 8.7 kilometres per hour. These signs are saviours in our school zones, and again, I want to commend the administration for this investment. I know I've spoken in this chamber before about the dangerous Monia Road and Bellwood Street intersection at Darra. Well, I would like to say, danger no longer, thanks to this administration. As Councillor Wines shared earlier, we flicked the switch only a few brief weeks ago, but this upgrade has been a game changer for our community. I want to thank Reconstruction and our council team for delivering this upgrade and ensuring the safety of all road users. In this budget, we will see the installation of traffic signals at Boundary Road and Skepper Street at Ellen Grove. High traffic volumes, extended wait times and poor sight lines of vehicles travelling on Boundary Road contributes to the high crash rate. The upgrade will enhance safety for all road users by installing traffic lights with controlled right turn movements and pedestrian crossing facilities. Councillor Wines, with your attendance again, I cannot wait to flick the switch on at this intersection and improve the safety for both locals and businesses accessing the Logan motorway. We all care about getting our locals home sooner and safer, and I'm thrilled to see this budget invests in the vital infrastructure. We are making Brisbane better through this program by taking a coordinated action to ease congestion, make travel safer and improve connectivity for locals and businesses. This plan is ensuring hard-working Brisbane locals can spend more time at home with their families, because that's what really matters. Finally, Mr Chair, another feature in our city skyline that really matters is the Story Bridge. The Story Bridge is an iconic piece of Brisbane infrastructure, and our restoration project, funded in this budget, will ensure the heritage-listed asset is around for decades to come. If the Story Bridge could talk, there would be many incredible tales it would tell, and the restoration will add another chapter to its history. I was lucky enough, courtesy of Councillor Wines and his team, to have a behind-the-scenes tour of the restoration project and understand the complexity of this program. As part of the upgrade, we're stripping the lead paint, undertaking strengthening works, installing maintenance platforms and covering it in a new protective coating. Each of the 1.25 million rivets will be cleaned and hand-painted. I want to acknowledge the team for this project and their meticulous efforts throughout the restoration. I want to acknowledge Councillor Wines and his incredible team from across the department for their huge efforts in pulling together this comprehensive budget. It is truly a plan that has locals at its heart, delivering for our communities and ensuring we get you home sooner and safer.
Thank you, Councillor. And I also note, councillors, if you haven't signed the attendance book, please do so. Given the time, Councillor Landers, could you please move a motion to adjourn until 9 a.m. tomorrow, Thursday, 23rd of June 2022?
Mr Chair, I move that this council meeting now stand adjourned until 9 a.m. on Thursday, 23rd of June 2022.
Seconded.
It is moved by Councillor Landers, seconded by Councillor Hutton, that this council meeting now stand adjourned until 9 a.m. on Thursday, the 23rd of June 2022. All those in favour say aye. Aye. To the contrary, no. No. The ayes have it. This meeting now stands adjourned until Thursday.